your life. And she starts to have things that it can signal to us our values and
Mm.
desires. So if you get pregnant, I've been wanting a baby and I'm like, oof, I felt that pinch. Totally normal because that's something you want for your life. Totally normal.
What do you do with it though?
I think the difference
Because
becomes
we then avoid somebody, right?
sure.
Somebody's renovating their kitchen. I now can't deal with being at
Yep.
your beautiful house when I go home to my hovel.
Hmm.
Like somebody's getting pregnant and I just had a miscarriage. I don't
Yep.
want to be near you.
Yep.
Somebody. And I struggled with this profoundly. I wanted to be happy for my friends.
Sure.
I wanted to celebrate and be able to access it.
Yeah. I love the honesty in that to say, I noticed that I couldn't have joy for somebody else because the lack in my life ran so deep that it went beyond the joy I was able to muster up for my
Yes.
own friend. And then the shame you feel sometimes for that. This is my friend. I can't even be happy for my friend. What's wrong with me? So I think it helps to identify, okay, this is normal. Then I think the next step becomes working through that, sometimes privately and sometimes with our friend, depending on how close we are. And here's what I mean. If I'm noticing, gosh, when I'm sharing space with her, I notice myself maybe making passive aggressive remarks,
Mm.
or I've got to get a hold on that because now it's messing up my ability to show up as a good friend because this thing runs so deep. So I need to go and look at what's that about? Do I need to remind myself that there's no comparison and life is not linear and this is her path and my path and things will happen for me? Do I need to evaluate the degree to which I'm operating with a fixed mindset because her having is not a sign of me lacking. It's just her having. And what's available to her is equally available to me. And the timing is just different, right?
Yeah.
I might need to go and coach myself through that so I can be a good friend around her. If it is something deeply tender, like infertility and things like that, which I see, and they can share certain boundaries. Hey, I don't know if I'll be able to make it to the baby shower, but I am sending you a little something, girl, because I want your little one to have this, right? And having friends who can hold space for that.
I had a friend share with me her child was going through very, very significant and difficult mental health challenges. And she said to me, and I will always respect and admire her for this.
Hmm.
She said, I'm so happy for you, but I am pulling back on our friend group because every time I see one of your kids moving through life and hitting these milestones of graduating or going to prom, it is such a painful reminder that my child cannot right now.
Mm.
And having her say that instead of her forcing herself to show up and put on a fake smile, which
Hmm.
is so big, or the struggle that you're in is so big, you can't actually authentically access the joy or happiness to express for somebody else.
Hmm.
That is a normal thing that happens to
Hmm.
us. And being able to say, I love you and I wish I could show up and I can't, but no, I'm still cheering for you. And I haven't done that in my life, but this person in my life did. And I was like, wow, I totally understand this now. And I feel closer to you.
Right.
And I think we're afraid to admit these things because we're going to be shunned. And it's the opposite that happens. Danielle, how do you address a friend who, like, you experience a loss of a family member and they don't show up? They missed your wedding or they miss your birthday. They hated your boyfriend or your girlfriend, or they currently do, and you're aware of it. They're not happy for you when you get that raise or you're able to buy your dream car. What do you do in those moments where your friend's behavior or energy or attitude or lack thereof is disappointing?
Yeah. So we are going to be disappointed by our friends because they are fallible, regular people. Right. So I think making room for that up front is helpful. My
Hmm.
friends are going to let me down. I know that I would like to think of myself as a good friend, and I have good girlfriends who could say, yeah, Danielle disappointed me that day with what she said, so I'm thankful for their grace. But I think a couple of things to evaluate when that does happen are the severity of it. How big was the disappointment, right? The consistency of it. Is my
Mm.
friend always letting me down in this way? Right. A lot of times disappointment comes from unmet expectation.
Oh, you have research about this. Actually, on page
Do
45 of
I?
the book. Yes, you do. You've got great research about this. Oh my God. Let me read to you from your book.
Please,
This is
please
on
remind
page
me.
45. Another reason why our friendships can be fragile, especially compared to male friendships, is because we have high expectations. A review of 36 studies found that women wanted more from their close relationships than men did, especially when it comes to reciprocity and self-disclosure, which means we are setting and expected to meet high standards. And this means that we also register more relational violations, identifying more wrongs in our friendships. One study, researchers observed college dorms to monitor the number of roommate reassignment requests. Most of them came from women.
Yes.
And so this research to me suggests that we have these super high expectations of people.
Mhm.
A lot of times we don't even tell them what they are. And then when they don't meet our expectations, the research bears out that we literally are finding wrongs.
Yeah.
Do you think that's part of the problem?
Absolutely. And that research goes on to say that this is in both romantic and platonic relationships, have these higher expectations of what's supposed to happen and identifying more wrongs than a man might in our relationships. But there are some things that we can do to kind of close that gap. The first is, how often are these disappointments happening?
Mm,
The second is, what are my expectations and have I expressed them? Which we said earlier, a lot of people feel like, but I shouldn't have to. Sometimes you do. And then also, can I communicate my disappointment afterwards? You have permission to say to a friend, yeah, I'm kind of bummed because I thought you'd come to my event last night and I was excited to have you there. You have permission to say that. And the right people will express to you, oh my gosh, I had no idea that it mattered that much.
right.
Sometimes we underestimate how much the thing meant to you. I
Yes.
thought that, you have events all the time. Why? I didn't know that you care. So I'm more interested in the response after you say the thing, not just that the friend disappointed you. Once I give you that data and I say, I thought you would show up. Or when my dad passed, I wanted you here. I didn't want the texts. I
Yeah.
wish you came and sat with me.
Yeah.
How do they respond? What's next? That's what I'm more interested in. Is there an expression of regret? Is there an effort to repair? Is this a moment to help facilitate? Oh, okay, now I have a better understanding of what you're looking for. That's what I'm more concerned about as opposed to the friend disappointed me. And I think that can help.
A lot of what you also write about in your book, every friendship thing, that it's either an opportunity for you to distance yourself or an opportunity for you to lean in and actually join in with somebody. And, one of the things is I was really researching the let them theory. And I know personally, I have lived in fear of disappointing people my whole life and bent myself into knots to try to make sure nobody's disappointed. Is that all of a sudden it occurred to me, well, isn't it a good thing if a friend is disappointed that you didn't show up?
Mm,
Doesn't that just mean they wanted you there?
right.
Isn't that a sign that somebody really cares about you and that you matter versus what I turned it into my whole life, which is somehow it's some indictment against me? Like, if you can look at it that way, if somebody respects you enough to say, I was disappointed that you forgot my birthday, and they want to talk to you about it, to me, that's a green flag in a friendship.
Absolutely.
And, unless, of course, you're like, they're doing all that stuff. But what are warning signs that a friend is not or no longer good for you?
Mm. One of the ones I like to lead with is, if you don't like self when we get together, and I don't know what prompts that. It like just happens so stealthily. But when I'm with other people, I enjoy who I am. I'm proud of who I am.
Hmm.
So the first indicator is you don't like who you are when you're together. Another might be after you're spending time together, you find yourself totally depleted. It is exhausting. Whether she's super negative or you find yourself doing the mental labor of performing and you feel like you can finally relax, right?
Mhm.
That could be a sign that it's not good for you. If you feel like certain goals you have for yourself are being delayed by being in this friendship, whatever that looks like for you. I know sometimes we have friends who are like, oh, you're not like you used to be. You used to be fine with this. You used to be. And there are things I want to do with my life, new directions and goals that I have. But I feel like I'd be betraying my friends by pursuing these new goals that I have for
Mm.
myself. That could be something to look at as well. And then the last thing I'll say is whenever trust feels like it's so lost that there's no way to recover it and get that back. That can be difficult for maintaining a relationship.
As I'm listening to you, I'm like, you're right. Why do I ignore those things and stay in it, work harder?
Yeah, yeah. And it's hard because I know, when we see these videos and on social media and it's like 9 signs she's toxic or 9 signs, one thing I want to say about the whole toxic thing is sometimes it's not that this person's so toxic, even though there are people with ongoing toxic behaviors, but sometimes it's just our dynamic. Maybe it's not her. It's just there's something
It's
that
us.
happens when we come together and it's not clicking. I don't like who I am and something's weird here. But all your other friends, that works for you. They
Right.
think you're delightful. That's
Right.
awesome.
Right.
But there's something about our makeup, like quite literally our chemistry, that when we come together, it doesn't work. And so I think it goes back to what we said earlier. It's easier when you can easily identify the villain to separate and make sense of what's happening. It's harder to just say, I just think it's us. I don't enjoy it. And I don't like who I become.
Right.
And that's harder sometimes because there's more nuance and gray area.
Yes. And it requires you to take responsibility
Sure.
for your part in it. And what I love about that is that I hate it when people label other people toxic. There's behavior that's toxic, but the finger pointing and the ghosting and the just dropping a friend without a conversation, in my opinion, that's a sign that you're the one that's immature and engaging in toxic behavior. That not actually trying to work it out or have the conversation, that there's something off with us. Let's take a little space. And as I've gotten older, my opinion about friendship ending has changed. I just feel like friendships are very flexible. They come, they go. If something ends at some point in the future, a decade from now, who knows what's going to happen and how life might bring us back together. But leaving the door open for people to change and for you to change and for circumstances to change has really helped me in being a better friend, in being more compassionate, in seeing that in any relationship, I own at least 50% of what's happening here because my energy is just as powerful as the other person's energy. And as I change, things are going to change. One of the things I really loved about your book, and I cannot wait to share this conversation, especially with my daughters, I would love to talk about having a friendship with somebody who's controlling or possessive, because I do think that's a predominantly female thing in friendship. What do you do if you've got that friend who has your location and you're at the dinner with somebody else and all of a sudden you get that text, hey, I see that you're right by me. What's up? Like, how come you didn't call me? What are you doing? And you're like, oh my God, like, dude.
Yeah. I think a lot of what lives up under that controlling nature is anxiety and anxious attachment, which women are more susceptible to. And so I'm anxious about you being away. And where did you go? And what do you think? And what's going on? And so, when we have a friend who's controlling us, controlling decisions we make, she's anxious over the fact that you're making decisions that are not what she would make. You're doing what she doesn't want you to do. There's a lot of anxiety about not being able to. It's hard to be in relationship with the person who needs you to think like they do, be where they need you to be available when they want you to be available. Because the whole thing about healthy friendships is there's space for us to be together and that interdependence. And there's also space for me to be myself. And always trying to do that dance between us and our togetherness and me and my individuality. But when you have people who begin to suffocate that part, there's going to be an issue.
Danielle, what do you do when you have a controlling friend and their controlling nature is really starting to get annoying?
It helps to package it as an invitation and not an accusation.
Oh, wait a minute. An invitation, not an accusation? How do I do that?
So, because it's easy to say, you're texting me all the time. You have to stop, or I'm overwhelmed, right? So I'm going to invite you to participate in the way that feels good to me. So maybe instead I'll say, hey, I know you like to check in throughout the day, but I think it's best for me to check in on the weekends. Like I love our little phone calls on the weekend. Do you want to do Saturdays or Sundays? That's an affirmative boundary on when would you like to talk? Because for me, it's overwhelming. Right. And that's me kind of gracefully moving you toward what I need you to do.
You just literally, I just felt like is class in session with Professor Bayard Jackson. I mean, I just felt like a teacher who sort of
like, it sounds really scary
Yes.
and serious.
That's why I avoid it.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense. I
And then I
get
show up with a fake smile, even though I'm jealous of your whole life.
where appropriate, we can address some things with playfulness. And I think it's wise to do that sometimes because it helps us to relax, right? If you're being playful, it shows that there's no threat around because we can be playful. You can't be playful and feel in danger at the
Okay, well,
same
here's
time.
another one. Here's a big one. You've been invited to something. This group is not going to invite this person.
That's always really tricky. And we have to take into account things like I know that they are not friends, but they're inviting me. So, and you're trying to figure out how do I maintain a sense of loyalty, but also being,
Yes.
it's really tricky. I'll say this to the person who's being controlling, if I may speak to her. There are a couple things that have to happen so that people don't experience you that way. One is you've got to figure out the importance of having multiple friends because you might unintentionally be putting pressure on that one friend to be your everything. And she wants to be so many things to you, but it's not fair. So how can you broaden your friendships? The second thing you have got to figure out if you find yourself being anxious and controlling is what is the fear? What am I afraid of if I loosened my grip? Am I scared I would be forgotten? Am I scared I might be left behind? There's something deeper there that's got you so fixated on this friend. And I think we have to kind of look at those things because it's going to be really difficult to be in relationship with other people. If that's something that begins to take over, we've got to get it in check. And I sympathize with you because, friendship stirs up so much. You're bringing so much of your personal stuff to the table and we're working it out in the friction of friendship. But if you want healthy friendships, if you want to be deeply known and you want to deeply know others, you have to find a way to offer space to people to be themselves and trust that they still love you even if they're not around. And that can be really hard, but something to maybe work through or get support with so that you can enjoy a healthy connection.
I love your perspective on this. I'm curious, as an expert and researcher on friendship, how do you foster long-term friendships with women, especially as you're moving through different phases of life? What's the research say?
Yeah, so life transitions are actually a big reason why women's friendships end. And I also believe that there are a lot more prominent transitions in a woman's life. And it becomes difficult sometimes to stay together during those disruptions throughout the life cycle. So her getting married and then getting really, really involved with that spouse. And now you're like, oh, what are we doing here? We're not spending time together. Her having a baby. And now the topic of conversation is butt paste and bottles. And I'm not interested. Right. So it can be hard to show up in those ways. I think one thing that we have to do is give ourselves grace because we've never been friends like this before. We've never had to be friends with you having to also have this little baby you have to keep alive at home. So the first thing to honor, okay, we've never done this. Let's get to the business of figuring it out. I also see people experience so much dissatisfaction because you're comparing your present to how it used to be. And that chapter is no more, or it won't return for a long time. Right, while this new season is in. And I have people feel a lot of disappointment around that. Oh, it's not like it used to be. It's not like it's used to be. Well, we know, again, that friendships change, but when it to say it, because that takes a lot of power away from the fear. So to say to a friend like, listen, I know you're booed up now. I love that for you. But can we still do FaceTimes on Fridays because I miss you? And I don't see you like I used to. And I think that feels scary because it's more vulnerable. It's easier to say, oh, got a man and forgot all about me. It's harder to say, I really miss you. And I'm happy for you. I love how happy he makes you, but I miss us.
Yeah.
What can we do about that? And it kind of takes the power out of the fear of what happens next with us during this transition.
One of the things that I love that you've said a couple times is, first of all, you normalize how common it is to not have a, quote, best friend. But to encourage us all to look to the greater group and the collective to provide all the different things that we need, from friendship to support to someone to talk about like global warming, like whatever, the issues you care about, somebody to have fun with, that you don't just rely on one person. And one thing I'd love to know is, how can someone feel closeness to a new female friend?
Well, the first thing I'm going to say is look at those three affinities of female friendship. How can you introduce those from the very beginning? How can I highlight our similarities and play into that?
Hmm.
How can I offer tangible demonstrations of support? How can I make it safe here for us to share with one another? Those are things that help us to feel close in those friendships. And then again, and I know this continues to be a theme in what I'm saying is you can announce it. We've got to get permission to announce it. You can say to a friend, I love getting to know more and more about you. Or like every time we get together, I'm learning more about you and I'm loving it. I'm loving getting to know you. I mean, sometimes saying it up front helps the other person to buy in because so often we wonder, do they like me? Do they not? Like, are they as invested as I am? So let me remove the mystery. I really enjoy you. Do you want to do this more often? And sometimes making it plain, I think kind of relieves that pressure, the mystery, the game playing, right? I initiated last time, but is that too much? There's no time for that. So I think even explicitly expressing to somebody, I'm so excited to get to know you more. I'm always learning a little something every time we get together. I think that sometimes can expedite the process
Yes.
of being close friends.
Yes. You also had interesting research about how women's friendships, in particular, when you're younger, are a huge predictor for how your relationship with your significant other is going to play out. Can you say more about that?
Yeah, so we tend to put friendship into the margins of our lives and see it as like this extra recreational thing that's non-essential, but it really is. And it has benefits that we might not even suspect. And there is a study that found that the number one predictor of the success of your romantic adult relationships is how well you did with your same sex friends in adolescence.
Really?
Likely because things do tend to be segregated by gender in school. You know, girls go over here, boys go over here. I'm mostly with girls, you know, in school in these different groups and in class. That's where I'm developing social skills. I'm learning to negotiate. I'm learning how to communicate. How do I show up as a friend? I'm learning that here. So if I struggled with that in these formative years, it's likely that those same skills that I need to have a successful romantic relationship, some of that stuff's going to travel with me. So these are, you know, it's an important time to figure out with other women when we're young, how do we do this? Because there are surprising ways that it impacts everything else.
For those of us that look back on those years and go, oh God, I was terrible at this. I was the jealous, competitive, one-upper,
Sure.
gossipy. We can change,
Yeah.
right?
I'm living proof, hey, that you can. And I mean, okay, the same way we get all these books to be a better parent, to be a better wife, like that's awesome. This can be learned too. And this is what I mean about like giving people more optimism. There's something where we feel like, well, this should be organic. Why can't I get this right?
Mm.
But we aren't learning about how to show up as a better friend because we feel like it should be something that's just natural. And the extent of the conversation at one period about friendship is, you know, it was you either have friends or you don't. And if you don't, what's wrong with you? There's so much more to that conversation. So yes, get the book around how to be a better friend or to get over your anxious attachment so you can enjoy healthier relationships. Yeah, figure that out, especially in adulthood,
Yeah.
because the scripts that worked for you in friendship at 18 and can work at 45. At some point, I have to sit down and get to the business of figuring out, how do I do this? How do I make time for friends with my other obligations? How do I release, you know, my anxiousness? Because that's been a theme in my friendships and it hasn't gone well. How do I set boundaries without feeling like an awful person? We've got to get to the business of figuring that out to enjoy the kind of connections that we're dreaming about.
What I love about your book, Fighting for Our Friendships, is that you not only go straight at this and you unpack all the things that what's missing when you start to feel conflict and frustration. I love the example that you give in your book, and it's on page 110. And you need to send this episode and conversation and Danielle's brilliance to every person in your life that is getting married right now. Because let me read this to you. You're talking about this sort of mismatch where you think the friendship is more important than it is to the other person. I see this play out most often in bridal parties. Several brides-to-be or would-be maids of honor come to me for the sensitive dilemma of bridal party selection.
Mm-hmm.
There's tension when one friend assumes she'll be asked to be a bridesmaid, but realizes the bride has no intention of asking her. Brides come to me with tearful pleas to help them figure out, how do I choose? And then How do I deliver the news to those who won't be included? When somebody has a wedding, why is there so much conflict and drama inside people's friend groups?
Having a bridal party is probably the only time, aside from the MySpace top eight, where you have to put your hierarchy on display. So if I'm going through our friendship, assuming that we're on the same level, and I'm not chosen as a bridesmaid, I'm not chosen as the maid of honor. And here I am thinking we're best friends. For a lot of women, they do say it's hard for them to recover after that with that new information that we're not as close as I thought we were, because I've been going around thinking that we see each other the same. And then when you have to make a public declaration of your hierarchy of friends, I'm not up there, it can be really hard to digest.
What's your advice?
Well, the first is to ask yourself about the history and the evidence you have in that friendship. Does she show up? Is she attentive? If I need support, she's there. And can I be okay with that? Some women can't. And some will say, you know what? She's a good friend. We're good friends to each other. I can find a way to be okay with this. Right. So looking at what does the friendship offer me, even though I might not be her top tier friend. And to the woman who has to make these bridal party selections and feels really nervous about it, to have those conversations in a way that still offers reassurance to the friends who aren't involved. Because the number one question they're going to have is, am I more invested than you? Do I not matter? Do you not care? That's going to be at the heart of that rejection that they experience. So as much as I can tenderly assure you that this is totally a logistical thing and it has nothing to do with me and you, the better, because those are the things we're going to be questioning after you make that selection.
Gotcha. And by logistical, how do you not? Because literally you're like, well, look, my husband only has like 2 friends, so I can't have 17 of you
No,
standing
really,
there.
truly.
My sister will kill me if
Yep.
it's not just her.
Truly.
Like, I know how expensive this is. You've been in 17 weddings this summer, and I've just decided to keep the bridal party small.
100%. But providing that more aerial view of the decisions you have to make and the things you're accounting for can help people to understand a little bit and to depersonalize a little bit if you can give them that overview. So I've seen it be helpful in that way. Or you can scratch the bridal party altogether, which I see more and more people leaning toward because of the other things that it, brings into the friendship.
You also shared research in your book that I've never seen before that women replace about half of their friends every 7 years.
Yeah, so men and women. There's research that finds that we replace half of our friends every 7 years. I hope that makes people feel a little less ashamed if they have friendships that don't work out, because what that says to me is that there's this natural pruning that happens throughout your life. I also hope that has people release any shame around needing to make new friends, because I hear people say, I'm out here making friends at 42. I should have had all my friends from high school. Really? Because I know some of the friends I had in high school, it would not be appropriate for us to still be friends. It wouldn't make sense to where I am right now or the values I have right now. And so if we are, dropping or shedding new friends every 7 years, that means we need to be picking up new ones. Because what does that churn rate look like? How am I positioning myself to invite new friendships into my life? So I hope it shows us that we will always be having to make new friends.
When I hear that research, I was so encouraged because I'm like, oh my gosh, it's a sign you're growing.
Yeah.
That's a sign that you're like changing. And so are the people in your life. And that's cool. Types of friendships. Just think of a huge tree and you're the tree, and there will be tens of thousands of leaves that sprout in different seasons and then wither and fall off. And there are branches that are very strong that are there through the standing of time, but some will break due to the weather and the pruning. And then there are the deep, deep roots that you often don't see, but you know are there if you need them, that keep you grounded and strong. And every one of those aspects of friendship is critical, because even the leaves that are only there for the season, these are your sorority sisters or your work friends or the people that you were a young mom with or friends that you were on a soccer team with in high school, that they were there for a season. And while they were there, they absorbed the sunlight and they gave you energy and they were part of what made you you. And then the season changes in your life. And those friendships wither and fall to the ground. That doesn't mean they weren't wonderful. It doesn't mean actually that they're not still there with you in spirit,
Hmm.
but that you are growing, which means new leaves are going to come,
Yeah.
new branches are going to grow. And those roots that are meant to be there are going to be strong, even when they're not right in front of your face. I mean, some of my most favorite people, I'm so mad at them because they don't live anywhere near me. And what
Mm.
I'm also realizing is maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's a good thing because I'm a very deep person. And if I lived next to you, I'd be up in your grill all the time. You'd probably think I was clingy and possessive and annoying. So it's probably better I only see you once a quarter.
Yeah.
Danielle, you've shared so much with us. I cannot wait for the person listening to really take all this wisdom and read both past and present and future. And I also can't wait to see how many women they share this with in their lives and young women. If there's just one thing from absolutely everything you shared with us that you would love for the person who is listening to do, what would it be?
I want them to consider that the source of your hurting could also be the source of your healing. And I know that there is a lot of hurt that's probably happened with other women. And sometimes we close ourselves off to female friendships because of that. But allowing ourselves to invite the love of other women helps to do some of that healing, to give ourselves the chance to see that women are tender and supportive and gracious and strong. um, I think helps to start to be an overlay and starts to gradually erase some of the hurt we have from before. But the restoration lies in the courage to position ourselves to try again.
I love that. So, Danielle, what are your parting words?
I think this conversation is important for the person who finds themselves about to grow cold or cynical to friendship itself, to their personal future, um, because they can't make sense of something right now, or because they're starting to feel hopeless.
Mm.
And I'm hoping that this equips them with language to describe what's going on and with hope for the future. Um, because it should be exciting to know that you could meet your best friend in the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. It could be exciting to know that you might have several best friends over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. But as soon as we resign ourselves to believing that how it is right now is how it will always be, then we've lost. And so I think maintaining that hope is really, really important. So much of the conversation we have around friendship is about this insulated relationship, just me and you. And we need that. We need close friendships. But when we think about the fabric of society, it starts with me and you. It starts with me being open to sharing with you, having positive experiences with you. And then you go and share that with somebody else. It's a ripple effect, right? It starts with me being supportive of you and you now having a deeper belief in yourself because I affirmed you and spoke words of life into you as your friend. That is literally what fuels society and keeps us trusting one another and having goodwill toward one another. But it starts right here. And so I get really sad when I hear people who are discouraged about friendship
Yeah.
and start to close themselves off.
Yeah.
Because when we talk about from an aerial view, needing more trust in community from a larger perspective, it starts right here. And so I feel like if we want a healthier, more hopeful future as a society, it starts with me being open to friendships, personal friendships today. And I would love for us to keep making that connection.
Well, I can see the emotion when you talk about that. And I know I feel it. I know the person listening to this feels that fear of growing isolation and discouragement in people's hearts.
Mhm.
And what I know is that women have the ability to change anything.
Mhm.
And we cannot allow our hearts to grow cold. And this is a moment where we need to turn toward each other and rely on each other and support each other. And what I love about everything that you have done in your work and in this book, Danielle, is that I truly understand and feel more compassionate about the little me who struggled with friendship. I feel understanding and compassionate as a mother to daughters about how difficult it is, but how it doesn't have to be. And your framework offers us a way to see what's happening through the lens of both this is why female friendships are so unbelievably powerful and rich and deep and important.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also why they can feel so fraught with confusing and hurtful behavior.
Yeah.
And everything that you shared, which is so amazing, is it comes through a lens of both understanding, matter of fact, compassion, and empowerment. It is fully within your power as you listen to this to create better friendships. It's fully within your power to leave the door open. It's fully within your power to lean toward the people that disappoint you or upset you or that trigger jealousy or lack in you and actually talk about it. That the connection that you deserve and that society needs that happens one person at a time is
Mm-hmm.
something that you can create. And now that you've shared all this with us, we can. And so thank you, thank you, thank you for hopping on a plane, for being here today, for doing this research, and for sharing it with me and with the person listening. You truly made a huge difference.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. And I also want to thank you. Thank you for making the time to listen to this. Thank you for sharing this with your sisters, your nieces, your daughters, your female friends. And how amazing is it to know that one of the most important things that creates a meaningful life, which are your relationships, you have the ability to create better ones. And I hope you do. And in case no one else tells you, I wanted to tell you that I love you. I'm proud of you for listening or watching this. And I believe in you. And I believe in your ability to create a better life. And relationships, based on the research, are what create a better life and meaning in your life. So take everything that you just devoured and learned and go apply it. All righty. I'll be waiting for you in the very next episode to welcome you in the moment you hit play. I'll see you there. And thank you, my friend here on YouTube, for staying with me all the way to the end. That's one of those three affinities: support, being together. And since I know you're the kind of person who loves supporting your friends who are supporting you, I got a favor to ask you. There's something that I would love for you to do. See, my goal is that 50% of the people that watch this channel are subscribers. So do me a favor and just hit subscribe. It's free. It's a way that you can tell me that you love these videos and you love meeting amazing experts like Danielle, who wrote this extraordinary book and came here for free to unpack it all for you and for your friends. And I know you're thinking, okay, this has been awesome. Mel, what should I watch next? Great question. I think you should check this out. You're going to love this. And like a good friend, I'm going to be waiting there to welcome you in the moment you hit play. I'll see you there. What are your favorite books? Books have been a huge part of my life. It's how I've escaped my life. But what I love about a great book, it opens up your perspective. It makes you think differently. Today, I have 4 different books that I'm going to recommend to you. The first one that I'm going to recommend to you is The Book of Awakening. And the introduction of the book, Mark writes, "Along the way, if blessed, we come upon an opening that feels eternal, and suddenly there's nowhere to go. So we build a fire and stare into life, surprised at the tenderness our endurance and presence has led us to." Why is this making me cry? This book just gave me so much hope and the encouragement that I needed to really move forward. Let's talk about book number 2. And that book is The Alchemist by Paulo Coelho. This is a must read, in my opinion. I love this book. My third recommendation is The Court of Thorn and Roses series. And my final recommendation is... Woo! Hey, it's your friend Mel, and welcome to the Mel Robbins Podcast. I am so unbelievably excited to talk to you today. I can't wait to share these 4 book recommendations with you. You're going to be blown away. It's always such an honor to spend time with you, to be together. And I also want to say, if you're a new listener, I wanted to personally take a moment and welcome you to the Mel Robbins Podcast family. I am thrilled that you're here. And because you hit play on this particular episode, I already know something about you. I know that you're the kind of person who not only cares about your time, but you spend your time doing things that help you grow and learn and feel inspired, that, like me, you're a reader, you love books, and you're listening to this episode because you really are interested in getting some good recommendations for some new books that you can read. And I also want to point something else out. If someone sent you this episode and recommended that you take a listen, you know what that tells me? It tells me that they care about you, that they want to feel closer to you. And I think it's a super cool thing that somebody is taking the time to share this with you. And you want to know a great way to feel closer to somebody else is reading a book together, which brings me to today's topic. Because today you and I are going to talk about one of the most asked questions that I've been getting lately, which is, Mel, what are your favorite books? Like, what are the books that inspire you? What are the books that you recommend to other people? What are the books that you give to other people as a gift? Today, I have 4 different books that I'm going to recommend to you, and they're not just any book. First of all, they're not even in the same genre, so they're all different. Second, I am recommending them to you for very different reasons. And some of these books, it's not just that they're a great read, it's that there's a really cool backstory about the author and how the book came to be. In other cases, the books themselves have come into my life at a pivotal moment in my life and changed my life or the way that I think. And I'm going to even recommend a book to you that has brought me so close to my daughters, and it's the kind of book that I never would have picked up without them making the recommendation. Mom, you got to read this. And so 4 books today. And before we jump into my 4 books, I want to tell you a little story about me that you might not know. Books have been a huge part of my life forever. I was in this program in my public elementary school that was called Great Books. And it was this program that was like a book club for elementary school students. And the discussions about the books were led by slightly older middle school students. And I not only loved great books, but I became a leader in great books when I was in middle school and high school. And so books have been a huge part of my life. It's how I've escaped my life. I mean, books are just so magical. Because as you're sitting there reading or listening, and let's just set the record straight, listening to a book counts, okay? I know there's a lot of debate. Oh, well, I'm not really reading a book. That is not true. There's actually research around what part of your brain that you're using when you read and when you listen. It all counts. But what I love about a great book, don't you, is that you can get lost in a different world. It opens up your perspective. It makes you think differently. It helps you do something that can be very meditative and calming. And so I just love reading. And one final thing before I jump into the 4 books that I'm going to recommend is I have to take a minute and I have to just say thank you. I cannot believe how much you're loving the Let Them theory. I mean, I'm just so blown away by it. My daughter, who I wrote this with, Sawyer Robbins, shout out Sawyer Robbins. We are so humbled, and seeing all of you reading this with your friends, with your families, in your book clubs, recommending it to friends, talking about it online. Like, it is so cool. People keep asking me, what does it feel like, Mel, to have the #1 book in the world? And I'll tell you what it feels like. I just think it's so cool that everybody is excited about a book that can help you change your life. I think it's cool, heck, that in a moment in history where people are spending on average 6 hours a day on social media, that they're excited about reading again. And to me, that is the coolest thing here, that a book is what everybody's talking about. A book and a theory that helps you change your life, and a theory that's bringing you closer to people and making you feel peaceful and more powerful is what is in the zeitgeist and trending. And what a wonderful thing that we're excited about reading again. And so many of you, because of your enthusiasm for the Let Them theory and how much it's changing your life and your relationships, have written in or like, Mel, what are you reading? What are your favorite books? Like, what should I read next? And so I thought, why don't we just do an episode about some of the books that have changed my life? And these are books that have changed my life for very different reasons. They're in very different genres. They're not all kind of like personal development or mindset or relationship books at all. They're not even that serious, for crying out loud, but I think you're going to love them. These are the books that I give as gifts. These are the books that I've read over and over again. These are books that have come into my life at moments in time where I've really needed the message that's in the book. These are also books where, in some cases, the backstory on the author is so extraordinarily inspiring that just that story alone is something that you're going to be really interested to hear today. And so I've thought a lot about what books have changed my life. I have come up with 4 books that are completely different from one another, that have made a deeply personal and deeply impactful difference in my life. And I cannot wait to share these with you. And before I do, though, I really just want to take a moment and say thank you. For real. Like I sat above the garage with my daughter for a year, basically in a cage fight as we were working on the Let Them theory together. And this is the first time on my podcast that I've talked to you in any detail about the Let Them theory and what's happened in the wake of publishing this book. This book is a phenomenon. I mean, it's on track to become one of the most successful nonfiction books of the entire year. 3 million copies sold in 2.5 months. That doesn't happen. I don't even know what to say. I am so excited that this concept is helping. And the reason why this is selling and so many of you are interested in it is because it works. I mean, you don't recommend a book that you don't love. You don't buy a book for other people that hasn't made a difference in your life. And that's the phenomenon of this book, that it's actually making a huge difference. And to know that what my daughter and I, with the help of our team and the help of publisher at Hay House and Penguin Random House and our partners at Audible and everybody that worked on this and the 94 books. Did you know that there are 94 books that are cited and that were part of the research of me making a case for the Let Them theory and how to use it in 8 different areas of your life? I mean, that's how much I love reading. That's how much I love books. I have been a bookworm since I was a little kid. Never in my life did I imagine being an author. So to know that I'm now an author and I'm not only writing books, but the stuff that I'm working on, I can do with my daughter, and it's just like the coolest thing ever. So thank you for giving me one of the most remarkable experiences of my life, to see the lessons and mistakes and the things that I write about that are deeply personal in this book make a huge difference in your life. And the reason why I know that it is goes way beyond the posts on social media. I want to read some very meaningful things that you've written to us. There's 2 people in particular that I'm going to share today, because I think the most exciting thing about this is how it's impacting your relationship with people you care about, and the number of ways that you are using this in your life. We are receiving hundreds of emails every single week. I am blown away by the avalanche of comments of how Let Them and Let Me is changing your life. And more importantly, in my mind, yes, it gives you instant peace. It gives you instant power. But what I love even more is seeing how it's bringing you closer to people. I want to read you something that Aaron wrote in to me. Aaron wrote in and said, I bought 2 copies of the Let Them theory, one for my mother and one for me. And we both waited to read our book on vacation. And every night, once we settled in, we'd grab our book and start to read. And we kept stopping to discuss the different chapters that both of us could relate to. And we could relate to all the stories that Mel and her daughter Sawyer mentioned. And, here's the thing. If you haven't read the book, I'm the villain in the book. Like, this book is filled with stories from my life and from my daughter's life. And in almost every one, I'm the jerk. I'm the one that's the control freak. I'm the one that's judgy. I'm the one that's insecure. I'm the one that's jealous. And what you're going to see in this book, and what you probably are seeing, and I think one of the reasons why this is resonating so much is, as you read the book, you have these realizations where you're like, oh God, I'm just like Mel was. Oh my God, I do the same thing that she does. Or you have the other realization, which is, oh my God, I have to deal with somebody who is just like Mel. What a nightmare. And now I know how to let them. And now I know how to say, let me protect my time and energy. Let me show up differently. So the dynamic shifts between us. And another thing that I'm really proud of is that my daughter and I argued day and night about what stories went in. Like, I'd literally be like, well, why don't we talk about this time, when Dad and I were, and she'd be like, nobody my age cares about that. Why did we argue so much? Because we wanted absolutely every story and every book that was cited and every piece of research to be relevant to your life. Because if it's not relevant to your life, then it's just some intellectual nonsense that's a waste of our time. And so we just fought night and day. We did 11 and a half versions of the manuscript. We had teams of people that would sit around and read it with us and dig into the research. I discussed the concepts with experts on 19 different podcast episodes before they even made it into the book. I mean, the amount of research and refining and just trying to craft the single best book that we could for one reason, so that it would be entertaining and relevant and impactful to you. And so to see it embraced on such a global scale, and more importantly, to see it making a difference in your life, because as Aaron writes, I love Let Them, but what helped open my eyes and my mom's eyes was the let me part of the book. Let me do what I need to do for myself, and let me learn how to accept and love the people in my life for who they are instead of trying to change them. Really an eye-opener and life-changing book. Our vacation lasted 4 days and 3 nights, and the book was finished by the time our trip ended. How freaking cool. That's the other thing that I love about the book. It is such an easy read because it's entertaining, because you literally will have so many cringe moments as you're reading the book, like, oh my God, Mel, seriously? Like you, oh my God, I can't believe you're admitting you feel that way. And honestly, I've done the same thing. And that's the power of this, is to see yourself in the pages. And if you can think of any book that you love it because it brings you either to a completely different world or it awakens something within you. And that's what's so cool. And so with that, let's get into the 4 books that I want to recommend to you and the reasons why. Because since the Let Them theory is spread around the world, you are now asking me, I love this book, Mel. What are you reading? What do you recommend? What do you give to people? And so let's jump into the 4 books that I love. And the first one that I'm going to recommend to you is, and you can see if you're watching on YouTube, this is the Book of Awakening. It is the 20th anniversary edition that I am holding in my hands. It is written by the extraordinary Mark Nepo. And there are so many reasons why I want to recommend this to you. And I think the first thing that I want to say is that this is the book that I give as a gift more than any other book. And I think that's an important thing to say to you, that when I'm thinking about a book that I want to give to somebody, or I'm going to a dinner party and I want to bring something other than a bottle of wine, I bring a copy of the Book of Awakening. This book is so meaningful to me. I'm struggling to even find the words to explain the profound difference this book has made. First of all, I've been reading this since 2016, and one of the things that I love about it is it's just short daily meditations that are 1 to 2 pages long. And it is broken out by the day of the year. So you literally open up the book and it's like, oh, July 21st. And here's what I love about that. Especially when you're in a moment in your life where you're super busy, oftentimes you think, I don't have time to read. Or I don't have time to pick up the book. Or I picked up the book and I started reading and then life got busy and I can't remember where I was. You can pick this book up at any time in your life. You could buy it today. And based on the date on the calendar, you might be flipping all the way back to literally the last 10 pages of the book. And you're exactly where you need to be. Because it has meditations, October 23rd, October 24th. Here's a meditation I'm flipping forward for May 4th. How cool is that? And these are timeless meditations. And what I love about this book is that it is so digestible, and it's reassuring, and it's encouraging. And just like everything I'm doing here on the podcast, or at least I'm trying to, I'm always reminding you that the power is inside of you. I'm always reminding you of the simple things that are within your control, your attitude, the things you do or don't do, what you focus on, how you process your emotions and create space for what you're feeling. And you are giving yourself grace. And that's what these episodes are about. And the introduction of the book, Mark writes, each of us, in our own way, is a truth seeker, looking for an authentic path that will let the saint in each of us show itself to the world. Along the way, if blessed, we come upon an opening that feels eternal. And suddenly, there's nowhere to go. So we build a fire and stare into life, surprised at the tenderness our endurance and presence has led us to. Why is this making me cry? I don't know why this is making me cry. I guess it's making me cry because I'm thinking about how my husband not only reads this every day, but he leads a men's retreat called Soul Degree 3 times a year. And this is one of the books that he gifts to the men that attend the retreat. And there's a part of the retreat where every night they sit around a campfire, and there are things that they discuss as they stare into the fire. And this book helps you slow down on a daily basis, whenever you have a moment to just pick it up and read a page. It helps you stare into that fire of life, and you'll be surprised at the tenderness that your endurance and presence can lead you to. He wrote this during an experience where he almost died from cancer in his 30s. He writes, almost dying from cancer in my 30s, he had a tumor in his brain and in his back, was the opening through which I stared into eternity, and the fire I built was the Book of Awakening. I had no idea that this fire on the edge of everything would warm so many. It's hard to believe it's been 20 years since it was first published, and all that time, I've been humbled by the many ways this book has been embraced. More importantly, the vastness it points to remains an irrepressible resource available to everyone. I think that it makes me emotional because, in 2016, things were really shitty. And Chris was really struggling with depression. And I was out trying to make money however I could to get us out of debt. And we were just starting to rebuild our lives. And we were at a point where it was like, God, just get out of bed and do what you need to do. And I know so many people feel that way. And when you are in that position in your life, it's easy to beat yourself up, and it's easy to convince yourself that your life is never going to feel different. And I think because Mark wrote this as he was facing a cancer diagnosis that he thought was going to kill him, you can feel in the words that he writes this grappling with where you are versus what's possible. And this book just gave me so much hope and the encouragement that I needed to really move forward, especially in those moments when things just felt impossible. It really provided a lot of guidance and hope for me at a time when I desperately needed it. And even though I'm not in that place anymore in my life, and I've worked extraordinarily hard, and so is Chris, just like you're working incredibly hard, it still is relevant every single day that I crack it open and I turn to the day that it is and I read the wisdom on these pages, and I'm just grateful for it. I just literally flipped to a page that Chris has highlighted. Too often we struggle stubbornly in an attempt to protect ourselves from the friction of being alive, when it is precisely that friction that works our spirit into a seeable gem. We are more malleable than we think, more durable and changeable than all hope. Thin and fragrant petals do not hide from the wind. They survive to die and break ground again. Even within one life, we shred and reroot. We break, bleed, and rearrange into yet another beautiful thing that learns how to reach. Resisting this process doubles our pain. Singing our way through it is the source of wisdom and beauty. The reason why I'm recommending this to you is because having something like this on your bedside table that you can wake up to or you can go to bed to, so that the first thing that you read in the day, the input that everybody talks about, is empowering and hopeful and centers you on your capacity and your capability to rise and to meet whatever it is that you're facing in your life, good or bad. I think that's an incredible resource to give to yourself, and this is why I give it as a gift, because we all need words of encouragement. We all need to be reminded of the power within us, and you can't always be with the people that you love. But when you give somebody a gift of a book like the Book of Awakening, you're giving them almost like a surrogate for you that can sit on their bedside table so that when they pick it up, they know that they're not alone. And they also know and think of you and the fact that you cared enough to give this as a gift to them. And, I see a lot of you doing that with the Let Them Theory book. I think it's the same thing. That when you share an episode of a podcast like this one that made a big difference in your life with somebody, it's a way of saying, I love you and I care about you. And I think this is going to be something you're going to enjoy or get something out of. When you buy somebody else a book and you write an inscription on the inside, you're doing the same thing. You're literally taking something that represents how you feel about a person and you're giving it to them to act as a companion. Mark Nepo, The Book of Awakening. That's number one. Let's talk about book number 2. And that book is The Alchemist by Paulo Coelho. There are so many reasons why I love this book. I recommend this book. I have also given this book as a gift. If you have not read The Alchemist, this is a must-read, in my opinion. I love this book. It is a simple but profound story about a shepherd in Spain by the name of Santiago who has this dream and goes on this spiritual quest in search of treasure. And the entire story has all these beautiful twists and turns and delays and upsets and setbacks and epiphanies, and it takes you on the way. From this book is a quote that you may have seen before, you may have heard it, but it is what I do believe to be true about life. And the quote is, when you want something, all the universe conspires in helping you to achieve it. Isn't that a beautiful idea? That if you can be clear about what you want, and if you are willing, like Santiago, to walk toward it, and to believe that it exists and that it is out there for you, if you are willing to journey in that regard, to go after the treasure in your life that you feel calling to you, when you want something, all the universe conspires in helping you to achieve it. Now, one of the interesting lessons of this book that I also love is a lesson that you got to be careful what you ask for because you tend to get it, but you just don't get it in the way that you thought that you would. And I have read this book over and over and over again. And there's another quote that I want to read to you from this book that also is deeply important and incredibly difficult to absorb as a truth about life. And here it is. One is loved because one is loved. No reason is needed for loving. What does that mean? It means that your mere existence makes you worthy of love. And so many of us are out there chasing it. What if you could just believe that you are loved because you're loved? And no reason is needed for being loved. And the major takeaway from this book, it's really about self-trust and love and learning to listen to your inner compass, and this gigantic takeaway that when you find the courage to believe in yourself and to believe in a vision for your life, and you have the guts to start walking on the path toward this vision that you have for your life, the universe, the world, people, they do conspire to help you. That things do start to change. And I believe that. I believe that so profoundly. And this book has been an important part of my life for over 20 years. In fact, when I wrote my first book, The 5-Second Rule, which is now 8 years old, I write about the alchemist in The 5-Second Rule. And I want to read to you the reason why this book, not just because of the story of Santiago and the lessons in the book, but there is a backstory to this book that was so resonant for me, and I want to tell you about it because a lot of people don't know this. A lot of people know that The Alchemist has sold 65 million copies. That's a lot of books. A lot of people know that it was on the bestseller list for over 300 weeks. And even though this thing is over 25 years old, heck, at this point, it might be over 30 years old, it still will pop on the bestsellers list now and again. Like, that's how relevant and incredible of a book this is and how profound of a story it is. Like, I would give this to your adult kids. I would read this again if you've read it before. We all need this reminder that you have within you a deeply personal vision for your life. That is your treasure that you are seeking. And you also have within you the capability to set out on an adventure and a journey to go find that treasure that is buried within your life and buried within you. And it is a journey of trust. It is a journey of twists and turns. And the more you walk toward it, a magical thing happens. The world, the universe, God, people, it all aligns to help you. If you're willing to start to see the world that way, which I do. And one of the other things that I think is incredible about this book is most people don't know the backstory. And so I want to read to you what I wrote 8 years ago in my own book, The 5-Second Rule, in a chapter called Courage Changes Everything. And this is on page 217. Have faith. I believe you can make anything happen as long as you listen to your heart, do the work, and give up your timeline. One of my favorite books is the international bestseller, The Alchemist. It's one of the best-selling books of all time. It has been translated into 80 languages. I've recommended it for more than a decade, and as I was writing this book, I bought myself a new copy to keep me inspired and remind me of the message of the book. The whole universe conspires to help you when you follow your heart. Now, when I cracked open the 25th anniversary edition, I was blown away by the story in the foreword of the book. I had no idea that when The Alchemist was first published in Brazil, it failed miserably. Miserably. Listen to what Paulo Coelho, the author of The Alchemist, wrote in the foreword of the 25th anniversary of his book. When The Alchemist was first published 25 years ago in my native Brazil, no one noticed. A bookseller in the northeast corner of the country told me that only one person purchased a copy the first week of its release. It took another 6 months for the bookseller to unload a second copy, and that was to the same person who bought the first. And who knows how long it took to sell the third. By the end of the year, it was clear to everybody that The Alchemist wasn't working. My original publisher decided to cut me loose and canceled our contract. They wiped their hands of the project and let me take the book with me. I was 41 and desperate. But I never lost faith in the book or ever wavered in my vision. Why? Because it was me in there. All of me, heart and soul. I was living my own metaphor. A man sets out on a journey, dreaming of a beautiful or magical place in pursuit of some unknown treasure. At the end of his journey, the man realizes the treasure was within him the entire time. You know, when I read 41 and desperate, holy cow, I got chills when I read that line in the foreword of The Alchemist. That's how old I was when I discovered the 5-second rule. And that's exactly how I felt, desperate. And what I've come to realize is that there is no expiration date on discovering and expressing the power in you. As Paulo Coelho wrote in the foreword, it starts with a belief in yourself, and that belief is grounded in the courage to push yourself forward, set out on a journey, dreaming of a beautiful or magical place in pursuit of some unknown treasure. And I'm going to remind you exactly what Paulo reminds you of in The Alchemist. At the end of this journey, the man realizes the treasure was within him the entire time. But you're never going to find it if you don't push out on the journey. That's what this book has meant to me. But of course, the story didn't end with failure. As I wrote in The Alchemist, when you want something, the whole universe conspires to help you. I started knocking on the doors of other publishers. One opened, and the publisher on the other side believed in me and my book and agreed to give The Alchemist a second chance. Slowly, through word of mouth, it finally started to sell. 3,000, then 6,000, book by book, gradually throughout that next year. 8 months later, an American visiting Brazil picked up a copy of The Alchemist in a local bookstore. He wanted to translate the book and help me find a publisher in the United States. HarperCollins agreed to bring it to an American audience. But it still took time to sell. Slowly finding its audience in the United States by word of mouth, just as it had over the years in Brazil. And then one day, the sitting president of the United States was seen with a copy of it. The Alchemist became a spontaneous and organic phenomenon. This book was originally published in Portuguese 37 years ago. Isn't that incredible? Isn't that incredible? And isn't it incredible that it was not a success with the first publisher? Isn't it incredible that just like Santiago keeps moving forward, even though there are all these delays and twists and turns and danger, but he believes in the treasure in his heart? That The Alchemist is now celebrating its 37th anniversary, and the book is still very much alive. Like my heart and like my soul, it continues to live every day because my heart and soul are in it. And my heart and soul is your heart and soul. And that is the story of this book. The story of one person is the story of everyone's, and one person's quest is the quest of all of humanity. And that is so true. We all have a treasure that is buried deep within us. No one can take it from you, and nobody can prevent you from going and seeking it. Only you can do that to yourself. And if you pick up a copy of The Alchemist, I promise you, you are going to just be so inspired by this story. But more importantly, you are going to feel so excited and just hopeful and encouraged about the treasure that exists within you, that is uniquely for you, that can only be discovered by you. And that is when the journey to go find it will actually begin. The Alchemist. We're going to switch gears, and I'm going to recommend a book that is in a completely different category. It is a book that has brought me so close to my daughters. And, I don't think every book has to be some big fanfare thing that is deep and profound or self-help or mindset or leadership or relationships. You don't always have to be working on it. It helps you escape your life. It helps you imagine a different world, perhaps a world that doesn't exist. We here in the Robbins household are big lovers of all things Harry Potter and Game of Thrones and The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings. But I've never considered myself, oddly enough, like a fantasy reader. You know what I mean? Like that sort of fantasy that's also sexy fantasy. And that brings me to my third recommendation, which is the Court of Thorn and Roses series, otherwise known as ACA series, that in there like, Mom, you've got to read A Court of Thorn and Roses. I'm like, I don't care about fairies. And they're like, oh, no, it's so good. And Mom, don't just read it. You have to listen to the dramatic audio. Have you heard of dramatic audio? This changed my life. Dramatic audio is like a movie in your ear. Dramatic audio is when they take a book and they don't just read it. I mean, when you listen to a dramatic audio book like A Court of Thorn and Roses, holy cow, it's like a completely transformative experience. There are actors, there are sound effects, there is so much sex in this book. It's unbelievable. Yes, it is acted out. Like you literally will like blush as you're listening to this thing. It is so fun and fantasy and gripping in all ways that you could think of the word gripping. It is just absolutely incredible. Once I started listening to A Court of Thorn and Roses, I couldn't stop listening. It was like discovering a soap opera that I didn't know existed. I became so invested in the characters. The sound makes you want to escape to the world. And what's so cool about dramatic audio is that I would have my earbuds in all day long. I would be washing dishes, but I'm not in my kitchen with my hands in my soapy water. Oh, God, no. I'm literally flying with Rhysand through the skies of Prithian. Like, it's unbelievable. And then I'd be folding laundry or I'd be on a walk, and I'm not in Vermont. Holy cow. No, I'm in like the snowy underbelly of the mountain where the evil person and the king is. I mean, it is magical how it takes you away. And the coolest thing about dramatic audio, nobody knows you're there. It's not like you're sitting on the couch watching a movie and everybody can see that you're just watching a movie. Oh, no, because it's in your mind. You actually feel like you're there. It awakens something as you're picturing what they're describing and the sounds are bringing it to life. I just like you are talking about the let them theory with your sisters and brothers or your mom and dad or your friends, the Court of Thorn and Roses series became an obsession of my daughters and I for probably 6 months, because I literally listened to these books for like 6 months straight. And every time it was done, I was so disappointed. And they were all fantastic. And another thing that I have to give a shout out about is that the cover for the paperback version of the Court of Mist and Fury, it's number 2 in the series, was the inspiration. Shout out Sawyer Robbins, shout out Sarah J. Maas for the inspiration of the green cover and the yellow effects. This is where we got the idea. And you want to know something interesting? When we said we wanted the cover of the Let Them theory to be green, everybody's like, oh, no, green books are bad luck. No. There's a thing in publishing. There are no green books. Green books are bad luck. You don't want a green book. I'm like, I'm sorry. I don't think it's bad luck. Have you seen A Court of Mist and Fury? That book is green and yellow, and it's selling. I don't think people care about the cover of the book being green. We're going with green because we're inspired authentically by A Court of Mist and Fury. Now, obviously, it looks nothing like it. It's just the same sort. It's not even the same colors because this is sort of aqua blue. You can see it if you're on YouTube. So hi, everybody on YouTube. But this was the inspiration. I love it. And in fact, we talked about it so much. My husband, Chris, listened to the entire dramatic audio series. Thank you for doing that, Chris. Because one cool thing about books is they bring you together. That's why people love book clubs. And aren't you seeing a resurgence of book clubs? If you're not in a book club, don't you kind of want to be in one again? How about you start one? And, not all the books have to be serious. It's fun to escape your life. It's fun to have something to listen to that takes you to an entirely different place. It's fun to have something that you can't wait to get back to. I know so many of you feel this way about the podcast, but I got to tell you, I just mainlined this. I know that she is working on now the 6th book in the series. I cannot wait until it is completed. And if you've never listened to fantasy, if you're not quite sold yet, let me just hit you with a little bit of research. Reading or listening or watching fantasy, it is so great for your creativity, your emotional intelligence, your problem solving, because it actually helps you imagine an entirely new world. I mean, just think about things like Star Wars. Think about all these different fantasy worlds that we get pulled into that make you imagine life in a whole different way. That is exactly what this book did for me. I literally started as I was listening to it going, I want to write a fantasy book. In fact, 10 years ago, my daughters and I were sitting around, we were on vacation, and we started riffing this idea for a book. I'm not going to tell you what it is because we're actually, I think, going to do it. But this is 10 years in the making, and it was listening to this book, especially the dramatic audio, and just immersing myself in world making and thinking about different worlds and wars. And it just cracked open a level of creativity in me that I hadn't accessed before. And I think it might do the same thing for you. And if not, it's just a great book about fairies and wars and sex, and you're going to love it. And it's a great way to blow off a bunch of time as you're driving in a car or taking a walk or passing the time while you're washing dishes or doing laundry. And I'm just going to warn you, you might just get sucked into it, and you're going to love it. And that's my 3rd recommendation. Court of Thorn and Roses. And I'm now so hooked on the genre, I'm now listening to the dramatic audio of Onyx Storm. So once you're in, don't blame me. It's hard to step back out, but you're going to love it. And my final recommendation is The Firm. Yep, The Firm by John Grisham. Now, this is a book that came out in 1991. And the reason why I love this book is because this was the first page-turning thriller novel I had ever read. It was like discovering an entirely different genre. And it blew my mind. But it not only blew my mind because of how incredibly gripping and what a page turner it was. I stayed up all night reading this book. And do you want to know why I remember staying up all night reading this book? It's because I was a first-year law student. I didn't have any time. I needed to be spending my time reading law textbooks and researching the law so I could actually be prepared for class in the morning. This was a book about a lawyer who literally discovers after he joins this big, prestigious law firm that, oh my gosh, the law firm is actually tied to the mob and they're laundering money. The FBI gets involved. And this young new associate is now in like the fight of his life. He was unbelievable. But that's not the only reason why this book was unbelievable to me. So in 1991, when I discovered the world's biggest mistake, I hated law school. The second I got there, I don't know if you've ever had an experience like this, whether it's in a job or a relationship or a school, or maybe you move into an apartment, you're like, oh no, not here. I knew with every cell of my being that this was not me. I hated all the reading. I hated how intense it was. I hated how competitive everybody felt. I didn't want to be a lawyer. I just didn't know what to do with my life. And so I applied to law school because people around me had applied to law school. And so I felt like I had made the biggest mistake. I felt like I was going to be stuck being a lawyer my whole life. I felt like I was going to just forever, like never be happy. Like there was no turning back. And when I read this book, I was like, wait a minute. The guy who wrote this is a lawyer. You can be a lawyer and you can write fiction books? What? And it opened up my eyes to a very simple fact. You're not stuck anywhere. You're not stuck with the degree that you have. You're not stuck in the profession that you're in. Just because you've studied to do one thing or you dropped out of college and didn't study to do anything doesn't mean you can't write a book. Doesn't mean you can't try something new. Doesn't mean you can't start a YouTube channel. And so it was this huge epiphany to me at a moment in my life where I felt like I had railroaded myself into the wrong profession, that wait a minute, maybe this law degree is actually leading me somewhere. Maybe I'm going to learn a bunch of stuff here, but I don't have to go to a big law firm, especially not one that's laundering money for the mob. I don't have to practice law. Like I could do what John Grisham did. I could actually just get a law degree and figure it out. And that's what I've done. And there's also another reason why I wanted to recommend this book, and it's because John Grisham's story is freaking unbelievable. It reminds me a little bit of Paulo Coelho's story in terms of The Alchemist and the twists and the turns and the failing. But I want to tell you the backstory here, because this man, John Grisham, has sold 300 million books. 300 million books? That's insane. But he didn't start that way. Like, wait till you hear his career path. And this is important to hear because it's easy to gaslight yourself into thinking that there's only one career, or that making a mistake or being told no is the end of the story. It's not the end of your story. It's just part of the story, because it just shows you over and over and over and over again. You're not stuck where you are. You literally are not stuck where you are. Everything that you are doing in life is leading you somewhere else. Every experience that you have is not a waste of your time. It's actually experience that you're gaining that is going to help you down the road. You are on a journey in this thing called life. And absolutely every twist and turn, every no, every setback is preparing you for something. And so he wrote The Firm in 1991. So he attended community college because he wanted a baseball career, but then he was benched. And check this out. He failed English class in community college. He then transferred to Delta State University as a walk-on player for baseball, but cut from the team. Why? Guess the universe had some other plans for him, because how are you going to sell 300 million books if you think you're going to be a baseball player? And it's so important that you actually adopt this mindset. That what if this all works out? What if all the no's, what if all the heartbreak, what if all the disappointments is actually the world's way of pushing you in the direction you're meant to go? It's incredible. That's how life works. So he leaves Delta State University after one semester. He changed colleges, not once, not twice, 3 times before completing his degree. Initially studied economics, Then he switched to accounting. He earns a BS, a Bachelor's of Science, from Mississippi State University in 1977. He was inspired by a Vietnam veteran classmate to pursue law. Now, check this out. When he enrolled in the University of Mississippi School of Law, he intended to be a tax lawyer, but then he shifted to civil litigation. He graduated in 1981, 10 years before he wrote this book, and he practiced criminal law for nearly a decade in South Haven, Mississippi. That's the exact kind of law that I practiced for the Legal Aid Society in New York City when I graduated from law school. He was also in the House of Representatives in Mississippi, and his first novel was called A Time to Kill. And he was inspired to write that novel because he witnessed the harrowing testimony of a 12-year-old in 1984. And that's what inspired him to start writing A Time to Kill. Now, check this out. Was it an instant success? Nope. He was rejected from 28 publishers before he published A Time to Kill in 1989. He began writing the firm immediately afterwards. And holy cow, this is unbelievable. Here's what John Grisham said in an op-ed piece in the New York Times in 2010. Writing was not a childhood dream of mine. I do not recall longing to write as a student. I wasn't sure how to start. Each year from January through March, I was at the state capitol in Jackson, wasting serious time. But now I realize I was also listening to great storytellers. I took a lot of notes, not knowing why, but feeling that someday these tales would come in handy. A Time to Kill didn't sell. I stuck with my day job, defending criminals, preparing wills and deeds and contracts. Still, something about writing made me spend large hours of my free time at my desk. I had never worked so hard in my life, nor imagined that writing could be such an effort. It was way more difficult than my former jobs of laying asphalt, and at times more frustrating than my former job of selling underwear. But it paid off. Eventually, I was able to leave the law and quit politics. Writing is still the most difficult job I've ever had, but it's worth it. So The Firm by John Grisham is my final recommendation, not only because it was such an important book for me in 1991, where I felt lost in my career, and it opened my eyes to a whole different possibility. And what's interesting is I didn't think, oh, I could write a book. I just thought, oh, I don't have to practice law. And just like John Grisham, when I was little, even though I was a voracious reader, I never thought maybe I'll write a book one day. And so I also love this book because I love his backstory. And his backstory, step by step, point by point, proves something that I believe is true, that I fundamentally share with you in any way that I can, which is what we've been talking about today. Your life is preparing you for something extraordinary that hasn't happened yet. And learning how to wake up every day and focus on the power that's inside of you. Buoy yourself up by encouraging yourself. And embrace the fact that there is a treasure inside of you. There is something uniquely that is yours, that is meant for you, that is contained within you, within this life that you have. And you may be listening right now at a moment in your life where you feel completely stalled out, where you feel like you've just faced nothing but rejection. I promise you, if you hold on to the faith that all of this is preparing you for something extraordinary, it just hasn't happened yet. If you can reframe all of the painful things, the heartaches, the rejection, into lessons that are trying to teach you something, if you can take every experience that doesn't seem like it adds up, I promise you, one of these days off in the future, you are going to wake up and you're going to look back on this moment in your life and you're going to say, oh, I can see exactly why that happened. I can see exactly what I learned from it. And I can also see that this entire time, the universe was nudging me and trying to push me in the right direction all along. And your job and my job in life is simply to wake up and be present and recognize it when it's happening. And in case nobody else tells you, I wanted to be sure to tell you that I love you and I recognize it when it's happening. And I believe in you. The reason why I say I love you is because love is a very simple thing. Love is literally just admiring something in someone and having them in mind. And if I go to the books that I recommended, in The Alchemist, one is loved because one is loved. No reason is needed for loving. And see, I admire the fact that you're the kind of person that makes the time to listen to something that makes your life better. I admire that in you. So that's why I say I love you, because I admire that in you and I have you in mind. And I also tell you that you can create a better life because there is no doubt in my mind that you have the capacity and the capability and the treasure inside yourself to do so. And it is my hope that these 4 books and the Let Them theory are going to help you achieve it. Alrighty. I'll talk to you in a few days because I'll be waiting to welcome you into the very next episode the moment you hit play. I'll see you there. And for you on YouTube, thanks for watching all the way to the end. Thanks for sharing this. And this is what you're going to want to watch next. Just consider one decision that you make today has the potential to change the rest of your life. I mean, every day you decide, am I going to wake up an hour earlier like I said I would and get myself to the gym or not? Should I have that cookie at work or not? Now, look, it may seem silly. You're like, oh, for God's sakes, Mel, come on. It's not silly at all. Everything, I mean everything about where you are in your life right now, every aspect of your life is in large part a result of your past decisions. When you're headed in the wrong direction in your life, you feel it. You feel stuck, you feel frustrated, you feel sad, you feel disconnected, you feel like you're on autopilot, you feel like things are mundane. That's not how you're supposed to feel in your life. The right decision often feels wrong. You know the right decision, you're just afraid to make it. It's not about the truth, it's about the aftermath of telling the truth. This is the key to everything. Okay, this seriously blows my mind. 59% of you who listen to the Mel Robbins podcast haven't hit the subscribe button yet? What? Before we jump into the episode, and you're going to love this episode, can I please ask you for a favor? Because this is the easiest way you can support the show and you can support me. And I know you're the kind of person that loves supporting people who support you. Just tap that subscribe button. It's free. It helps me bring you this content every single week right here on YouTube. And let me tell you my commitment to you. I promise you, I am going to keep making this show and every video that I create for you on YouTube even better. I'm always listening to your feedback. In fact, everyone on my team here at the Mel Robbins podcast, we're always listening to your feedback, and we want to be sure that we're bringing you the exact content, empowerment, and inspiration that you need, that you want, and you deserve. So thank you for supporting me by hitting subscribe. I know you're the type of person who not only values your time, but you're also interested in learning how to trust yourself, how to trust your intuition, and how to be more decisive and confident in the decisions that you're making every single day. And I love that. And if you're listening to this because somebody sent this to you, here's what I want to point out to you. First of all, I think it's really cool that somebody sent this to you because it probably means that you have a big decision that you need to make and maybe you're grappling with it. Or maybe you're just the kind of person that overthinks everything and you're sick of it and you'd love to be more confident and decisive in your life. Well, that's exactly what you're going to get by listening to this or watching this episode today. You're going to learn about the science of decision making. You're going to learn about intuition. You're going to feel and become more decisive. I want that for you. I love that people in your life care about you enough to send this to you. That is so cool. Because today I'm going to teach you a very simple framework that I had to develop for myself in order to stop being so damn indecisive. I know. Today, I'm probably one of the most decisive people you'll ever meet. But I've learned that as a skill. I've had to learn how to trust my gut, full stop. I wasn't always this way. I mean, being decisive, learning how to trust your intuition, it's a skill. And today I'm going to teach you the tricks, the tools, the frameworks that I've used in order to become more confident in my decisions. And I want to preview for you what we're going to cover today because there are 4 specific topics that I've broken this into that are going to truly help you learn how to trust your gut and become more decisive. So, first, we're going to cover the topic of intuition. What is it? How does it work? Why should you trust it? And honestly, I love this topic because the science here is fascinating. And it's also going to help you trust what your gut and intuition is saying when you understand how it works. Second topic we're going to cover is understanding the difference between moments where make the gut decision, follow your intuition, don't even second guess it, versus those moments where you should pause and think through the pros and the cons and the implications of a decision before you just make it. The third topic we're going to cover is moments where you have a decision to make, but you feel conflicted. I'm talking breakups, leaving jobs, telling the truth, owning up to what you've done wrong. Talk about conflicted. Oh my gosh. For those moments in life, you need a framework that anchors you and holds your hand and helps you unlock the courage that you're going to need in order to do the right thing and follow through with the decision that you know you need to make. In order to teach this framework to you, I'm going to share a gut wrenching situation with you from one of your fellow listeners who is questioning whether or not they should call off their wedding. I mean, wait till you hear this. When you hear this, you're going to be like, oh, I feel conflicted and I'm not even in the situation. But we're going to use this framework to help this person decide what decision to make. And finally, I'm going to teach you one of the most important things I've ever learned. There are no bad decisions when you understand the power of the decisions that you make. See, part of making a decision is trusting your ability to handle whatever comes with it. That's why I believe you're one decision away from a better life, because a decision turns your life in a different direction. And you know this. You've felt the power that a single decision can make in your life. In fact, I want you to think back to some of the decisions that you've made in your life that changed your life and pointed you in a whole new direction. I mean, maybe you decided to go to college far away from where you grew up. And that experience completely changed who you are. It changed perhaps where you lived for the rest of your life. That happened to me. Maybe going to one party on a random Thursday, your gut just said, I should just get out of the house and go. You walked in the door, you met the love of your life. That's a decision that changed your life. Maybe quitting that job that used to drain you. Quitting it, that decision led you to find your dream career. You wouldn't be there without quitting that other job. Maybe going gluten-free or giving up alcohol or quitting your vaping habit completely changed your health. I mean, every single day, just stop and think about this. You make thousands of decisions that you make today has the potential to change the rest of your life. But when you don't know how to trust yourself, here's what happens. You question every decision. And that can make you stay stuck in the same patterns, in the same place, and around the same types of people for decades. I mean, you're literally putting the potential for your life, that beautiful future that you want, into the 4 things that you're going to learn today about intuition and the difference between thinking through a decision and going with your gut and what to do when you feel conflicted. I want you to take a moment and I want you to get selfish. You're listening to this for a reason. So just think about it. What's a decision that you're overthinking or that you're avoiding or that you're questioning? Maybe it's whether you should move out of your apartment with your roommates and live on your own for the very first time. Or maybe you're out of the house, but do you want to be tied down? Is that what you really want? I don't know. Are you questioning whether you should go back to grad school to become a therapist or a nurse because that's what you've always wanted to do? Or maybe you've been thinking about a decision. You really want to put yourself out there in a bigger way by becoming an influencer or starting a YouTube channel. Or maybe you want to be using social media, not for your personal life, but to market your business. But when you really think about putting yourself out there, you're like, I don't know, you just start to doubt yourself. And you've been really considering. Are you thinking about moving? Have you been thinking about reaching out to someone in your family that you're kind of estranged from or angry with and you've been putting it off? That's a decision to put it off or to pick up the phone. Just really hold on to that. Because as you and I go through each of the four things that we're going to talk about today, I want you to hold on to this decision and use what you're learning to help you be decisive. And here's the thing about this topic. I'm so fired up to talk about this. And I'm so excited that you're interested in this because learning how to trust yourself, learning how to become more decisive, learning how to assure yourself that no matter what decision that you make, if you have the courage to make a decision, you're going to be okay. Holy cow, this is the key to everything because every decision you make is like this little fork in the road where you get to choose. Am I staying the same or am I going to lead myself to a better future? I mean, remember, your friend Mel Robbins says nobody's coming. Every single decision opens the door to a different possibility. And I want you to really think about the power of every decision you make. I mean, every day you decide. Am I going to wake up an hour earlier, like I said I would, and get myself to the gym or not? Should I have that cookie at work or not? What movie should I watch tonight? What should I have for dinner? What outfit should I wear to work? What shoes? Now, look, it may seem silly. You're like, oh, for God's sakes, Mel, come on. It's not silly at all. Everything, I mean, everything about where you are in your life right now, every aspect of your life is in large part a result of your past decisions. And more importantly, this is what I want you to really consider who you're going to be in the future. Every aspect of who you become, from how much money you have, to what your relationships are like, to what your friend groups are like, to what your health is like, how you spend your days, is 100% a result of the decisions you make today. That's how powerful your decisions are. If you want to be the kind of person that's healthy, you need to make decisions that a healthy person makes. If you want to be the kind of person who has a lot of money, starting today, you gotta sells their art. Starting today, you, through the power of your decisions, can become that person. Every single choice you make has power. I just love this topic. But here's the thing, though. Right now, you're probably like I used to be. You're not even aware of the decisions that you're making. You're just sort of like on autopilot. That's how I was. I was making decisions without even understanding how your brain and your body and your nervous system processes the options that are in front of you all day long. And if you're on autopilot like I used to be, oh, hit the snooze button, just shove this in my mouth, just go to work and complain about my job. Oh my gosh, what happens is your decisions just run on repeat. And then past decisions dictate your present and future. I'm going to give you an example. Let's say deep in your gut, you've been saying to yourself, I got to quit vaping. I've just got to quit vaping. Every day, all day long, you actually have a decision to make. Are you going to just throw that vape out and all the cartridges and go cold turkey? Or are you going to say to yourself, well, I've tried to quit before and it's never really worked. And so then you make a decision. I'm just going to reach for the vape again and take a puff and I'll do that tomorrow. That's a decision. Anybody who's gotten sober or ended a relationship or quit a job or turned their life around will tell you that one decision will change your life. That's what we're talking about today. Aren't you tired of holding yourself back? Aren't you tired of doubting yourself? Don't you want to be more decisive? Isn't it exhausting to constantly question yourself? Don't you want to trust your intuition and your gut and know that no matter what, you're going to be okay? Decisions. You press play. You made a decision to find the time to be here today to learn more about how to be more decisive. That's so freaking cool. So whatever it is that you've been putting off or questioning, just keep it front and center as we go step by step through the four things that I'm going to teach you today. And I'm going to share a little bit with you just quickly. I have a decision that I'm noodling right now, and it's a big decision about something related to my business. It seems like a great opportunity, but I don't know that I want to do the opportunity. So I'm right there with you. I've got this thing. I'm at a fork in the road. There are pros, there are cons. I'm questioning, I'm doubting, I'm overthinking. And so I'm going to be using this framework too. And I want you to keep your decision right in mind. Be selfish as hell today, okay? Are you breaking up? Are you putting yourself back out there? Are you moving? Are you signing up for that art class? Are you changing your major? Are you going to finally have that conversation? Are you going to dust off your resume and actually do what you said you were going to do? Are you going to go find the funding for your, what are you doing? Keep it front and center, because you and I are going to walk through a step by step by step approach that is going to move your life forward and put an end to the standstill that you've trapped yourself in. All right, so let's talk about intuition. For a long time, I didn't actually understand the physiology, the neurology, the science of how your mind, body, nervous system is all connected and how it is your intuition. It's like this inner compass, this intelligent design that you were born with that is in place in your body and that works in such magnificent ways. And it is there to help you navigate your day to day decisions. It is there just like a GPS helping you make the right and left turns all day long. And if you understand what your intuition is, what a gut decision is, what it's trying to do, how it's trying to help you, holy cow, tapping into your intuition as a decision-making tool, it's going to help you stay connected to your big dreams. It's going to help you stay grounded in your values. Those dreams that you have, those kind of things that are pulling you toward a bigger future, those things that you think about that never quite disappear, they start to act like this future destination that becomes clearer and clearer, and your intuition and your gut is helping you navigate your way to it. Your internal compass, that intuition and gut decision making that you have within you, it is programmed there for a reason. It uses the exact same scientific principles that explain why a traditional compass works. So, for example, a traditional compass has a magnet inside it. And that magnet, what is it doing when it points true north? It's just responding to the magnetic energy of the earth. Your compass, your intuition, it works the exact same way as a traditional compass. It reads magnetic energy all around you. I want you to stop and think about this, because when you really tune into your intuition, you can feel it pulling you toward things, and you can also immediately feel it pushing you away from people that have bad energy, right? You've walked into a room and you immediately feel like the vibe is off with somebody. You're like, ooh, avoid that person. You don't even have to talk to them. That's your intuition. That's your internal compass. See, your compass is constantly reading not only your energy, but all of the energy around you and that is happening in life and with other people. And that compass then pulls in all the energy around you and then attunes it to whether or not it's in alignment with you. That's your true north. Or, whoa, there's a person with really awful energy. Let's cross the street. Your intuition is part of this complex, intelligent design system that I want you to trust. I want you to use it. It has been fashioned by your DNA. It is hardwired in you from your birth. It's been using programming from your life experience, from your gut, from your brain, and from your heart. And all you need to do in order to be more decisive and to start trusting yourself is to learn how it works and to start paying attention to the signals in your own mind, in your own body, and your own spirit. Because I'm telling you, the signals are there and they're there all day long. And this is why I also am going to continue to remind you, you already know the best decision for you. You already know the right thing to do. The problem isn't knowing what to do. It's finding the courage to make yourself do it. And once you really embrace the truth of what intuition is, and you recognize this intelligent system inside you that has been communicating with you since you were born. You are now going to know what you need to do in any single situation. How freaking cool is that? All of the angst, all the negative energy, all of that resistance and overthinking, it's unnecessary because your compass is already telling you that your life is either headed in the wrong direction or it's headed in the right direction. So let's talk about what does it feel like if you're headed in the wrong direction? When you're headed in the wrong direction in your life, you feel it. You feel stuck. You feel frustrated. You feel sad. You feel disconnected. You feel like you're on autopilot. You feel like things are mundane. That's not how you're supposed to feel in your life. That's why I say feeling stuck is actually a good thing. It's a signal that you're headed in the wrong direction. It's a signal that your compass is going ding, 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 wake up. You got to turn towards something new. Ding, ding, ding. You got to feel alive again. Ding, ding, ding. This relationship blows. We either got to work on it or you got to get out of here. So being stuck, being frustrated, being disconnected, these are all just signs that your life and the way that you're living it is no longer aligned with where you're supposed to go. It's a directional signal. Isn't that kind of cool? Doesn't mean you're indicted to stay there. And now that you understand that you are designed to be moving in a direction that feels true north and an alignment for you, it's super cool to tune into this inner compass and GPS system. And I'm going to give you a few examples. And these are what I call you just knew it moments. Have you ever had one of those? Of course you have. It's one of these split second moments where you just knew it and you didn't question it and you turned and leaned toward what your intuition was telling you. You didn't even really think about it. You just knew. For example, you walk into a train car or into a bar, and the first person you lay eyes on, the love of your life. That's what happened to me. It was actually the voice. I was standing at a bar in New York City in 1994, and I was ordering a bourbon on the rocks to go. I wanted the bartender to put it in a plastic cup so I could sneak out of the bar. And from behind me, I heard, "That sounds great, make it two." And I turned around and laid eyes on Christopher Robbins. I just knew. You know, I've had a couple of these moments in my life where I just knew something was wrong. My intuition, my compass knew before my mind could make sense of it. One example in my life is when our son Oakley was born. He came home from the hospital and everything seemed fine except for one thing. We couldn't get him to eat. And I just knew something was wrong. And yet my mind couldn't make sense of it. I literally kept going back to the pediatrician every single day. "Mark, something's wrong. Mark, something's wrong. Mark, something wrong." I had known him at that point for 11 years. "Mark, something's wrong. Something's wrong. I just know it. I just know it. I just know it." We didn't know what was wrong. We didn't know what was wrong. And then all of a sudden, 5 days later, boom, the you know what hit the fan. And Oakley is being medevaced downtown to Mass General Brigham Hospital. And they told us they weren't sure he was going to make it. It turned out that he had had Hirschsprung's disease, which is an extraordinarily rare disease impacting the intestines. And it had gotten so bad over those 6 days that he was ready to literally rupture, which would have killed him. He would have died of septic shock. And I just knew something was wrong, even though we didn't even get that diagnosis for another week or two. I'll give you another example. Day one of my job working for a corporate law firm, 1998, I knew it was the wrong job. I knew it. I absolutely knew it. I felt in my gut like how to actually change my career. I couldn't make sense in my mind how I was going to pay my bills. I couldn't make sense of what I was going to do. I had just gone to law school. I had spent 3 years being a public defender. I can't change my career now. So I'm telling you these examples because these are examples where you didn't need to know. You didn't need to make sense of it. Your intuition knew because it always knows, because it is uniquely, intelligently designed to align with the truth for you. So now that we've covered intuition, I want to briefly talk about this second topic, which is there are two different ways to make decisions. And there are going to be times in life where just go with your gut and just make the decision immediately right now. And then there are going to be those times where even though you know what your gut is saying, and the way that you figure that out is just get quiet, drop out of your head, drop into your body, and feel what the decision feels like. If you feel yourself dreading it, if you feel yourself depleted, if you feel yourself shrinking and constricted, that's not aligned with you. If you think about the decision and you imagine the possibility of it and something opens up, you feel slightly energized, even if it scares you a little bit. That's something that's aligned with you. That means it is for you. It feels a certain way. And in order to tease this out, because this gets very confusing, I want to talk about those decisions where you feel very conflicted and when you need to use your gut and when you are going to use your head and your thinking skills to act out the decision. Because there's a big difference when you're making a decision between what you need to do versus when and how you're going to do it. And that's what you need to remember when you feel very conflicted about the decision. You're going to use your gut to determine what you need to do, because as we've just laid out, your intuition is part of your intelligent design. Your intuition, when you quiet your emotions and you tune into it, is telling you exactly what you need to do. But that is very different than when you're going to make the decision and how you're going to tell people. And that's where you use your brain. Okay. And I'm going to give you a just agonizing example of what I'm talking about. And it comes from one of your fellow listeners who wrote to me, and I'm going to read to you the decision that this person needs to make. I write about this in the Let Them Theory book. This is chapter 8, and I love the title of this chapter. Are you ready? The right decision often feels wrong. And that's a really important thing to understand, that there is a difference between the decision that you need to make and how it's going to feel when you tell people the decision. And learning how to separate the decision-making process, which is what is the right thing for me, from the telling the decision to other people process is critical. Because again, I'm going to tell you something. You know the right decision. You're just afraid to make it. And you're afraid to make it because you're worried about what other people are going to think. You're worried about other people's expectations. You're worried about dealing with other people's emotions. That's why decision-making is difficult. That's why you're not trusting your gut. It's not about the truth. It's about the aftermath of telling the truth. And that's exactly what our listener was talking about. So this listener writes to me, Mel, I'm engaged and soon to be married. The wedding is a few weeks away, and I know this should be one of the happiest moments of my life, but it's not. The closer we get to the wedding, the more my fiance and I are fighting. I can't stop shaking this feeling of dread. Deep down, I'm afraid I'm making a huge mistake. I don't know what to do. The invitations are out. My parents and hers have already put down the deposits for everything. I don't want to disappoint my family. I don't want my parents to lose their money. I don't want to break my fiance's heart. I don't want her parents and everyone else we know to be mad at me. How do I call this off? I mean, just reading that question, I mean, can't you feel your heart seize? Of course it's seizing. Because when the stakes are that high, the right answer always feels wrong. I want you to stop and think. If the groom were sitting across from you, what would you tell the groom to do? He says, I can't stop shaking this feeling of dread. Deep down, I'm afraid I'm making a huge mistake. Isn't it true that it's so easy to say and to see that on the surface, the answer is actually simple? He should call it off. I mean, if you're dreading the wedding, you're making a mistake. I mean, you know that. I know that. If you can't stop thinking about calling it off, then you should. But here's why decision making is hard. Even when the right decision seems clear, it doesn't always mean it's an easy decision to make. Why? Well, that's because the human experience is largely an emotional one. And what seems logical when you drop into your gut and you imagine, because here's how you would use your inner compass, right? I think about these moments where you feel conflicted, like driving through a blinding rainstorm. The GPS is on, but because of the rainstorm, you can't see more than 20 feet ahead of you. But you trust the GPS, don't you? Of course you do. And so you just keep moving forward through the storm. Your emotions are the storm. And what happens for all of us, it happens for me. I mean, my God, the emotion is what has kept me in relationships too long. It's kept me from apologizing or owning up to my behavior. It's kept me from making decisions that work for me because I'm afraid I'm going to upset other people. Emotions, the storms that you feel as you're following your own GPS, those are going to be there. You have to learn how to navigate through them. See, too often in life, when you're in this kind of dilemma, you choose to inflict pain on yourself instead of making a decision that you know is the right one for you, but it might be painful for other people to accept. I mean, let's be honest with each other. The groom who wrote in, he already knows what he needs to do. See, I think anytime anybody writes and asks for advice on what decision to make, you know what decision you need to make. You're not actually asking for help making a decision. What you're asking for is courage. You're asking for reassurance. You're asking for help in handling the emotions and the guilt and the dread that you feel, knowing that the decision that you need to make is going to hurt other people, or it's going to turn your life upside down, or it's going to lead to something that could be exciting, but it could also not work. And what I want you to understand is agonizing and questioning a difficult decision like this, that's a mentally healthy response to a difficult situation. There's nothing easy about this situation. Nobody takes pleasure in making a hard decision. I mean, the fact that this guy is worried about the other people is a sign that he's a really good person. But that doesn't mean he should get married to somebody he doesn't want to marry. And I want to remind you, there are going to be times in your life when people are going to be mad or disappointed or heartbroken by the things that you say or do and the decisions that you make. There just will be. And that's why understanding that there's a difference between what you need to do and how and when you do it. That's the art of decision making. Now, one thing I want to say about the difference between decisions where you're just going to go for it and trust your gut, and those decisions where you're going to hit the pause button, you're going to travel upstairs, and you're going to use your brain to make a plan, is that this is super important. And the reason why this is important is because there's a lot of research about how your emotions impact your decision making in really negative ways. I'm looking at some studies here that I wanted to talk to you about. There's very interesting research from neuroscientists, of course, about the various parts of the brain that you use and the different ways that people make decisions. But that gets so complicated that I'm just trying to boil it down for you in simple terms so you can actually walk away from this conversation and apply everything you're learning. And so if you look at what we've discussed so far, which is why you should trust your intuition and your intelligent design in gut decision making, it is important for you to understand that you have to settle your emotions first. Because what's interesting is that there's very, very clear research that your brain weighs your emotional state when it's weighing whether or not a decision is a good one or bad one. And this is important to understand because when you're stressed out or fearful, research shows you just choose the path of least resistance. You do what you've always done. You avoid the decision. And you and I have both done that. How many times have you put off quitting a job or having the conversation, or heck, even going to the gym because you feel sad or you feel too stressed out to go. That's an example of how your emotions are impacting decisions in the moment. It's helpful for me to think about the fact that I know the truth of what I need to do in my gut. My emotions have a point of view about whether or not I feel like doing it. We're just going to ignore that. And you can ladder up to your brain to help you make a plan. And I want to remind you, making no decision is a decision because you're deciding to stay exactly where you are and ignore what your intuition is telling you. You're deciding to accept less than you deserve and delay making the changes that will bring you happiness and more satisfaction in your life. Those are decisions, and you need to wake up and recognize that you're making them. Just imagine yourself a year from now. You're in the marriage, you're in the job, you still live in the same place, you haven't moved mom to the nursing home. You are still paying for your adult kid, even though nothing's changed and you resent him for it. When you close your eyes and you drop into your gut and you really read the navigation, if I point myself toward a future where I do nothing, oh my God, how do you feel? If you feel your chest tighten, if you feel dread, if you feel your energy drain, oh my God. Do not go in that direction. Do not get married. Do not avoid the decision with your mom in a nursing home. Do not stay in med school. Do not avoid applying for nursing school this go around, because a year from now, you know that your chest is tightening and you feel depleted if you're not in school. And then point yourself in the other direction a year from now. If you're not married, if you dropped out of medical school, if you are in nursing school, if you stopped financing your adult kid's life and they got their act together, how do you feel now? If you started that YouTube channel today, if you started marketing your business, if you ended how do you feel now? And if you all of a sudden feel things open up and you feel expansion and you feel a little bit of energy, even if it scares you, that is true north. That's what aligns with you. That's what you need to do. Now we travel upstairs as the gut chit chats to the brain and we ask ourselves, okay, I know what I need to do. When is the right time to make this decision? How is the right way to communicate this decision and to whom? And then you make a plan, and that's what you use your brain for. See, in life, the most courageous, honorable, and kind thing to do is to tell someone when you realize you don't want to be with them. It's hard to be honest, especially when it's going to hurt other people. You know, the let them theory has really helped me change this in myself. I used to either avoid conversations or over explain everything or like overthink things or delay the decisions I needed to make because I was afraid someone would get upset with me or they'd think I was a bad person. And all it did was create more anxiety for me. Learning to let them be upset, let them be confused by your decision, let them react to your decision. Don't be afraid. I promise you, you're going to experience that power too. I don't think you have a problem knowing what you need to do. You realize that you can navigate those kinds of storms by following your GPS and then using your brain to figure out the best way to communicate the decision, the best timing, and the most responsible timing to do it, like quitting your job. Don't just do that immediately. You need to use your brain to make a plan and make sure you have enough money and that you don't put yourself in a precarious situation. But you can know 3 to 6 months before you leave a job that you're actually leaving it. That's what you do with your intuition. What you do with your brain is to create a really smart plan to actually execute against it in a responsible and empowering way. See, the only conflict that you're going to feel now that you understand the power of how to make the right decision is that you're going to feel conflict internally about how your decision impacts other people and how they're going to react. This is why you stay in a marriage for a decade when you know you want it to end. This is why people stay in jobs for too long. It's why people pick majors and career paths and then stay in them because they're afraid of making a decision that is going to cause someone else to feel something. And if you understand that emotions are a normal part of your life, You're going to feel them. Other adults are going to feel the ups and downs. You can be more courageous. I don't want you making decisions with your emotions. I want you to make decisions based on the truth of your intuition, what feels aligned with you and the vision that you have for your life and the magnetic energy that pulls you towards it. And I want you to use your brain to make a plan for how to execute the decision in the most responsible and powerful way. When you do that, you will be one of the most decisive and powerful and unstoppable people on the freaking planet. That's how you use this science. And none of this is easy. I mean, there are plenty of decisions that have been difficult for me to make in my life that I've delayed 6 months, a year, 2 months. Heck, when our son wanted to move to southern Vermont, my husband and our son moved up here for a year. I didn't go. I knew eventually that I would, but I wasn't ready. The when and the how for me took almost a year, and that's okay. And so there are going to be decisions that you make immediately when this episode is over. And then there are going to be those decisions that you're like, I know that what Mel's saying is right, and I know what my gut is telling me. And perhaps for the first time in my life, I understand why I need to trust it. And I also am going to take a little pressure off because this is the kind of decision that needs some planning. And that's what I'm going to use my brain to do. And when you understand decision making in this context, that there's a difference between what you need to do and how and when you do it, now you can leverage the full capacity of your gut, your heart, and your mind to align your life with what's meant for you, no matter how hard it is. And that brings me to the final point. I think one of the biggest obstacles to being more decisive in life is this fear that you're going to make the wrong decision. What if you trusted yourself enough to be able to handle the fallout of any decision that you made? What if instead of fearing that you're going to make the wrong decision, you accepted the science of how intuition and how your internal GPS is helping you navigate? And you started to tune into what you know to be true. And you just separated the truth from how and when you plan and you execute those decisions. You take a little bit of the pressure off, but you really triple down on the truth. Because it's easy to say, I don't know how to trust my gut. I don't know how to listen to my intuition. I don't think that's true. I think you know exactly what your intuition is telling you. You just ignore it. And our conversation today is an invitation to really change the way you even talk about that. I know exactly what my intuition is telling me. I know exactly what my gut is telling me to do. I know exactly what the decision is. I'm just afraid to make it. I know exactly what I should do. I know when things feel off. I can read the energy of things. I know when I'm at a job or in a relationship or in a friend group or living in a place where it just starts to feel off, and I know I need to trust it. I'm working on how quickly I pivot and execute on that truth. When you look at decision making that way, that it's all just data, that what you can sense is what's true for you. And that even if you make a decision to get married or to change your careers or to move or to take on a new hobby or do whatever it is that you're going to do, when you make that decision and you truly believe that this is the right decision in the moment, it's never going to be the wrong decision if you also say, no matter what, I trust in my ability to handle what comes next. Like, let's just take the example of me and the job. When I made the decision to get that job, it felt like the right decision because I needed to pay my bills. And this was the first job offer that I had gotten when we had moved from New York City to Boston in 1998. So I was thrilled. It was the right decision because I needed to pay my bills. But when I walked into that office for the very first day in that high rise on High Street in downtown Boston, I knew in my gut, oh boy, not the place for me. Do you see the power in telling yourself that there are no wrong decisions because every decision leads you somewhere else? I needed the money, and I also knew that I wasn't going to stay there for the rest of my life. And that's the directional signal that I needed from my internal navigation system, my intuition, my gut, to help me recognize I'm at a fork in the road. And for me personally, I sat at that fork for another year. That's okay. And then I executed the plan to change my career entirely. So was that a wrong decision? Was it a bad decision? Did I fail? I don't think so. Just like a lot of the decisions that you've made, whether it's decisions to stay too long in a relationship, decisions not to change your marriage, decisions to move, to not move, all of those things are just data. Maybe you're the kind of person that has needed a lot of pain and frustration and struggle to finally wake the hell up and recognize that it's a lot easier to listen to what your gut is telling you than to ignore it. So all of those things that you think you may be screwed up, maybe it just led you right here. It led you and gave you exactly what you needed so that you could listen to this podcast episode today and say, you know what? Mel's right. I do know what's right for me. I do know what my gut is telling me. And what I'm going to work on is the courage to trust it. To not only trust the decision, but to trust in myself and my ability to move through whatever happens when I make it. When you look at decision making that way, you're not only going to be able to trust yourself faster and quicker and be more decisive, you're going to feel more confident because you're going to know whatever comes in the wake of that decision, you, my friend, are going to be okay. In fact, this conversation today, it's made me decide I'm going to do this thing. I've been thinking about it and writing out the pros and cons on paper and talking to people and weighing it, and not weighing it, and stressing out about it. But based on everything we've talked about, it's pretty easy for me to cut through the negativity and the emotion and the fear and see that I actually do want to do this thing. And even if it doesn't work, I feel confident that I'm going to be proud of myself, that I actually made the decision and I did it. I hope our conversation gave you the clarity and the tools and the frameworks that you need to cut through the emotion, to drop into your intelligent design, to figure out what the right next move is for you, and then recognize that there's so much value in traveling up to your brain and making a plan for how you're going to execute this decision, when it's going to become a reality. When you do that, I promise you, there are absolutely no bad decisions because you are aligning what you do with what is true for you. And only you know what the right thing is for you because you now know that you're going to feel it. Alrighty, I can't wait to hear what you do with this and what decisions you make. And in case no one else tells you, I wanted to be sure to tell you that I love you and I believe in you. And I believe in your power to create a better life. For real. Because now you know how to be more decisive, how to trust your gut, how to follow your intuition, and how to unlock the courage to move your life in the direction that is meant for you. I'll see you in the very next episode. I'll be waiting to welcome you in the moment you hit play. Alrighty, I'm thrilled that you're here and you watched all the way to the end. I can't wait to see what decisions you make. I hope you share them with me here on YouTube. And I know you're looking for the next video to watch. And I'm going to make the decision for you. You're going to check out this one and you're going to love it. I'll see you there.
Only 1 in 3 Americans make healthy, sufficient sleep a priority on a night-to-night basis. Anywhere between 20 and 50% of Americans struggle with one of 2 difficulties, and that's either struggling to fall asleep or maintain sleep.
How do you create consistent sleep if something is interrupting your ability to do it?
Here's the dirty secret. Even if you can't get enough sleep, if you can get consistent sleep, you're going to do much better than someone that's getting enough sleep, but keeping different schedules.
Wait, what?
Yes, consistency is king.
Wow. What is the average amount of time that it takes to fall asleep?
We think that we just should be able to crawl into bed and flip our brains off like a switch. Wrong. Many of us have bright blue light emitting devices all around us, not only our light bulbs, but also the devices that we carry around with us. If you find that you're a little bit addicted to your phone, it's hard to put it down, commit to putting your phone down 5 minutes before you want to be falling asleep, and ideally on airplane mode to say, I'm off for the night. This is my time at night for me.
What is one of your favorite tips in order to get better sleep?
One of my favorite tips for a great night's sleep is...
Hey, it's your friend Mel, and welcome to the Mel Robbins Podcast. First of all, it's just an honor to be able to spend some time with you today right now, and I want to acknowledge you for choosing to listen to something that could help you create a better life. I just think that's super cool that you're putting yourself first. And I have a question for you. When was the last time you had a great night's sleep? You know, the kind where you wake up and you jump out of bed and you feel so energized and refreshed and focused. Wouldn't it be great if you woke up tomorrow and you're like, oh, I feel so great? Well, I'm on a mission to help you feel that exact way because a renowned sleep scientist from Harvard is here in our Boston studios to prove to you that sleep is your superpower. And she has 7 simple, free, and science-backed tips that will help you and the people that you love get better sleep and wake up feeling refreshed, energized, focused, and in control. Doesn't that sound great? I thought so. So let's do this. Please help me welcome Dr. Rebecca Robbins to the Mel Robbins Podcast.
Thank you for having me.
Well, I would love to start by having you speak directly to the person listening. If they take everything that you're about to share and teach us to heart, what could you expect to change about your life if you follow the advice you're about to give us about sleep?
Today, we're going to cover some of my favorite tips and strategies that are evidence-based and start tonight to get a better night's sleep. And if you can make a couple small changes and get a little bit better quality sleep, I'm biased, I'm a sleep scientist, but you will be amazed. Some of the findings include better productivity, our relationships improve, our mental health improves, and then into the long term, our research is uncovering that our sleep every night plays an important role in the quality of our life as we age and also our risk for neurocognitive decline. So many things can fall in line when we put sleep really high up on our priority list.
Wow. You're here to tell us that there are small things that you can do to help you be a better sleeper. And before we jump in and we just start to unpack all the cool things that we can do that are in our control, I wondered if we could just zoom out a little bit. Because when you're feeling tired and overwhelmed and just kind of beaten down by your life, can you just explain as a sleep researcher how working on sleep is going to impact every area of your life?
You hear a lot now about brain fog, about fatigue, about low energy levels, and people seeking answers online. So it's almost like we're focusing on the symptoms instead of the cause. And one of the driving forces of some of those symptoms that many people are experiencing is insufficient or poor quality sleep. Many of us are struggling. 2 out of 3 Americans are not getting the sleep that they biologically need in a consistent manner. But in addition, we have a problem of poor quality sleep. Anywhere between 20 and 50% of Americans struggle with one of 2 difficulties. And that's either struggling to fall asleep or maintain sleep. So waking up at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning and struggling to fall back asleep. And so those struggles contribute to poor quality sleep. And our research in our lab has shown that fewer than 3 in 10 Americans report waking up and reporting that their sleep is restorative. And that's what it's all about. Because if we're spending time in bed and it's not restorative sleep that we're getting, what's the point? But some of the behavioral tips and strategies that we'll get into are really how you unlock that restorative sleep that we're all after.
Why do so many people wake up feeling so tired?
I think it kind of comes back to the conversations. I've seen them on social media, interpersonally. Just it's almost part of our day-to-day narrative as a society. How are you tired? I hope one day we could flip that. But unfortunately, when we do say, I'm feeling great, I'm feeling well rested, that's not often looked as very positively in our society. So I hope that one day that changes. I think we're moving away from the notion of, I'll sleep when I'm dead. We're finally kind of, I think, collectively waking up to the importance of sleep as a population. We still have so far to go. But there used to be this idea of I'll sleep when I'm dead. I'll take hours from my sleep and magically add it back to my day. But that comes at a price. And we can probably all attest to this. But if you wake up and haven't gotten enough sleep, your body is operating well below its potential, not only from our physical health, our emotional health, our cognitive health, so many decrements when we're not getting enough sleep. But I think that when we can put sleep at the really high on our priority list, maybe even at the core of everything that we do. And I'm not talking about, crazy sweeping changes. What's so exciting about sleep is a lot of these are really small things. It's just cutting screens out a little bit earlier in your evening, maybe having dinner a little bit earlier, doing a couple of the relaxation exercises that we're going to be talking about can offer a number of benefits in terms of our ability to fall asleep and get into the deeper sleep that supports our waking success.
Wow. That's so interesting. Dr. Robbins, why do all of these tips and evidence-backed interventions matter so much?
What's so powerful about sleep, it's just this great equalizer. But what's also so interesting is we never receive formal training about sleep, really not in school. Even medical doctors receive only about 20, 25 minutes in the average medical curricula about sleep, which is a huge problem when you think about it, because so many of us are struggling. We talked about some of the numbers. And so it creates this culture of, well, if my primary care provider doesn't fully understand sleep, what might happen is a lot of, pharmacological interventions, and there is a time and a place for that. But what's so interesting about sleep is even in clinical trials that pit meds, pharmacological intervention against behavior, what we find is that the behavioral change, when we can successfully implement some of these strategies that we've talked today, that actually wins out in terms of insomnia symptoms. So with people who are really struggling, then the medications over time, which is so amazing.
I want to make sure the person listening just heard that. Mm-hmm. So in clinical studies, when you put medication up against the behavioral changes that we're talking about today, mm-hmm. that the behavioral changes over time beat insomnia and the insomnia drugs over and over and over again.
Isn't that so powerful?
It's really powerful because it tells us that small changes add up over time and that, yes, you are designed to and you can learn to sleep and get the rest that you deserve and wake up energized. And it begins with these small changes. Mm-hmm. Wow. How does sleep impact the memory and the brain, Dr. Robbins?
Sleep and the brain are really fascinating areas. And it turns out that during sleep, we not only kind of rinse and repeat and rehearse some of the memories that we took in from the day, but we also start to kind of put them into storage and figure out, importantly, where they should go in the brain, which when you think about it is a fascinating exercise and so important as we learn things, we're exposed to new things in the world around us. Our brain does this amazing process at night during sleep of, where should I file this away? And importantly, what memories should I hold on to and which can I let go? Because we're exposed to so much information. We learn so much now more than ever with our phones in our pockets. The information that we're exposed to is enormous and our brains are amazing, but it couldn't possibly store all of that information. And so there's this fascinating process called pruning that takes place during sleep where we try to figure out our brain, what memories can it let go of and which should it keep? And where should those memories be stored? And we really are starting to uncover and believe that dreaming is one of the ways that this happens. So during dreaming, it's almost like the brain is throwing spaghetti against a wall to see, okay, the events from today, where do they fit in our existing networks of the brain? So when we put sleep at the center, so many positive outcomes come in terms of our learning, our memory, and for students, academic excellence.
So if I can extract what you just said and try to give it back to you to make sure that I'm tracking. I always think of this example of a giant library. So during the day, the books are out and they've been given to people to read. When you mm-hmm. lay down in bed and you fall asleep, that's when the books come back to the library and they get put on the proper shelf. And that's your brain learning how to file memories, this pruning process. Is that what you call it?
I love that analogy.
Okay.
And maybe figuring out, that book wasn't very well, widely read. So maybe we'll send it to a sister library.
Got it. So you also prioritize what's important.
Which is so fascinating.
And then the other thing that you said that I think is really, really important to understand. Oh my God, I just had literally like a menopause brain fog thing. I must not have gotten a great night's sleep last night because I had such a good thing that was, what were you just talking about?
Learning, memory.
Oh, that was it. Okay, see, everybody? You're not the only one with brain fog. We're all here to learn how to sleep better. But this is super important that you're basically saying that a critical part of learning and locking in a new skill or a habit happens during sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you're having trouble making new habits stick, or if you're studying for the Series 7, or you're studying for a standardized test or some exam coming up, or you've got a huge presentation that you have coming up for work, sleep and putting sleep at the center of how you're taking care of yourself helps you lock in the learning, helps you perform better. That's what you're saying based on the research?
Exactly. But when you walk into any college campus, any corporate environment, you almost hear the opposite. People saying, oh, I'm going to stay up late to crank through this report. I'm going to pull an all-nighter to study more, to give myself more time. Let me, take more hours in my day away from my sleep and add it back to my productivity. It really throws that notion on its head, right? Because all the research shows that when we prioritize sleep, our learning improves, our productivity improves. So the next day you wake up and you're able to accomplish what you would have otherwise done in a fraction of the time.
Terrific. That's super clear. So we are going to jump into these 7 strategies that you have that will help you become a better sleeper. What is one of your favorite tips in order to get better sleep?
One of my favorite tips for a great night's sleep is this idea that routine is absolutely queen. And we're really not meant to keep different sleep schedules as human beings. Falling asleep at 2 a.m. one night, 10 p.m. the next, understand how vitally important consistency is in our sleep routines, because then our brain and our body starts to understand when it should be tired and, prepare for sleep, and when it should be awake. And then it allows ourselves to better organize ourselves and get a lot out of our sleep episode. The best sleep comes when we're keeping our sleep times consistent. So falling asleep at the same time and waking up as close to the same time as possible.
So is that takeaway number 1, that climbing into bed so you have a consistent time that you're signaling that you're going to start the process of falling asleep, and having your alarm ring at roughly the same time is one of the first things that we want to do?
Absolutely. And I think we're slaves to our alarm clocks.
Yes.
But we don't really talk about the wind down time. It's kind of like a fuzzy idea, a fuzzy game plan. It's not okay, 10:30 is when I'm going to start to power down. I'm going to get off my phone. I'm going to boil a small cup of tea, herbal tea, and then start my bedtime ritual and wind down routine, which is an essential part of sleep. We always think, now's time. Now feels pretty good for sleep, but it takes time.
So you are a world-renowned sleep researcher and scientist. What is your wind down routine?
My wind down routine is one thing that I am very diligent about, and it's not complex, but I'm very diligent about the time. I do my best. I try to get all my computer stuff done, and then I put my boys to bed, and then it's 8:30, and then I am switching my mindset, and it's time for mama to go to bed. And there are days where I need to be working and plug back in, but the best case scenario is my boys are down, and then I do maybe I clean up a tiny bit around the house. I start to turn the lights off, and then I go upstairs and I turn my phone off. I wash my face, I take a shower, and then I do one breathing exercise. I sit cross-legged on the ground in my bedroom. I'm turning lights off as I kind of move into the bedroom, and I do one breathing exercise. And I don't set an alarm, but I just kind of do it until I feel like I've gotten rid of that busy mind, that has served me so well over the course of the day. And sometimes that's 5 times on busier, more stressful days. Sometimes that's 7 rounds of this. But it's the military breathing technique. So I breathe in through my nose for a count of 4. I hold for 7. And then I exhale, purse my lips for 8. And those times are longer than you think, right? The 7 and the 8 really, you're kind of fighting for the breath at the end. And that's the benefit of that technique. It restricts and restrains the breath and can help calm the heart rate and calm your mind. And now while I'm doing that, thoughts are flying in. because, of course, of what I forgot to do or I need to do. And I come back to this idea of no, not now. Now is my time. I've done things for my students, my partner, my kids all day. And now is my time to restore and relax. And if anything, any thoughts are still fighting to the surface, I write those down at my nightstand. So I've done the 4-7-8 technique, and then I mosey into my bed. I read a couple pages in a book. I do progressive muscle relaxation. I clench and release every muscle group starting from the toes, and I inhale, clench, and then exhale, release. And then I really kind of add on to that something that I'm letting go, heaviness or a thought that's not serving me. And then I say a prayer and I go to sleep. And it doesn't happen every night, but that's my ritual. And I use the word ritual purposefully because you want to cultivate a ritual. A ritual is something you do every time. And so it's thoughtful. It's, 1, 2, 3, boom, sleep is next. For you listening, what are the 3 things that you can do tonight and tomorrow night and really institute as your ritual that you can ideally also take on the road when you travel? And be diligent. Try to do those every single night, because then what the brain starts to understand is what comes next is sleep.
Do you find that in your research that the people that are struggling the most with sleep don't have this wind down routine? They're not diligent about this ritual and the consistency of it and practicing these steps that help you fall asleep and stay asleep?
It's a great question. I think it comes back to this idea that
Of it and practicing these steps
that we're so used to getting, what we wanted, or, getting a Subway or an Uber. We're used to things happening quickly when we want them to. And our brain is hardwired to crave consistency, to have, to be able to expect what's coming next by keeping our schedules consistent, by giving our brain that sense of normalcy. And then sleep, falling asleep faster into deeper sleep is more within our reach.
Quick question. What is the average amount of time that it takes to fall asleep? And when should we get out of bed because it's not happening?
This is a great question. And I think a big area to, promote awareness about, because we think that we just should be able to crawl into bed and flip our brains off like a switch. Wrong. Sleep is a process. And so falling asleep actually takes time and more than a lot of people realize. Even a healthy sleeper with no problems should take about 15 or 20 minutes to fall asleep. And that's counter. So many people will say, oh, I can fall asleep anywhere. As soon as I get into the airplane at Logan, I'm out. I'm snoring before
my husband's like that.
Even the
I
announcements.
literally, he hits the pillow and he's like, and I'm like,
so infuriating.
God, now I've got to try to fall asleep while you're already snoring. And so he just drops in like it's his job. And
he might be a little sleep deprived. I'd love to talk to him and make sure he's getting enough sleep. But if you're able to fall asleep right away, it's generally a sign that you're not getting enough sleep.
Really?
Same thing if you're starved for food and you sit down and you have a huge meal and keep eating and eating, it's probably because you're starved for sleep, because it's not, of course, healthy to have enormous meals. And so same thing with sleep. If you're starved for sleep, your brain is going to, hopefully you're not in a place like driving a car or anything that would be safety critical. But if you're not getting enough sleep, sleep will come because it's a biological necessity. And so when we go without it, our body works desperately to get it.
So 15 to 20 minutes. And that's both for when you climb in at your bedtime, when the bedtime wind down routine happens. And that's also how long it might take you to drift back to sleep if you do wake up in the middle of the night.
These are such good questions. We just wrote a paper on how to help researchers kind of conceptualize these different steps, because there are a couple, right? So the time that you want to be winding down at night, maybe you're walking around your house, your lights are low, you're lighting candles, ideally.
Oh my God, that's not going on in my house. I'm like, who didn't turn off the lights? Where are the dogs? Did you lock the doors? It's like the shutdown is happening. I need to play some music and light some candles. It is get to bed, people.
I love it. And I mean, you're not alone. So many of us, right? Especially with kids and, other moving parts. But, finding ways to draw a little inspiration from these things, right? Look, I'm not saying let's all, spend 2 hours in a candlelit environment before bedtime.
But I think this is really... what you're doing is you're taking a spotlight and you're highlighting something that is within your reach to do. And when you understand that it is coming from a world-renowned sleep scientist at Harvard, that thinking about the way you turn yourself down. So I think about, I turn down the house. We turn off all the lights.
I love that.
You lock the doors. The dogs run into their crates and get a little treat. You say goodnight to the kids. You make sure the cat's outside.
Hold on.
You know
This all sounds wonderful, Mel.
Well, I don't have any candles. You know what I'm saying? But there is this signaling that happens.
Exactly. And look, that's actually part of your wind down routine. And maybe as you do those things, you're consciously looking at it as that. You're maybe slowing down your breath. You know, when the dogs are out, you know, you're consciously not on your phone. You're starting to switch into a different mindset, a one that's all about rest and recovery. And it's different than the daytime, right? The day is, you know, do, act, execute, you know, thinking. And maybe at nighttime, you draw inspiration from some of the kind of meditation world of, you know, thoughts come into the mind and then come back to the breath, say tomorrow. And if those thoughts are festering, a great addition to your bedtime routine is writing down anything that's on your mind. So powerful, because sometimes it's the stupidest little things that keep us awake. You know, oh, the dry cleaning, got to call mom, you know, take the dogs to the vet. And there are things that you can only do sometimes during, you know, work hours. And so writing them down can then, you know, I suggest a stack of note cards, because then that can also be your to-do list. Those things that were bothering you that you need to do, they're now on a piece of paper and you can cross those off when you wake up.
Oh, that's great. So you have a stack of like little 5x7 note cards. And as you've got all those things that you'd normally ruminate about as you're laying in bed and you can't fall asleep, dump them in their little home, and then you don't have to hold space in your brain.
Exactly. And it's so powerful. And then you start to condition your brain to think, not now. Now's my time for sleep.
One of the other levers that you say helps us sleep better is a consistent schedule. What if you've got young kids, or you got a puppy that's waking you up, or your work is inconsistent? Like, how do you create consistent sleep if something is interrupting your ability to do it?
This is such a great question. And there are so many of these, right? Young kids, you know, dogs, work. I would encourage you to look at your weekly schedule and find the time that you can protect for sleep. And that's going to be the time that your biological clock gets used to. And if you can get a little bit more time in the morning, an extra hour, go to bed a little bit earlier, an extra hour, wonderful. But if you can protect, say it's 12 to 6, if you can protect, you know, 11 to 5, be diligent about that. And then think about either end of that being kind of things that you could move, but have maybe a time, you know, if you're a young mother listening, for instance, and you're like, look, I'm working, I have kids, how do I follow this? 9 hours? Here's the thing. That is the goal. If you can get there, wonderful. But if you can't, give me 7. Take that first time that you have to be up. You've hit your target wake up time. That should be your alarm for ideally every day of the week. But again, life happens. We'll talk about how to catch up in a moment, but that's your target wake up time. And then count back, maybe again, if it's only 6 that you can give me, count back 6. And even if you can't get enough sleep, if you can get consistent sleep, here's the dirty secret. You're going to do much better than someone that's getting enough sleep, but keeping different schedules.
Wait, what? So hold on a second. If I can get less sleep, but consistently, so I'm consistently getting 5 or 6 hours of sleep, I am going to do better than somebody who's getting 8 or 9 hours of sleep, but an inconsistent schedule.
And we are talking about situations where the person is really fundamentally not able to get enough sleep. It's not what I recommend, but if you're a shift worker, if you're a single mom with kids working 2 jobs, and you can't get 8 hours of consistent sleep, if you can get 5 consistently or 6 consistently, I really want to move you towards 6 or 7 for your health, your well-being, your ability to be around for those kids. You know, if it's caregiving that's one of your challenges, and really putting and being diligent, you know, how many hours can I give myself? Because the closer to 7, the closer to 8, the longer you're going to be around, the better the quality of your heart, your brain, your productivity, your relationships, so many positive things when we can put sleep first. But if you're looking at, you know, at a schedule that is tough, then yes, consistency is king.
Why is consistency more important than the amount of time you're sleeping?
It comes back to our circadian rhythm. Our body and our brain, we're not built as humans to keep different schedules. It didn't serve us. from the standpoint of evolution. It served our ancestors from the standpoint of evolution to know when it would be alert. So then it could say, okay, these animals are up at this time and I can hunt for these animals and forage for these, berries at this time. And then I prepare my meal in the heat of the day. It's kind of, so silly to compare, but kind of helps you understand just how important it is and how we're really built. And it takes a lot of time to change our physiology as a species. And our technology has really outpaced our, kind of biological rhythms, which are all about consistency and keeping our sleep times the same, powering down. These are things that we don't have hacks for.
Well, and what I love is there are things that you can do. And basically, it makes sense because if you are a young mom or a shift worker or something's going on with your parents, and so you're in the middle of a period of your life where things are really inconsistent, that creates its own level of stress.
Totally.
And so being worried about how much sleep you're going to get or this, that, and the other thing, if you can focus on the 5 or 6 hours that you can pretty much guarantee, that lowers a little bit of stress because now you're focused on what you can control. So it makes a lot of sense.
Totally.
What if your partner has a different schedule or snores like crazy or like is just a human furnace and keeping you awake? Do you recommend that you sleep in a different room?
This is such a good question. And if you have a partner, sleep is a social behavior. It's kind of funny to think of it that way, but it really is.
What do you mean by that?
You co-sleep largely if you're in a relationship. So it's a social phenomenon.
It's true.
And so if your partner snores, it's going to probably interrupt the quality of your sleep. And so I would encourage you to think about, again, kind of putting sleep at the center. Granted, I'm biased. This is what I do for a living. But when we can do that and really say critically, how can we optimize for sleep? That will improve your relationship, improve your productivity at work, how you care for your children, so many positive things. And then you have to ask yourself, am I creating lasting memories by, sleeping together with my partner? This term is actually, this is termed as sleep divorce. What I'm about to talk about, sleeping separately.
That's a terrible
which is
name.
so negative.
Can
Totally.
we come up with a better name?
I couldn't agree more. I have some friends who are like, look, it's a sleep marriage. It literally is how I'm able to stay in this marriage. And that could be for a number of reasons.
You should just have a sex bed and then a sleep bed. Like we need to make this
Victorian
sexier
era.
in terms of the name of it.
That's what people did in the Victorian era, right? And, even earlier than that. And very wealthy individuals
Well, I thought it was because they had
that.
mistresses, but I thought that's why they were not sleeping together. But
that might have been a
so
factor.
you recommend that
and ask yourself as a couple, like, how can we be the best possible couple, that we can be? How can we be the best parents? Succeed in our careers, love each other. And you can do that with good sleep. And if your sleep is interrupting each other's, maybe one's snoring, maybe one keeps a different schedule, one's a shift worker. If you're able to sleep separately, why not? And again, doing away with this term, sleep divorce, I think we should coin sleep marriage instead. Because again, you're just not creating lasting memories when you're sleeping. Sometimes it's nice to cuddle, but you could do that and then slip into your separate bedroom where you're going to get the sleep that will support your personal waking success. And again, allow you to thrive in that relationship. Now, there are some people for whom that will be challenging. Maybe you don't have a guest room that you could, oust your husband or your partner to go to. So if that's the situation for you, think about the ways that you could buffer against that disruption that your partner imposes on your sleep.
like a pillow wall and earplugs?
A pillow wall, earplugs, and earplugs that block against 60 decibels or higher. So it's just a specific type of earplug, and they have them at the drugstore, every drugstore. White noise, they're widely available. Look into one of these. It creates kind of a background level of noise that then can dampen the impact of intermittent noise, which is often the challenge, right? It's someone getting up to an alarm clock or someone snoring.
I'm going to try that. That's so simple. And hearing it from you makes me know that it's actually going to work. What is a circadian rhythm, Dr. Robbins?
Circadian rhythm refers to systems in the brain and in the body that operate and oscillate in an approximate 24-hour cycle. And that's because we on Earth have a pattern of light and darkness that is 24 hours in duration. And so over hundreds of thousands of years, we've adapted our internal biological mechanisms to that 24-hour day. Sleep is one such rhythm. So there's times during the day where we're awake and then times where we're asleep. Now, the reason this is beneficial is largely evolutionary in nature. So when it's dark out, we can rest and recover. And when it's light out, we can be, operating at our peak, working, commuting, et cetera. And so our physiology has adapted to life on Earth, and our internal systems are governed by this tiny little region of the brain called the suprachiasmatic nucleus. We call it the kind of central pacemaker of the circadian rhythm.
That almost made me want to go supercalifragilistic,
Yes,
right? What is
expialidocious.
supercalifragilistic nucleus? Okay.
If you ever want to impress someone at a cocktail party, that sciencey term is the way to do it.
How do we say it again?
Suprachiasmatic nucleus. Like say that 10 times fast, right?
Suprachiasmatic nucleus.
Yes, bravo. Nailed it. So that's the central pacemaker of this biological clock that we have inside us. And what's so interesting is virtually every part of the body operates in a circadian-like fashion, firing at some times and then relaxing and unwinding at other times, even down to the cellular level, believe it or not. So this system, this internal circuitry, is not meant to make quick changes. Hundreds of years ago, we weren't flying on airplanes all around the world. So understanding that internal system really, it's like, I kind of like to liken it to a big piece of machinery from World War I that just moves slowly. And really, when light changes in our environment, it's maybe a couple seconds a day, not much more. But we fly in airplanes, we hop in airplanes and fly to new time zones and wonder why we just struggle with brain fog, with sleep. And it's because there's a mismatch between our internal biological rhythms and the new pattern of light and darkness and social time. So the clock on the wall, when you land in London, is of course going to be different than your internal biological clock. So understanding these principles can better set us up for success when it comes to our sleep.
So I have a couple questions. This is fascinating, first of all. So thank you for breaking this down. One of the things that you also recommend is getting light in the morning. Why does this matter when it comes to your circadian rhythm and being a better sleeper?
So that tiny brain region that we talked about, where the circadian rhythm is housed, is located right behind the eyeball in the brain. So the brain takes in information about the presence or absence of light through the eye. And then that travels along the optic chiasm to the suprachiasmatic nucleus.
There's really good names here. Optic chiasm,
Yes, we're going to sound
whatever
very,
it is.
very
It's very
serious.
sexy field of study, Dr. Robbins.
So light comes in through the eyes and triggers the suprachiasmatic nucleus, or the kind of cognitive home for our circadian rhythm. And then that triggering allows for the secretion melatonin when we're in the absence of light. So we've all heard that term, and it's all over the shelves of every grocery store, offering you the promise of good night's sleep. But it also is a hormone that's secreted in the brain in this home of our circadian rhythm, the suprachiasmatic nucleus. And that hormone is secreted when we go out into a dark environment and we see the sunset, and then the process of melatonin secretion begins, and that allows us to then sleep. Then conversely, when we wake up, that internal circuitry gets a signal through the eyes that travels to that brain region that says, oh, all right, melatonin, you're done. It's time to become alert and awake. And going outside to get some natural sunlight in the morning is really vitally important, because that stops the floodgates of melatonin and triggers the brain to say, all right, we're in the awake phase of our circadian rhythm.
So what happens if you step outside and it's a cloudy or rainy day?
No
Does
problem.
it still work?
No problem.
Why
it's a
does
myth
that work?
Because it's amazing the power of sunlight in our environment. And so even if it's a cloudy day, getting outside will get you the sunlight exposure that you need into your eyes to stop the floodgates of melatonin and begin your day. It's a myth that that a cloudy day might hamper that or dampen that ability.
And how long do I need to be outside? So I've rolled out of bed. I've opened up the curtains. Being inside and looking out the window's not enough. I got to step outside. I got to get the UVs in my eyeballs. But how long am I standing out there, Dr. Robbins?
Great question. Now, I think it's so important. This is so aligned with your work, but meeting people where they are. I'm not saying, we all need to be out, walking for an hour before we get to work, but find a way to fit it into your schedule and think, carefully, where could I get a little bit more sunlight? And if that's okay, I get up, I make my coffee, I have to drive 45 minutes, and maybe you park your car farther away from your office building. You walk for 3 minutes, give me 5 minutes. Amazing. Or if you're commuting on the subway, try to extend another stop. Walk one more stop before you go underground. Walk to your coffee or, park your car instead of doing the drive-through. I think these little micro habits can go so far.
Well, I also think if you know that the reason why you're doing this is because you are using UV rays to manually reset the circadian rhythm in your body to go, okay, we're starting to practice. The thing I'm doing right now when I wake up is helping my body do what it's designed to do, which is
Totally.
sleep. What about for somebody that's listening who wakes up before the sun is even out? So you are going to work or to school, or you live in a part of the world where it's really dark out when you wake up. What can you do?
Such a great question. And there are more than 25 million Americans who work on shift schedules. So going to work and coming back from work at times that are mismatched with the patterns of light and darkness in our environment. And for all of those the reasons that we just talked about, the importance of sunlight exposure, those individuals can really struggle. The good news is there are a lot of technologies that you can buy. And essentially, if you're an office employee outside the traditional kind of 9 to 5, get one of these lights. That ideally is blue daylight spectrum. And you can sit in front of that light, turn it on high when you get to the office, because what you want to do is you want to trick your body into thinking that that's sunrise. If that's your work schedule, an early start, or conversely, if you're starting your day at 9 or 10 p.m. when it's dark, we'll talk
because you're working an overnight shift. I've done that, and you feel like a zombie. Is this something though, just to make sure, because I know people are going to be like, okay, where do I? Is this something you can literally buy at a retailer or go on Amazon and just Google blue daylight spectrum light and you can purchase one? You don't need a prescription from a sleep researcher?
Essentially, these technologies are widely available. And if you look for the lights that say specifically they're blue daylight spectrum, because we really want that light being strong enough to emulate the sun. And so it can be strong enough that it's actually a treatment for seasonal affective disorder, because it's that some of them are that potent. And you sit in front of them and don't stare at it any more than you would the sun. But that can be a helpful part of adapting to a shift schedule.
So let's say the person listening is thinking, oh man, I don't have a consistent bedtime. I'm not looking at the UV. I'm all over the place. I got to get my circadian rhythm back in place. How do you shift or reset your circadian rhythm to a healthy kind of 24-hour cycle?
Really good question. I think one of the key questions to ask yourself is, where can I find some normalcy in my personal schedule? And if you're keeping what we call a yo-yo schedule, falling asleep at one time, one night, another time the next night, another time the next night, is that in your control? Is it maybe that just the hours fly and you're kind of leaning in, maybe you're watching another episode on, streaming, and then, you get an Instagram, alert, and then suddenly, it's way past your bedtime and you're looking at, a short sleep window. So really ask yourself, are you doing this, and is it in your control? And if you're willing to try this out, what you could do, if you do have control over your schedule, look at your typical week. What is the earliest time that you have to wake up? Is it, say, 7 o'clock for an 8 a.m. meeting? And that allows you time to get ready and do your commute.
And get your light exposure.
Yes, so let's make it 6:45. Sun might not be up then unless it's summertime. But so pick that time, and that's your wake time. And ideally, that's your alarm clock 7 days of the week. Because if we sleep in, we really recommend no more than an hour. Much more than that throws that internal circuitry out of whack.
Wait a minute. So if I sleep in on the weekend more than an hour, I'm throwing my circadian rhythm off?
System. Much more than an hour. And we all know this. We just went through daylight saving time. And that 1 hour is enough to throw all of us out of sync, right?
Yeah.
So much more than an hour is not recommended. So if you look at your typical week and say, what is my earliest wake up time? And then you've hit your target wake up time for the week. Again, sleeping in an hour, absolutely fine, but much more than that, try to avoid. But then count back, give yourself a full 9 hours, because our biological need for sleep is individual. Some people do very well on 7, and some people do much better on 9. And it's in part genetically kind of hardwired. And so if you had two parents that were longer sleepers, truly sleeping 8 or 9 hours a night, you might be a longer sleeper. And then if you had two short sleeping parents, you might be lucky and really truly only need closer to 7. But if you count back 9, that could maybe add a little bit of time for your wind down routine.
Okay.
And so those 9 hours count down, and that's your target fall asleep time. Or I should say, get ready for bed time.
Got it. I want to make sure that you hear this, because this is the kind of advice that as you're listening or watching us, somebody's gonna be like, blah, 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 blah. Okay, yeah, 9. But this is critical because if you got to stop and think about what is the wake up time that sets me up to be able to do some of the things that Dr. Robbins is going to tell us based on the research makes us a better sleeper, because we are learning that better sleep begins with what you do once you wake up. So she's saying, once you know your wake up time, and I'm going to do some math here because I think it's really important. Let's say it's just 6 a.m. That's what you need, 6 a.m. She says, count back 9 hours. And so that means, where are we? 9 p.m., right? And that is the time that you now need to start the wind down routine based on research that will help you start to get the sleep that you need, so that when you wake up, you feel refreshed. You aren't so tired. You got the benefit of sleep. You know, I love what you're teaching us, because this is within all of our power if we choose to follow it and we choose to try it. And so we've talked about circadian rhythm, and consistency was a huge takeaway. And we've talked also about how one of the big things that we need to do is get this light first thing in the morning, or that blue spectrum light if you need to get it from a different source if you're not getting outside. But can we talk more about light the rest of the day?
It's a really great question. Morning light exposure is helpful and good, but actually getting exposure all across the typical day is vitally important. Actually, in the afternoon, it's just as important as the morning. So I didn't mean to privilege the morning over the afternoon, but instead, getting exposure to fresh air and natural light over the course of the day is extremely important to help our body get information. Okay, we're still in the wake phase. It's not quite sleep yet. And then going into darkness is equally as important as exposure to light during the day, because that absence of light does the converse. It allows for the secretion of melatonin for the brain to say, we're approaching bedtime. Let's start to power down. And so, unfortunately, many of us have bright blue light emitting devices all around us, not only our light bulbs, but also the devices that we carry around with us. You know, our smartphones, our tablets, our computer screens. Now, in a perfect world, we would be able to unplug. Even give me 15 minutes before bedtime. And start small. If you find that you're a little bit addicted to your phone, it's hard to put it down, start with maybe 5 minutes. If you could swipe to airplane mode, amazing. And I think there's something also powerful about that, to say, I'm off for the night. I might be receiving messages, but they can wait until the morning. And think about, all day long, we do things for other people. In our careers, in our personal lives, we care for children, we care for older adults, spouses, we help and support people in the workplace. And that another mindset is, this is my time at night for me. And really consciously, purposefully turning your phone off. So if you find yourself a little bit addicted to your phone, start small. Try just 5 minutes before you want to be falling asleep. Switch your phone off. Try to give yourself at least a little bit of a buffer, and then maybe work up to 15, maybe work up to 30 minutes. Now, if you're telling me, look, I'm a student, I have work to do, I'm a busy professional, I have stuff I need to be doing up until the minute I fall asleep, I would implore you just to ask yourself, is there anything off screens that I can do at night? Do all your screen work during the day. And if it's reading a couple emails even, and you can print them out, or reading a book, or anything that you can shift from your workday into non-screen time, and do that at night. So I think there's even a way to meet even the busiest of people where they are.
Dr. Robbins, you're nice. I'm not going to be nice. I think that's a bunch of garbage, that you have to be on your phone or on your laptop until you collapse into bed, as if you're just going to collapse or fall asleep in bed with your laptop open because you don't have time between the stopping of work and the falling asleep. Complete and utter garbage.
I really agree with you.
And
I think that for all of us, even the most busy person.
Honestly,
right?
if you can't put your phone on airplane or stick it in the other room and give yourself 5 measly minutes, then don't be coming here and complaining about how tired you are. That's the thing that you have to understand, is that the research is very clear, and it's going to be very simple. I didn't say easy. It's going to be simple to put into your life, but you've got to want to get a good night's sleep. You've got to want to stop waking up tired and exhausted. And so really stop and think, if this is you, that you're that addicted to work or that addicted to your phone that you cannot carve out 5 minutes, you're never going to change this. And so I also am going to come back to the math, because this is why it becomes really important to get very specific with yourself. If you're going to wake up at 6 and you're going to back up the 9 hours like Dr. Robbins is telling you to do, and she's also saying you got to have a buffer. You got to have a buffer from the last screen time to when you're going to start falling asleep. Then maybe you need to put an alarm in your phone at 8:45 because that's the time you got to stop looking at the darn thing. And so anyway, you're nice. I am not. I'm just like, you can't complain about something
Totally.
and expect it to change. You got to do something.
Totally. And it comes back to this idea that good sleep actually does take a little bit of work. And it's not going to come easy, but we get so frustrated when we're like, I'm here, I'm trying, I'm doing everything. But being really critical, I love your points about, what really, be honest with yourself, right? Do you really need to be on social media for
No,
20 minutes before bedtime?
You don't.
Totally.
And so that like, and that's the thing. Like, I know we're all tired and there's periods of your life where there are very real things going on that are beating you up. But I think for most of us need to have a moment of honesty with ourselves that we are making ourselves exhausted. We are giving our attention and our brain power over to the phone and social media and to all of these screens. And we are not taking the wind down routine seriously. And so if you are serious about wanting to feel more energized, if you're serious about getting better sleep, you got to try what Dr. Robbins is telling you, and you're not going to like it because you're used to just kind of going through the thing.
It's not sexy, I'm not here to say drink a couple glasses of wine and then, spend some time on social media. But what really works when it comes to sleep is old school stuff. It's getting off of our screens. It's powering down, making a cup of tea. I love the Swedish tradition of hygge, this idea of, warm, cozy time before bed. The Swedish culture has a word for this. And I think as Americans, we think, I'm just going to write reports, I'm going to send emails until the moment that I want to be falling asleep.
Right.
And then so many of us wonder why we struggle. But even just a couple minutes, and then maybe build up to 10 minutes, and then maybe 15, and maybe 30 off of your phone or your screens or your laptop before bedtime can do a world of good, because that's all those devices are engaging the prefrontal cortex, the planning, the thinking part of the brain, and in many times giving you exposure that mimics the sun right when you want to be falling asleep. So it's this cocktail of sleep inhibitors, really, when you think about it.
So should we be watching TV before we go to bed?
Well, some people swear by an episode of Seinfeld or Friends, or some people listen to podcasts also. And, that's part of their ritual. And I will say, if it's not broken, don't fix it. If that works for you and you don't find that really being honest with yourself, it doesn't wake you up, because some people will maybe fall asleep to that, but maybe they don't have a timer on. And then when, there's a louder part of the show, it'll wake them up and then they'll go back to sleep, and people will say, oh, no, it's fine. It's what I do every night. But what we really want to work towards is a night of uninterrupted sleep.
What happens if you get up in the middle of the night? Like I used to all the time. 2:14 was my number. 2:14, Mel Robbins. Up, gotta go to the bathroom. What happens if you're up in the middle of the night? And I know I'm not supposed to look at my phone, but I would pick it up and I'd use it as a flashlight, and then I'd get to the toilet, Dr. Robbins, and I'd flip that sucker over, and next thing you know, I'm surfing
scrolling.
social media or checking out text messages while I'm going to the bathroom in the middle of the night. What does that blue light exposure do when you look at your phone once you wake
really
up?
common. And also kind of the rote procedure of waking up, whether it's in the middle of the night, whether it's in the morning, and reaching right for your phone. It's kind of like an automatic response, right? That we've conditioned ourselves to do. A couple suggestions for that. Again, this kind of comes back to the idea of these old school tricks, but a nightlight in your hallway, sensor activated night lights, not only for your hallway, but maybe also they have them for the rim of your toilet, which is like a little bit gross, but that allows you to, if you have to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night, get there.
Well, does it make it harder to fall asleep if you look at your phone when you wake up in the middle of the night?
So the reason I bring up lights is that can guide you and reduce your reliance on your smartphone to get to where you need to go.
Yes.
When it comes to picking up the phone, though, maybe not for, the flashlight function, but just to maybe see if you got any messages. You're like, I'm up, I might as well be productive.
Or I'm bored, or I can't fall asleep, so I'm just going to look at my phone. Done all of these things.
Coming back to that idea of working towards consolidated sleep. So when you get up the next time, if this is, anyone listening, the next time, take it in stride. That's the first thing. Don't kick yourself, because it's so easy to say, oh, I'm up again. And then your cortisol spikes, and then it's harder for us to fall asleep. Take it in stride. Get up and say, oh, do I need to use the bathroom? go to the bathroom, and then crawl back into bed. Resist looking at the phone.
Okay.
Crawl back into bed and try again. And we'll go through a great bedtime routine, but every good routine will culminate with a couple final things. And if it's prayer for you, if it's progressive muscle relaxation, clenching and releasing different muscle groups, if it's closing your eyes when you crawl into the sheets and focusing on one good thing from our day, I think that could be one small thing that we could all do, and really benefit from. But focus on one small thing, whatever it is, that those final steps of the routine that get you to sleep, come back to those when you're awake in the middle of the night. Crawl back into bed, do that last progressive muscle relaxation or kind of gratitude exercise, and then try again. Close the eyes and, slip off. And if that voice again rears its ugly head of, oh, not again, I'm up, that is when you get out of bed.
Wait, get out of bed?
And this sounds antithetical. You're like, you're a sleep researcher. Shouldn't I stay? I'm in bed. Shouldn't I stay here? But wrong. If we stay in bed and we're tossing and turning, either at the beginning of our sleep episode, or if we wake up and struggle to fall back asleep, we're starting to associate our bed with stress. It's one of the biggest myths. People often will tell us on our surveys, oh, if I stay in bed, I'll get some sleep. It's better, right? Than if I got out of bed. Wrong, because we start to toss and turn. We start to increase the temperature of our bedroom environment, which is not good. And then we start to identify our bed as a place where we experience insomnia. We wake up at 2:14, right? And we start to tell ourselves these stories, and then they become a reality.
Because now you're training yourself that this is what I do at 2:14.
Exactly. You're classically conditioning yourself to look at your bed as a stressful place. So you want to break that cycle. As soon as that voice comes on and says, oh, not again, I'm up, that is when you want to condition yourself instead to get out of bed. Keep the lights low and go sit in a crisscross applesauce and do a meditation exercise, a breathing exercise on the floor or on an armchair. Read a couple pages of a book, ideally with a lamp that has a kind of a sleep-friendly light bulb. These are also widely available and not expensive. Install all sleep-friendly bulbs in your room. Get all of the fluorescence out of there. And if you're really struggling, maybe read a couple pages in a book, or really do anything that's boring and it's going to put you back to sleep. Fold socks. I love to say your spouse will love you. Do all the boring, house chores that you find to be soporific. Save that for when you have some insomnia, like symptoms, and come back to those.
So what would you say to somebody who thinks they're a bad sleeper?
I think first, changing the narrative to yourself is the first step to say, I got this. I'm not a bad sleeper. No big deal. I'm struggling a little bit. It'll come back. And we're going to talk about the tools to come to and really have, in your toolkit when problems rear their ugly head, because they do for all of us. People always come to me and they're like, isn't your sleep perfect? I'm like, no, of course not. I'm a mom of two. I have a busy career, a relationship, so many things going on for all of us that can hinder our ability to get good quality sleep. So number one, changing the narrative that you tell yourself. And then pulling on some of the levers of change that we're going to talk about. Try them all. Let me cut out caffeine and see if that helps. Let me cut out alcohol. Let me see if that helps. Let me move my dinner 3 hours earlier. Let me add a meditation technique or routine to my power down ritual. But trying all of these, kind of the suite and the constellation of healthy sleep strategies, that's the second step. Now, if you've done all of that and really done it, because some people are like, oh, I've tried that.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, it didn't work. But really given it a shot, thought about a week and really gone ham on all of these strategies. And if you're really still struggling, chronically struggling to fall asleep, I'm talking 20 or more minutes every single night, 30, 40 minutes to fall asleep, or if you're up every single night, can't fall back asleep, wired, or if you're practicing all of the dictates of the healthy sleep strategies that we're going to talk about, and you're still like, I think I'm waking up, those are sleep disorders. And that's where the sleep strategies will not work, and you do need to seek medical attention before you can start to reap the benefits of some of these behavioral tips and strategies.
Terrific. That's super clear. One of the levers that you're teaching us that you can pull based on the research is also temperature. Temperature is something that can help you fall asleep. Mm-hmm. And how is temperature related to getting better sleep?
Temperature is a really important consideration that's often overlooked. I think a lot of us think, you want a warm and cozy environment for sleep, right? You want lots of blankets and you want to be warm and cozy. But if you find that you're waking up maybe in a sweat or with the chills, that could be a sign that you personally are not in the right range for you. And if you're in the menopausal period, you might need to be on the cooler side, even below the cooler side, range, 65 or below, or maybe look into some products or things that you could have in your bedroom environment to purposefully cool you further because of some of the challenges there. And airflow is another great strategy in that life stage.
What does airflow mean?
Generally, during sleep at night, we want to have mattresses, pillows, things in our environment that are promoting airflow and temperature regulation. Anything that's going to be kind of blocking airflow or, not be breathable would then, of course, increase temperature.
I thought breathable meant you pick up the comforter and flap it like a wing to try to fan yourself, but I know exactly what you're talking about. That if it's a fabric that's blocking your ability to regulate your temperature.
Lower core body temperature is associated with sleep onset. So that is ideal, especially to help us fall asleep. But over the course of our sleep at night, there are stages where we're not able to, here's another fun science term, thermal regulate. In other words, shiver if we're cold or sweat if we're hot. And so because of the fact that we'll be going in and out of different sleep stages, and in some of those stages, we're not able to regulate our temperature, you want to be in a range that's called thermal neutral. So about 65 to 68 is generally that range where if, you're in that stage where you're not able to engage in those, shivering or sweating, you'll be fine because you're in the range where you can maintain an appropriate body temperature.
So if you were to say, we're going to set the temperature in the bedroom to a certain temperature, what temperature do you want the person listening to set their bedroom temperature to tonight for optimal sleep?
Well, if you're able to, also think about what temperature it is outside. And so right now in Boston, it's perfect to have your windows open if you're able to, because not everyone is in an environment that they're able to open their window. Maybe it's loud, maybe there are noises outside their window. But if you are able to open the window, what an amazing thing, right? You get fresh air, regulating your bedroom environment. So be mindful of the temperature outside. But if you're setting, you have central air, think about that range, 65 to 68. It's not that wide. So maybe start at 65. And if you find yourself too cold, then maybe go up to 66 or 67 or 68. So there is a lot of individual preference in that range. And also the bedroom environment and what you have on the bed specifically will matter. So if you have a very light blanket, then you could maybe get by on the higher end of the spectrum. Or if you really like, cozy blankets, then you might want to go down to 65.
Can you describe the perfect bedroom to get a better night's sleep?
I love talking about the bedroom because I think it's one place where we could all make small changes. And you want to set yourself up for success in your bedroom. And I want you really to walk in and feel instantly soothed. Ask yourself tonight when you walk into your bedroom, what in here is stressing me out? And remove it. If it's an alarm clock that you hate, if it's a pillow that you hate, get it out. And I think sometimes upgrading the pillows, the mattress are really important. Sometimes people can't even tell me when they bought their mattress or their pillows, and these things do not last forever. So like you were saying, I loved your comments. You look forward, you snuggle into your sheets, and it's this amazing feeling. I want you listening to want that, so that moment of slipping in and just loving your bed and feeling instantly relaxed and like ready for sleep and looking forward to it. But the design of a great bedroom has a couple other things. Again, we talked about temperature. Hopefully you're in the 65 to 68 degree range. Dark is also vital. Our eyelids are some of the thinnest pieces of skin on our bodies, and even light from a cable box or coming through a curtain from light outside your bedroom environment can be enough to disrupt your sleep, believe it or not. So I want your bed pitch black. Walk in tonight after sunset, and you can put tape, masking tape or duct tape over any light sources. Sometimes cable boxes have little lights on them, chargers, anything that's a light emitting source, get that out of the bedroom, because then a pitch black environment will do you so much good and really set you up for success from the standpoint of melatonin secreting and all of the things that are so necessary to help you fall asleep.
I love this. So tonight when you walk into your bedroom, or after you're done listening to this, walk into your bedroom, what is in there that's stressing you out? And I can think about periods in my life where there were piles of laundry in my bedroom and, things that I needed to do. And all of that stuff that wasn't finished would stress me out. And so
a
clear out
reminder
anything,
of your
right?
to-do list,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's a reminder of your to-do list. So declutter your room. You want the temperature between 65 and 68. You want to have a pitch black environment. And to the extent it's within your reach, get a mattress that you love, invest in coziness in your sheets and in your bedding. And, don't be embarrassed if you've had the same thing for a long time. Chris and I just replaced our mattress. We've been sleeping on it for 22 years, the same mattress, everybody. So if you are in that camp, your friend Mel Robbins just got a new mattress. So
I love that. And the key thing is, if you're telling me you have neck pain, your mattress just isn't supporting you, then that's a great time and if your mattress lasts 20 years, amazing, wonderful, right? Keep it. So good for the environment, by the way. These things are not, they're full of materials that sometimes aren't, disposable or that aren't, what's the word? Not disposable.
Recyclable.
Yeah. They're full of materials that aren't necessarily recyclable. And so the key thing is just, is it not is it not, promoting airflow? Is it not supporting you? You're waking up with neck pain. Those can be signs that it might be time for a new mattress.
Let's talk about alcohol. How does alcohol impact your ability to sleep at night?
My students love to tell me this. They're like, you're wrong. I'll drink and I'll put myself right to sleep. Yes, alcohol. There's some truth in that statement, though. What our young people will tell us, that alcohol will put you to sleep. It's great at reducing the term that we refer to sleep latency, which is the time it takes us to fall asleep. But what alcohol does is it starts to destroy the quality of our sleep. The idea that this is a good thing for sleep is completely wrong. It's one of our biggest myths about sleep, that alcohol, a nightcap, is a good thing. Depending on your body mass and your tolerance, one dose might be okay, but much more than that will start to virtually destroy the quality of your sleep. You've probably all been there.
I wake up when I drink. I always wake up in the middle of the night. I fall asleep quickly, but I do not stay asleep.
And it's not restorative. You wake up, even if you spent 8 or 9 or 10 hours sleeping, you often feel like you haven't slept a wink, because the structure of our sleep starts to change and it simply disrupts that architecture. So it's very different than the structure of a natural sleep without alcohol. So it's very common for someone to wake up after a night of even just, maybe 1 or 2 glasses and not feeling restored.
Well, I think universally speaking, when somebody does either dry January or they stop drinking or they go for periods of time where they don't drink, better sleep is 100% what people talk about.
Absolutely. And it's amazing, right? When we think about taking someone who drinks every night and then they are like, wow, they do dry January and it's this light bulb. And so finding ways to extend those benefits into, our calendar year. And even if it's Monday through Wednesday, you're going to be dry. I think sometimes those very clear boundaries are so helpful, because after a long day, it is so easy to say, oh, I earned it. I had a long night with the kids, a long day with the kids, or, this colleague at work or this deadline is stressing me out. Oh, I earned it. But if you have, structures in place to say, oh, no, and make it fun, substitute, a fun, cup of tea ritual with your partner.
I think what you're here teaching us is what you've earned is a great night's sleep. And giving yourself the gift of better sleep is going to be a better reward than the glass of wine that sort of numbs you out. Speaking of drinking, let's talk about the impact of caffeine on sleep, and specifically coffee, but I'm also thinking about all of these energy drinks that people drink and the kind of pre-workout stuff that's just pumped full of caffeine. How does caffeine impact sleep quality?
Caffeine, like a drug, can stay in our system, and it has what we call a half-life for 6 up to 9 hours, depending on your metabolism and how you metabolize personally caffeine. And there's some genetic differences, but by and large, caffeine is a significant disruptor of our sleep. As a society, it's the number one most widely consumed drug in the world. And look, I love coffee. I love the smell. And so I find this to be such a struggle to cut off. But really, ask yourself, and is one of your struggles a busy mind, heart racing before bed, can't, calm down? Then you might be, a good candidate to maybe have one less glass, one fewer cup a day. And so if you go for a walk and get a coffee in the afternoon, try for an herbal tea instead. Make one substitute and see how you feel. Or maybe some people swear by no coffee after lunch. So maybe you have one nice, medium, or, try not to have the, huge cups at some of the fast food chains that are just enormous. And I think much more than even the FDA recommends, which is about 200 milligrams of caffeine. And that's in really a size small at most coffee
Wow.
places. So just be mindful of not only the timing, but how much you're consuming, because each additional dose can extend that half-life even further. So say you have a medium-sized, Starbucks or Dunkin' Donuts in the morning, and you drink that, and then you go for one more in the afternoon. So then you've doubled the half-life. So it's not only the 6 hours from the first cup, but then that caffeine might be lingering in your system come 7, 8, 9 o'clock.
Oh, so what time should you stop drinking caffeine? Let's say that your wind down routine is going to begin at 9 p.m. What time should you stop drinking caffeine so it's out of your system and not impacting your sleep?
Well, be mindful of it. If you're drinking coffee and it's not too much and you don't have a problem with this, not really a problem. But if you find your heart racing, your mind racing, you're really struggling to fall asleep, caffeine is often one of the culprits. And so I'd say take a day where you maybe cut it out, or maybe try decaf and try that for a day. See if you can last, because I think sometimes we get so devoted to our coffee. But try that and then see how your sleep is that next night. And then maybe add one more coffee back in the morning and see how you do. And if you have no issues when bedtime rolls around the next night, keep that up. And then, maybe you just keep that one cup a day, or maybe you add one more and see if it has any negative impacts on your sleep. But again, I'm a big fan of very clear cutoffs.
So
no
lunch.
coffee after lunch.
No coffee after lunch.
And it's hard because I personally love coffee, but that's a big one for me, because if it were up to me, I'd be drinking it all day. I just love the smell. But really, I think behavior can become so mindless. And so really having these cutoffs that we, can adhere to, instead of like an abstract, I'll stop in the afternoon. And suddenly it's 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And any coffee at that time will likely be in your system around bedtime.
Another factor in sleep is food. So at what time should we stop eating, like before we go to bed? So if we're going to, again, start the wind down, we're just going to say 9 o'clock to make the math easy. When should you stop eating?
Well, the old adage from the nutrition literature of a breakfast of kings, a lunch of princes, and a dinner of paupers is actually really good for our sleep. The research shows in diets that are, they control for the amount of calories that you're eating, you actually lose weight if you are doing this breakfast of kings, lunch of princes, dinner of paupers. So it's good for your weight management ability, but it's also good for your sleep. So we don't run the risk of our body digesting food as we go to bed if we keep dinner, which is so interesting. But the whole idea there, and some studies have shown your bedtime is in another hour, you might be a good candidate for this. Again, just a clear cutoff of is it 8 p.m.? I want to be done eating. So then that means I'm eating dinner at 7, whether that's at the office, whether that's with my spouse. And so many people tell me, but my meal with my spouse is the only time that we have to be together. And I always respond to that. You don't have to be together over food. And so, looking forward to your date on Friday or Saturday night, or your weekends where you have a little bit more flexibility to really make a meal together, really enjoy it, really be present with each other. But then maybe during the work week, when you have a later time that you're getting home, and then maybe your spouse is getting home late too, and then suddenly it's, way into the evening hours, and you're trying to, desperately do something together, but maybe find another ritual. Maybe it's making I know it's kind of lame, but maybe you make a cup of tea together and you're playing a card game, right? Or thinking about your day.
My husband and I play cribbage, and we also are crazy into, we're really radical, puzzles. Like we have a
love
jigsaw puzzle on the dining room table, and we sit around and but
That's
if
amazing.
there were a rule of thumb, because I've noticed one thing that's made a difference for Chris and our son who's in high school is we were getting out of the habit of eating early, and all of a sudden dinner's at 7, then it's at 8, and it's creeping right up on bedtime, which for me is winding down around 9 o'clock. And I pushed dinner to 5:30 because otherwise our son was coming home from sports practices and eating half the refrigerator. And by the time dinner was cooked, he's already fed himself dinner. But I've noticed it's made a big difference with my sleep and my bedtime routine to be done eating several hours
I
before
love it.
I am going to bed. And so if it helps knowing that you should stop eating 2 hours before you go to bed.
I love that routine. So it sounds like doing maybe intermittent fasting without even knowing it, because you've added about 3 or 4 hours before you're falling asleep and you're done eating. And so that's time that you're fasting. Actually, you're extending the fast that we naturally do over the course of our sleep. And there's so many benefits to fasting. Just giving our digestive system a break is really the whole idea behind intermittent fasting. So if you can find a time, if it's 5:30, if it's 6, and really try to be diligent. If your son is on a bus to sports practice or, driving, he has a meal that you made for him or he cooked, and he's eating it at the sports field before he goes on, or a smoothie. I'm a big fan of smoothies actually for dinner. I know everyone drinks them for breakfast, but if you're busy, getting some good calories in, it's light, it's likely to not disrupt your sleep at night, can be amazing for someone who's busy, strapped for time, etc. But it kind of comes back to this idea of good sleep takes planning.
I'm curious, Dr. Robbins, can you just walk us through the day in terms of you wake up when the alarm rings? And then what are all the little things that you want us to do at what time that help you stack up these habits that lead to a great night's sleep?
It's a great question. And think about you listening, how you can fit these into your life, because of course there's the best case scenario and then there's real life, right? But I think that there's a lot of opportunity to meet all of us where we are with some of these recommendations. So the question for you becomes, how can I implement these things? But one thing we know is good: blue light. As much as you can over the course of the day. So whether that's walking an extra subway stop or walking to your office building a little bit, parking your car a little bit further away, getting as much light exposure as you can in the morning, getting a healthy, hearty breakfast. The research shows that a heavy, hearty breakfast is great because we're getting the calories that we'll need to fuel our waking success, and then keeping dinner on the lighter side. And then over the course of the day, a hearty lunch, and then limiting caffeine consumption over the course of the day. And then a little bit more light exposure would be wonderful. I'm always getting questions, what's the cure for the afternoon slump? And truly, we all have it. It's just a time where we've maybe been up for a long period of time. At that point, we have a little dip in our core body temperature in the afternoon, all of us, and then coupled with maybe a heavy lunch, then you can really, it's kind of the perfect storm sometimes for sleep. And people are like, how do I, what's the drink? What do I do? And I always laugh that the one best evidence-based cure for sleepiness is sleep. So if you're exhausted, take a nap. And so if you're a healthy sleeper, that can be part of a healthy sleep routine. The one exception, if you are struggling with your sleep, insomnia symptoms that we talked about, you're really struggling, the self-talk of I'm a bad sleeper coupled with, a lot of anxiety about sleep, do not nap, because we want to build your sleep pressure so that you can really set yourself up for sleep come bedtime. But if you're feeling sleepy in the afternoon, why not? Maybe you're home, you work from home, wonderful. Crawl into your bed and close your eyes for maybe 5-10 minutes is actually, we don't need a lot of time when it comes to napping to actually get a lot of benefits. And then in the afternoon, again, getting some natural light exposure, and then slipping into the evening mode and being thoughtful about, different mindsets, slowing down our breath as we approach bedtime. And ideally, dinner has been on the earlier side. A later dinner isn't ideal for sleep. So if it's 2 hours of a buffer between the last time that you're eating and your bedtime, perfect. If you could give me 3, I'd love it. And then maybe, a little evening work if you need to, because, look, some of us, that's a reality. There is one suggestion. There's a computer program called Flux. Flux is a software you can download to your computer, and it changes the color temperature of your screen to be warmer. And so if you have to be working on your computer as you approach bedtime, look into that tool. It'll change automatically. It's wonderful. But then, then you switch into your bedtime routine and your ritual that helps you fall asleep. And then you crawl into the sheets and you slip off. Yes, but realize it's not going to happen every night. And so the hope is after you've heard all of our conversation today, that you have the tools, if you're motivated, if you have the time in your life, and not everyone does, because we go through peaks and valleys of, careers exploding and lots of deadlines or personal obligations, caring for a loved one, caring for children, older adults, and realizing that maybe you're in a life stage where you can't implement these things, and that's okay. But when you're able to, give them a shot. What do you have to lose?
Well, you can implement some.
Absolutely.
Because no matter what's going on in your life,
I couldn't agree
you
more.
can create a buffer with your phone.
Mm-hmm.
You can stop the alcohol. You can quit drinking caffeine at lunchtime. You can get your butt outside and get natural light in your eyeballs in the morning and throughout the day. And you can create a small ritual. The consistency may be something that is a little difficult to create based on your schedule, but I actually don't think that these things are out of reach. I think we've gotten used to complaining about being tired. And what you're offering are research-backed solutions that are within everybody's reach. And so it is my hope that as you've been listening today to Dr. Robbins, that you're going, well, I could try that. I could try that. My sleep is important. And, one thing that I keep thinking about is I love how you have changed the story of what's happening at night from, okay, I got to get to sleep. I got to get to bed. I need to put down my phone to, no, I'm taking the time back. This is my time. I gave my day to everybody else. I gave my attention to the phone and social media. This is where I get to reclaim my time and I get to do a little something for myself. So, Dr. Robbins, if you could speak directly to the person listening, if there is one action that you hope that the person listening takes, what's the most important thing to walk away from this conversation and do?
I think the single thing is routines and rituals. And we've applied that to a lot of different aspects of our days, of the time leading up to sleep, the wind down ritual before bedtime, trying to work towards a bedtime routine, finding some normalcy in terms of your, or building some routine around your target fall asleep time, being more mindful of that time, and then your wake up time. Because we're really meant as human beings to operate that way. And so building them in and starting small with maybe a bedtime routine, a couple wind down rituals, turning off the phone, thinking about some of these breathing exercises, and then maybe adding in the consistency of bedtimes and wake times and really being diligent about that. And also realizing how you feel and realizing that it doesn't have to be a struggle. If you're ready and motivated, these things, you hit the nail on the head, Mel. They're free and they're available tonight if you're willing.
I love that. Free and available tonight. Dr. Robbins, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure.
And in case no one else tells you, I want to tell you that I love you and I believe in you. And because I love you, I'm going to tell you something. I want you to do what Dr. Robbins is telling you to do. I don't want to hear the excuses. I want you to try it because your sleep matters, your energy matters, your health matters, your focus matters. And these are all things that you can try and implement. Try it for 7 days. Let me know how much better you're feeling. Make sure you share this with somebody that you love because you heard it, 2/3 of adults are not getting the sleep and the rest that they need. And now you know, based on the clinical studies and the research that we discussed today, there are simple things that you can do that you need to start doing. So take it seriously. All right? I'll talk to you in a few days. Thank you so much for watching this episode, for sharing this with your friends that are tired, and for hitting subscribe so I can continue to bring you amazing experts. And I know you probably loved everything that Dr. Robbins just taught you. So how about another expert from Harvard? Let's talk to Dr. Sarah Wakeman, who is here to dig deep into the science of alcohol and everything that you need to know. every single society has this invisible checklist for life milestones. You got to graduate from college by 22. You got to be married by 30. You got to have kids by 35. You're going to have your midlife crisis when you turn 50. You got to retire by 65. Where do these numbers come from? If you haven't had kids by the time you're 30, if you haven't met the one by the time you're in your late 20s, that you're off time, you're falling behind. Says who? You're not behind. You're not late. You are in the exact same boat as almost every other human being on the planet right now who has this sense that they're behind in life, that there's some sort of checklist that you're supposed to be checking off in your 20s, your 30s, your 40s, your 50s, your 60s, and beyond. The pressure to be, quote, on time in life isn't the truth. It's social conditioning, and it ends today. Hey, it's your friend Mel, and welcome to the Mel Robbins Podcast. I'm absolutely thrilled that you're here. I am thrilled that you're here because, first of all, it's always such an honor to spend time with you, to be together. But I'm also thrilled because the topic today is fantastic. It is so interesting. I'm so excited to share everything that I want to share with you today. I also want to say, if you're a new listener, I just want to take a moment and personally welcome you to the Mel Robbins Podcast family. I'm thrilled that you're here today. And because you made the time to hit play and listen to this particular episode, the title of which is If You're Feeling Behind in Life, here's what I know about you. First of all, you're the type of person who does value your time. And you also want to make sure that your experience of where you are in your life right now, you want it to be different and you deserve to be enjoying your life. And after today's conversation, let me tell you something. In particular, when you hear the research that I have uncovered, when you hear the strategies that I'm going to share with you based on the age that you are right now, you are going to feel different in your life. How you see where you are right now based on your age, it's going to be different. Because the fact is, you're not behind. You're not late. You are in the exact same boat as almost every other human being on the planet right now who has this sense that they're behind in life, that there's some sort of checklist that you're supposed to be checking off in your 20s, your 30s, your 40s, your 50s, your 60s, and beyond. And that if you're not checking off these things on the list, that, oh, I should be doing this by then, I should be engaged, I should be having kids, I should be buying a house, I should be doing this, that if you're not checking these things off, that you're losing in life, that you're behind, that somehow you're the only person on the planet that hasn't figured this out. And the reason why I know that you're struggling with this is, first of all, this is a universal experience in life. I have felt this in my life. My kids who are in their 20s have felt this in their life. My husband has felt this at various ages. But more importantly, I'm seeing your messages that are flooding into the inbox at melrobbins.com. I'm seeing what you're writing in the comments on social media. And the number of you who are writing in right now. And you may be thinking, wait, Mel's reading my comments? Of course I'm reading your comments. Of course I'm reading your inbox. And it's kind of startling, the number of you that are writing in, saying, I just feel lost. I feel behind in my life. And I so relate to that sentiment, but I didn't realize how many of you are feeling this right now. And so I'm like, we got to dig into this. And we got to not just kind of talk about it as a thematic thing. Let's do the research. Let's find the experts. Let's figure out what this sense of being behind in your life actually is. And this is such a common experience in life. It's so common, in fact, that there's a word for it. It's called the social clock. That is the technical name based on research for this sense that there's some invisible checklist that you're supposed to mark your success in life by. And the research is incredible. I mean, if you're watching me on YouTube right now, you see that I have a stack of paper here. I have 21 pages of research to share with you today. This is such a cool topic, and it's going to completely transform how you feel about where you are in life. So let's talk about this concept of social clock. And once I unpack that and how it creates pressure and expectations that are just simply unfair and not accurate for where the world is at right now, once you see this, and then we go decade by decade, you're going to be liberated by how you're going to look at your life and yourself differently. And so in the 1960s, there was a psychologist by the name of Bernice Newgarden, and she found that every single society has this invisible checklist for life milestones. You got to graduate from college by 22. You got to be married by 30. You got to have kids by 35. You're going to have your midlife crisis when you turn 50. You got to retire by 65. And here's an interesting note about 65 and retiring. Where do these numbers come from? Like, why do we all think we're supposed to do certain things by a certain time? Well, they come from societal norms. And what you're about to discover, this blew my mind when I dug into the research, is so many of the societal norms were determined like 50 to 100 years ago when life was different. In fact, life expectancy was completely different. So, that kind of general notion that you should retire at the age of 65, check this out. You want to know when that became, quote, the social clock or the invisible checklist? 1935. 1935 was when the Social Security Act happened, and it created this moment in time at the age of 65 where Social Security was a thing. That's when you were supposed to retire. And we all were just like, okay. And then we set the social clock at 65, and then we all live our lives as if we're supposed to retire at 65. Says who? I guess everybody since 1935. Isn't that kind of dumb that we have this stupid age where we're supposed to do something by? You know, my son Oakley, I'm thinking about something else. My son Oakley, he had a lot of challenges going through school. He bounced from public elementary school to a school for kids with language-based learning disabilities because of dyslexia. Then he had to go to another smaller school because that school stopped at the age of 8th grade, and he had to repeat a grade. So now he's ending his freshman year of college, and he just turned 20, and he's like, I feel weird because I'm older. Aren't you supposed to be like 18 when you're a freshman? Says who? I guess we did. That's what this concept of social clock is. That if you follow the clock and you're a freshman at 18 and not 20, you're, quote, on time. But if you're not following the clock and you retire at 75, you're off time. If you haven't had kids by the time you're 30, if you haven't met the one by the time you're in your late 20s, that you're off time, you're falling behind. That's where this sense that you're falling behind comes from. It's these weird societal norms that we set way back for when somebody is supposed to be doing something. And what I'm going to prove to you today is that the timeline that is in place, that your parents live by, that your grandparents live by, that your friends are all following, that you are feeling all this pressure around, it's completely made up. And it was also made up when life was totally different. I mean, wait till I just unpack all this for you. It's crazy when you hear this. And, you know, I want to bring in another researcher that I absolutely love. This is research from Dr. Robert Waldinger's book, The Good Life, Lessons from the World's Longest Scientific Study on Happiness. Now, Dr. Robert Waldinger, he has been on this podcast. He's absolutely fantastic. He is a professor at Harvard Medical School. He is also the 4th director of the Harvard Study of Adult Development, which is the longest study that has ever been done on what it means to live a happy and meaningful life. This thing's been in existence for 86 years. And the data is very conclusive. And he actually writes about this idea of a social clock and how it screws us all up. It makes us unhappy. It makes us feel like we're falling behind or we're losing in life. So Dr. Waldinger takes Bernice Newgarten's research about this social clock even a step further, because he says it's not just society and things like we got to retire at 65 or we got to graduate by the time we're 18 that put pressure on us. But there's also social clocks that you may feel based on your upbringing or based on influences like your friends or news or social media or movies. They create this sense that, oh my gosh, okay, that's what other people are doing right now, so that's what I need to be doing right now. Whether it's, oh, my friends are now all leaving big cities and moving out to where the mountains are, and maybe I need to be doing that. Or, oh my gosh, my best friend just got engaged and I'm still single. Maybe I need to be doing that right now. And they also differ from culture to culture, generation to generation, which we're about to get into. Like when I unfold how different life was 1 or 2 human beings ago, and how we still live by some of the same social clocks as people had 50 years ago, you're going to think to yourself, this is ridiculous. Why am I doing this to myself? And Dr. Waldinger writes about the fact that there are these key events in everybody's life, like when do you leave a childhood home? When are you going to enter into a committed long term relationship? Are you having kids? And if so, at what age? When are you buying a house? That these can also have a cultural value based on where you were raised, based on where you grew up, based on your religion, based on your grandparents and your parents' personal history. That is what creates the sense that you're off time because you're not, quote, on time based on your parents' expectations or based on what your friends are doing or based on what is sort of valued in the culture that you grew up in. And this is where it gets really important and interesting to me is that it's not that being off time is stressful in and of itself. What makes it stressful is the fact that you don't think you're meeting the expectations that society or your parents or your friends have for you. That's what makes this so challenging. See, the sense of falling behind is based on falling behind to whom? Falling behind based on what? Falling behind based on whose expectations? That's what's at the heart of this. And that's why I think this is so commonplace in terms of an experience that you're feeling right now. That there is this crazy expectation that society has for where you're supposed to be in your life based on your 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, and you've just adopted it. When is the exact age that you should go to nursing school? When is the time limit for when you could apply to go back to school? Where's the time limit to you reinventing your career? Where's the time limit for where you can no longer get good with money? There isn't one. And that's why this whole notion that you're behind in life is a freaking joke. And it's time to stop playing into it. At the beginning of the 1800s, can you guess what the average life expectancy was here in the United States? So it's the 1800s. What do you think the average life expectancy is? Just take a guess. 29 years old. 29 years old? Of course you're getting married at the age of 20. I mean, you're almost dead for crying out loud. You got to hurry up. But that's not your life today. No wonder people were trying to get it all done. Because if your average life expectancy is 29, you got to hurry up. Every second counts for crying out loud. Like, think about your grandparents. Life in the 50s was completely different. Have you ever turned on a movie from the 50s? It looks like a different planet. From the cars to the clothes to the way the saturation of the film looks to the social norms. And so the reason why your grandparents and sometimes even your parents don't understand what you're doing in your 20s is because they literally lived in a different reality. Their friends were dying in their 50s. That's why they hurried up and had certain expectations about things. You live in a completely different moment of time, which means you have to have completely different expectations for yourself and what's possible. And a lot of those expectations that need to change about where you're supposed to be in your life are so exciting and so full of possibility. And this stupid social clock and this checklist from the 1950s, oh, I got to be this by this. I got to figure it out by my 20s. I got to be married by this certain time. I got to... It's so dumb because that's not the world you live in. And it's not only dumb, it can make you miserable because you may be making a major life decision right now because of approval, not based on what's going to make you happy. You may be torturing yourself, telling yourself that you have to have everything figured out right now in your 20s or your 30s, or that it's too late to reinvent yourself because of the mistakes that you've made and now you're in your 50s. Complete BS. It's not the truth. And yet you're making yourself miserable because of these stupid checklists that we're all adhering to. The pressure to be, quote, on time in life isn't the truth. It's social conditioning. And it ends today. So let's start with our 20s and the lies you're telling yourself and the lies that the social clock has been telling you. And when I share with you the reality of what it's like to be in your 20s today, I think you're going to feel very validated. And if you're listening right now and you're not in your 20s, but you have somebody in your life who is, this is going to be so eye-opening because being in your 20s right now is a very different experience than being in your 20s even 5 years ago. The amount of change that has happened when it comes to careers, when it comes to the cost of living, when it comes to the way that people work now is mesmerizing. And so the expectation that you should, quote, have it figured out in your 20s is not only a joke, it's dangerous. And so as you hear me share the reality of what you're facing in your 20s and why the 20s is not when you're supposed to figure your life out. No, if you're feeling lost in your 20s, you're doing your 20s correctly. Because your 20s is not the decade of figuring things out, especially in your career. The 20s is a decade of possibility. That's what the 20s are. I want to read to you a message from Mimi, who is a listener of this podcast, and she wrote into melrobbins.com. Hey, Mel, I'm 25, lost, jobless, and I regret the degree I spent 4 years on. It feels too late to pursue something meaningful like med or law school. How do I break out of this rut and stop comparing myself to those who had a clear path from a young age? First of all, this notion that you're too late to apply to med school is a lie. You can apply to med school at the age of 80. There is no age limit for applying to medical school. Even if you didn't do a pre-med major, you can do a post-bac pre-med program and then apply to law school. There are people right now that are listening around the world that applied to law school in their 40s, 50s, and 60s. It's a joke. So stop putting that pressure on yourself that there was some time that you were supposed to do it, and now you're, quote, late. No, you're not. You're figuring your life out. Your 20s is a time that is full of possibility. So before I talk about how I want you to reframe your mindset to possibility and really embrace that in your 20s, I don't want you to have things figured out. In your 20s, I want you to be exploring and figuring out who you are and what you like. And if by the age of 25, you have woken up and realized, oh my gosh, I really do feel this call to become a doctor, great. Go explore it. Great. Check out the possibility. And for those of you who are listening, who are not in your 20s, I really need you to understand something. Being a 20-year-old today is not the experience that you had in your 20s. The statistics that I'm about to read to you are so sobering. And it's important for all of us, whether you're the parent or the aunt or the uncle of a 20-something, or whether you're the older brother or sister of a 20-something, or if you're a 20-something and you're beating yourself up or you're thinking you got to have it all figured out. I really want you to hear this because it's going to validate this sense of feeling lost. The average 20-year-old today is under so much stress and pressure and chaos right now, and it's not pressure and stress and chaos that existed 5 or 6 years ago. It's just changed. And, we sit here and we look at 20-somethings and we're like, oh, they're weak or they're addicted to social media or all anxious or this or the other thing. Have you stopped to consider what it's like to be a 20-something today? That, first of all, 5 or 6 years ago, you went into an office, work was very predictable. You kind of knew what it was going to look like when you graduated from high school or college and you started going into a company and commuting. That's not what work is today. Nothing is stable. It's all hybrid. It's 24/7. In fact, Dell did some research. Did you know that 85% of jobs that are going to be around in the next 10 years haven't been created yet? Home ownership is out of reach. The generational wealth gap is absolutely massive. Nearly 10 million people right now are falling behind in their student loans. That's $250 billion worth of debt that is past due. The world is in chaos. And most 20-somethings have parents that lived in a very predictable, stable economy. They went to a corporate job. They reported to the office. They had a network of friends at work. That's not the typical 20-year-old experience. They're now in the middle of a recession and hybrid work. The world is shifting. The landscape is shifting. People are all over the place and scattered. Nothing is as it was even 6 years ago. And it's time to wake up and recognize that if you feel lost, I'm not surprised. I would too. In fact, I felt lost in my 20s because I didn't know what I wanted to do yet. I bounced from one thing to the other, and I wasn't dealing with half the stuff that you're dealing with. not going into work consistently, not having like a really core group of friends at work, not feeling like there's something that you can count on in terms of predictability, not quite knowing what industry to go into because AI is here and things are changing. This is exactly how you should feel. And so, if you're feeling lost right now, if you have not figured out your career, good. You're doing your 20s correctly. There's nothing wrong with you. It's a perfectly normal response to the decade that you're in based on the moment in history that you're in. And for those of us that have 20 somethings that we want to support, I think showing up with a bit more compassion based on the facts on how difficult this is to navigate. And none of us have experience with this, so we can't exactly help them based on our own life experience because we're in the middle of this too. Feeling lost is to be expected, which is why shifting your mindset from this ridiculous social clock expectation that you should have it all figured out yet to shifting your mind to, oh, I'm basically in a decade of possibility. I'm not supposed to have it figured out. I'm supposed to be exploring. And one thing that you do have on your side that I want to point out is that because you're digitally native and because all of the jobs that are coming are going to have to do with being online and technology and AI, one of the best things that you can do is double down on learning AI, on leaning into tech, on embracing the fact that it is a skill to be digitally native. It is a skill to be able to communicate the way that you do. This is not a deficit, it's an asset. Embracing that because it's going to be a part of any single career path that you choose. But hear me loud and clear. Get rid of the checklist that you have to have your career figured out in your 20s. In fact, think about your friend Mel Robbins. In my 20s, I had approximately 11 job changes. I graduated from law school. I hated law school. I then went and was a public defender. I liked that job. I did that for a couple years. Then I bounced to a large law firm. Hated that job. Then I quit that job after a year. Then I went not to one startup, not to two startups. I went to three startups in 3 years. Then I studied to be a life coach. Then I invested in a little tiny paint your own pottery business. Then I tried a little radio. Like I bounced from one thing to the other. So the idea that you're supposed to have it figure out, complete garbage. In fact, you may be the kind of person like me that actually needs to explore and you need to bounce from one thing to another to figure out what you like. Because it's how something feels that tells you whether you like it or not. And every one of the things that you're going to try in your 20s brings experience that you're going to build on, skills that you're going to build. And so embracing this idea that I don't have to figure it all out, I'm exploring. This is a decade of possibility, and I'm going to embrace it. Have you ever shown up at a beach on a wave day? Aren't wave days the best? The big rollers come in and you grab the boogie board and you jump in the waves and you ride them up and down. That's what I think the 20s are. Figuring out what you like, learning how to ride the waves. That's what you're going to do. And look, I want to acknowledge something. It's easy for me to sit here and say, oh, it's a decade of possibility. You're going to figure it all out. I understand that there are going to be moments in your 20s where you do feel desperate. In fact, there are going to be moments in every decade of your life where you're going to think like you've made a major mistake. You're going to feel like you're not quite sure if you can go on. And I can really relate to this feeling because our daughter Sawyer, who is now 26 years old, she's the exact opposite of me in terms of how she goes about her life, how she thinks, and she just like has everything all mapped out. Okay. Gonna go to high school, then I'm gonna go to college. During college, she got herself an internship at this huge cybersecurity firm. During the internship, she gets herself the offer to get the job after college. The pandemic hits, a lot of plans go sideways. In 3 years of working for this massive cybersecurity firm, never went into work. 3 years, never went into work. Even though she loved her boss, even though she was engaged in her work, she hated never going into work. She never left her apartment. She would literally sit in Southie in Boston and work all day. And if you're in your 20s, that may be your experience. Hybrid work has done a number of things. Yes, it's wonderful to have the flexibility, but it has imploded people's networks at work. It has imploded a sense of structure and rhythm to your day. It has destroyed the separation between your home space and your workspace, which is why people feel lonely and isolated. And that's what she started to feel. And so she saved her money and she went on this lifelong dream to go on a 4-month long solo backpacking trip. And that was a highlight of her life, something she had been planning for 7 years. She quits her job. And one of the reasons why she didn't want to quit her job is because, check this out, she was worried about what future employers would think and what it would look like on her resume. Why? Because of the social clock, because of this expectation. I gotta, the checklist in my 20s, I gotta make sure that I stay at a job for a certain amount of time, that I stay in an industry for a certain amount of time, that I don't quit too soon or I don't stay too long so that it looks a certain way to other. This is all the same thing. Not wanting to look behind to other people, not wanting to look bad to other people based on what the expectations are of other people and society. Well, thankfully, she finally decided, I'm going to go on this trip. She spends 4 months solo backpacking. Great, because in your 20s, decade of possibility. You don't have kids. You don't have obligations. You don't have the massive amount of things that pile up in your life when you're in your 30s, 40s, and 50s. That's the time to do it. That's the time to move to a different city. That's the time to explore new things. That's the time to jump from one thing to the other because it is the decade of possibility. But then she came home completely broke and having no idea what to do with her life. And if you don't have somebody in your life who is lost or feels behind, I want to play a little selfie video for you that she took of herself in her bedroom upstairs while she was living here at home with her parents at the age of 25, feeling broke and lost and not knowing what to do with her life. This is what it feels like to be behind in your 20s.
Hey, I can't stop crying. My face is so puffy. And it's all because I have no fucking idea what I'm doing. I want to make a lot of money, as everyone does, but as a 25-year-old coming home from an extraordinary trip and thinking I'm going to make so much money off the bat, I'm not. And I also haven't done anything to make money either. Ah! I'm dying. I feel like there's a million things to do and I can't do anything. My to-do list feels like so long, but on my to-do list is like, call so-and-so, catch up with blank, stop crying. Oh my god. Oh god. I will be okay.
Yes, you will be okay. And yes, you're going to figure it out. And you don't have to figure it out today. And you don't have to figure it out next week. All you got to do is keep telling yourself, I'm going to figure this out. I am capable of putting one foot in front of the other. I am capable of networking with people. I am capable of landing a job and feeling it out. I'm capable of leaving a job if I don't like it. I'm capable of moving to another city. I'm capable of saving money because the decade of your 20s is not where you're supposed to figure it out. It's the decade of possibility where you have so many experiences because you're figuring out who you are and what you like. And none of that can be distilled down into a checklist. And so instead of trying to check the boxes, I want you to take a step back. I want you to see that the 20s right now are really different, that it is challenging, it is overwhelming, it is confusing. And so feeling that way is normal. But the best thing that you can do is to remind yourself that you don't need to figure it out. Nobody has it figured out. But step by step, day by day, you have to remind yourself that you have the ability to explore, to make changes, to learn about yourself. And if you do that, I promise you, You are going to wake up at the end of your 20s and go, not only am I doing okay, but I've learned a lot about myself. And you're also doing better than you think you are. And if you're listening right now and there's a 20-something in your life, that's exactly what you need to say to them. You are going to figure this out. Your 20s are very hard. This hybrid work thing is so confusing. Trying to network with people that don't even show up to an office, it is really difficult. You're right. And guess what? You're still going to figure it out. And I'm going to be here every step of the way to support you in doing it. So stop putting the pressure on yourself, take a breath, go for a walk, and then take the next right step. That's what we need to be saying to the 20-somethings in our life. So if your 20s are the decade of possibility, now let's talk about your 30s, because the biggest lie that the social clock and this invisible checklist is telling you is that you're supposed to, quote, settle down. You got to meet the one, you got to have kids, you got to find the house and settle down and move to the burbs. That is not what you have to do. If that's what you want to do, fine, but that's not what you have to do. This checklist was created. Let's remind ourselves this checklist was created based on a time when the average life expectancy was in the 50s. This is your grandparents' checklist, and so it doesn't have to be yours. Your 30s is a decade where you've told yourself this lie that you have to settle down. Like, this is the decade where you got to find the one, you have to have your kids, you have to buy a house. And while those are amazing things to do in your life, if those are things that you want to do, the pressure that you feel is complete BS. There seem to be two major items on the checklist that people hold themselves accountable to in their 30s. And that is the house that you need to buy and the marriage and the kids that you need to have. And I'm going to unpack them both one by one. And I've been getting a lot of messages from people recently, and I want to read one from a listener named Shauna. She writes, Mel, I recently turned 35. I've been somewhat single for 5 years, and I have a big wish to be a mom. I've always loved and wanted children. Taking care of kids is second nature to me. But as the months roll by, and as I've matched my 1,000th match on all the dating apps that I've been on for 4 years, I'm hitting a wall of despair. My life is not budging. The apps aren't apping. Meeting people in real life is not a thing anymore, as no one ever talks to me when I go out. I don't have eligible single friends, nor are there friends of friends left. I can't be the only woman in this situation, and I don't know how to go on living like this. Well, first of all, yes, you do. You do know how to go on living. You're going to go on living. And based on what I'm going to unpack for you, I'm going to give you a sense of power and freedom that I want you to really embrace in your 30s, because what you're feeling is extraordinarily common. And there is a big difference between the topic of having children and the reality that I need you to take seriously versus the pressure that you feel to do it by a certain time and the pressure that people also feel during this decade to find the one, to get married, to buy the house, okay? So let's talk about the pressure to have kids, because I want to be extremely responsible about that. The decade of your 30s is not the decade when you're supposed to settle down. The decade of your 30s, in my opinion, is where you need to dig into the research and settle in on what matters to you. This is particularly true when it comes to kids. Just because you haven't gotten pregnant yet, you haven't met the one yet, you're not a mom yet, doesn't mean you're not going to be one. But when it comes to the topic of having kids, it is critical in your 30s that you be honest with yourself about what you actually want. Because for women in particular, there is a biological deadline if you want to have your own biological children. So let's take fertility, for example. The American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists say that a woman's best chance at getting pregnant is in her late teens to her late 20s, and fertility does start to decline around 30 and starts to drop off more significantly around 35. So what does that mean for you? That means that you don't need to settle down, but you need to be honest with yourself about what you want. And you've already done that part. You want to be a mom. You'd love to have children of your own. Great. If you're 35, that means you need to freeze your eggs. Do not gaslight yourself. Do not hold out on this. Follow the research and the medical facts and set yourself up to be able to make a decision in the future. Yes, the biological clock is a very real thing, which is why I want you to understand there are very real options that you have to make sure you don't miss the window. And just because it feels like this sense that, oh my God, I'm 35 and there's this checklist and there's this social clock and the door, is closing, it doesn't mean your life is. It doesn't mean the options are closing. And you will feel so empowered if you take the step to freeze your eggs, which is what I would recommend that you do if this is something that you're serious about. Here's another thing that I would get serious about. If you're in a relationship right now and you know you want kids and your partner's like, I don't know if I want kids or not, do not waste this decade with somebody who does not want the same things that you want. Do not tell yourself that the person is going to change your mind. Because if you continue to stay in a relationship with somebody who does not share the same vision for life, who does not have the same values for what you want, on something as important as whether or not you're going to have kids, do not do that to yourself, because you will waste the rest of this decade with a person that you hope changes their mind, and then the door will be closed and you're going to regret this for the rest of your life. And so you got to be very serious. Again, this is not where you settle down and you settle when it comes to your values and your vision for your life. Your 30s is where you get honest with yourself about some core things. But now I want to talk to you if you're in a situation where, like, okay, I get it, and I still want to find the love of my life. I want that for you. And you are going to find the love of your life. And here's what I want to say about that, though. I wrote about this a lot and researched this in the Let Them theory. And I think there's some important research if you, quote, haven't met the one. You've dated a lot of people or you've been in a bunch of relationships and it hasn't turned into a long-term committed relationship. There's very interesting research around this that you need to dig into. So on page 252 of the Let Them theory book, I also address this fallacy that the purpose of dating is to find the one. And I think this is a reason why dating is so hard, is that you don't understand the true purpose. You're not just trying to find the one. Dating is helping you learn more about yourself and what you want and what you don't want. And the Let Them theory is going to be super important for you because you got to let people show you who they are, and you got to focus on what you actually want to feel and the type of person that you want to be with. Because the more time you spend chasing the wrong people, the longer it's going to take you to find the right one. And one of the most important lessons that you're going to learn is the kind of behavior that you will not accept, the kind of person you truly want to be with. And if you get so obsessed with finding the one and you feel so much pressure because of this stupid social clock as to when you're supposed to be in a committed long-term relationship, you're going to miss all of the information and the lessons that dating is trying to teach you. You weren't put on the earth to be somebody's wife or husband. You are here to fulfill your dreams, share your story, and create a big, beautiful, amazing life. No one else is going to create that life for you. The person you choose to love gets to share that life with you. That's why you got to be choosy. See, when you're dating, have a lot of fun, but don't ever forget the bigger picture. You're looking for someone who is capable of helping you become your best self and co-creating a beautiful life together. And so it's important to understand that you're learning more about yourself. And here's what I want you to do. It's easy to close yourself off. See, if you focus on the social clock, and I should have been finding the person by now. I'm 35. It's too, if you start doing that, you get pickier. That's an interesting thing. You get pickier because you're looking for a needle in the haystack. That's not actually how you meet somebody that amplifies you. You actually have to do the opposite. You have to become more flexible. You have to be willing to be less choosy and meet more people. You got to be more open to lots of different types of people, because ultimately, the more people that you meet, the more you open yourself up to people of different heights, of different backgrounds, of different body types, of different professions. Ultimately, it will lead you to choosing someone amazing who makes you feel incredible, who chooses you back. And look, I get it. It's kind of hard to embrace this idea that you've got to be more open. But I promise you, when you realize that it's your own insecurity and desperation around this that's narrowing the field, you got to do the opposite and open yourself up to new experiences and new people and change the filters, is what everybody says. Change the filters, change the height filter, change the mileage filter, open yourself up. I promise you, the love of your life is just around the corner. In fact, if you knew that the love of your life were right around the corner, how would you be living your life differently now? There you go. All right, let's talk about the third big thing that is one of these milestones on the checklist in your 30s, which is I got to buy a house. I got to buy a house. I got to have my first house. I got to have a house. Got a house. I got to buy a house. I want to share, if you're in your 30s or 40s or 50s and you're wanting to buy a home and you're somewhere in the world where you feel like it feels out of reach, like when did real estate become so expensive? Because you're not wrong. Real estate is just shocking is the wrong word. It's unfair, in my opinion, what's happened. I want to share some research with you because it's different. I'm sorry, it's different than the situation that your parents and grandparents were in when they were buying their first home. The American dream in particular is now like the American nightmare. And a lot of experts say that the vehicle that was the primary vehicle where people could establish wealth, which is buying a home, is no longer the primary, is not accessible to a lot of people anymore. And let me just hit you with some of the facts. You ready? So in 1950, the average cost of a home, so we're talking the house that your grandparents or your parents bought. You ready? You want to buy a house? The median price, $7,300. $7,300. Some of you may be paying that in rent every 2 or 3 months. I think you could afford a house at $7,300, but if we were to convert that in today's dollars, what would the actual cost be adjusted for inflation in today's dollars? If we were looking at kind of like, okay, well, if we do apples to apples, if your parents were paying $7,300 adjusted for today's dollars, that would be $88,000. That means there's an 11x increase between what your grandparents were paying and what you now need to pay. What does that mean? Different world, different reality, which means you got to have different expectations. And there's a reason why this has happened. Check this out. In 1991, the average home buyer was 35 years old. Today, the average home buyer, 56 years old. If you live in a world where the average home buyer is 56 years old, why on earth would you tell yourself you have to have a house by the age of 30? Why are you putting so much pressure on yourself to do this? And if you're wondering, wow, it just seems like rents and housing costs have gone up significantly in the last couple of years. It has. In the last 3 years, the housing market in Boston has gone up 73%. You're not imagining this. This is the reality. And I'm sure you've even seen this in your own neighborhood. The world has changed, which means you got to change the expectations and the pressure that you put on yourself. First of all, hybrid work coming out of the pandemic, it just imploded everything. And one of the things that it impacted is real estate costs, because people that were living in big cities could move to smaller markets, which meant all of a sudden there was this huge bubble everywhere, even in places where normally it would cost way less to buy a house. Another reason, a lot of people don't talk about this, but it's true. All of those supposed federal grants that were supposed to go to payroll and to helping businesses stay open, you know what a lot of people did with that money? They invested in real estate. So did private equity. That's why you've got situations where there's no rental stock, why it's impossible to buy a house. This is a reality. And I'm not saying this to make you depressed. I'm saying it because how are you possibly going to settle down if you're not accepting where the world is right now? And so here's what I want you to do. If buying your own home is an important core value to you, fantastic. And I personally believe that you can figure out how to do it, and you can figure out how to do it in a great place, and you can find a house, and you can buy a house, and you can fix up a house. If that's your dream, wonderful. But I want you to stop holding this checklist or this social clock over your head. And I want you to embrace reality that things have changed. The real estate market is different. And I want you to do your research, just like I'm asking you to do the research around kids. Do the research. Embrace the fact that this is not something that has a timeline. It's a dream that you own, and there are things that you can do to set yourself up for it. It might take you 4 or 5 years to save the money to get a house. It might take you researching, going to auction on houses going to foreclosure. You might decide when you do the research, hey, you know what I've realized? I actually want to rent where I am. But maybe what I'm going to do is I'm going to look into buying a small little unit that I can rent that's in a place that I want to move to in 5 years. And so I'm going to think about this differently because I live in a different moment in time. And if I really double down on what I want, and then I start getting smart and doing the research about how to work with what I've got and to embrace the reality of the decade I'm living in and the moment in history that I'm in and the place that the market's in and finances are in, I can figure this out. And if I loosen my timeline and I give myself some grace, I'm going to feel motivated to do it. And I might just do this in a way that's super cool. I'm going to rent a house. I'm going to get an investment place. I'm going to learn how to make money on the side. And then guess what? When I move up there in about 5 to 10 years, I'm going to have paid off a lot of that mortgage. I'm going to be sitting really pretty. In fact, I not only now have a house, I did it in a way that was even smarter than what my parents and grandparents did. And for those of us that are not in our 30s, really understanding that the landscape is different, understanding that housing prices are exorbitant, and to level set your expectations is important because then you're not adding undue and unnecessary pressure on yourself, which is only going to make you feel lost and depressed. And now you don't have to because you can figure it out. So let's go to our 40s. And the poster child for how to take control of your life in your 40s when you think you screwed everything up is your friend Mel Robbins. I have so much to share with you about this. The 40s were the best decade of my life. Well, actually, the 50s are pretty good too, but the 40s is where, holy cow, I went from rock bottom to climbing the mountain. And you can too. So the lie that people tell themselves about their 40s is that if you haven't made it yet, then you're never going to. It's complete baloney. In fact, this was my story. At the age of 41, my husband's restaurant business was failing. I had been laid off from this job that I thought was going to be my ticket. And I felt like I had made every single bad decision in my career. I mean, I told you earlier about the number of career changes that I had had in my 20s. I kept bouncing from one thing to the other in my 30s. I mean, I'm talking another 7 different pivots. And so here I am, 41. I'm about 14 jobs in my career. It didn't look like a resume. It looked like a choose your own disaster adventure. And now I'm feeling at the age of 41, I've completely blown it. I've blown it. And not only have I blown it in my career, I don't have any money. We've invested everything in my husband's restaurant business. That's now failing. So you want to talk about that sense that you're not only behind, but that you've royally screwed it all up. I thought there's no way I'm getting out of debt. There's no way I'm getting the liens off the house. There's no way I'm going to be able to pay for my kids' college. There's no way I'm ever going to be successful in my career. That's how I felt at the age of 41. I wasn't just behind. I effed the whole thing up. And I'm here to tell you that you're just getting started when you hit your 40s. And one of the best things about being in your 40s is that even if your career or your financial life is a complete train wreck like mine was, you still are not starting from scratch. That's the coolest thing. Every single thing that you've done up until this point is actually building experience that you can build on. And so you're not too late. In fact, if you look at the life expectancy of 77, you're like got 37 more years. Do you know how much you can get done in 37 years? And here's the thing I want you to really think about. If you're going to hold yourself to a standard that by the age of 40, you should have things figured out, that means that you can kind of figure things out over the next couple decades, okay? You got plenty of time. And beating yourself up and telling yourself that you're lost and telling yourself that you've screwed up, do you know what that does? It doesn't motivate you. It actually makes you depressed. It makes you feel like a loser, and you're not a loser. You just have a winding path. You are probably just stubborn like I am, and you learn lessons the hard way. You explored a lot, and now you know a lot. And so you cannot afford to tell yourself this stupid lie that it's too late, that you're behind, that you've screwed it up, that you can't turn it around, because it's complete BS. If I can do it, you can do it. And it's not just me. Do you know Vera Wang, the famous fashion designer, wedding designer? She started designing wedding dresses at the age of 40. Samuel L. Jackson landed that role in Pulp Fiction, 45. Julia Child, do you know how old she was? Famous French chef, Julia Child, when she published her very first cookbook, 49. And here's the other thing that you have in your 40s. You have a network of people that you know. You have a number of experiences. You have a lot of lessons that you've learned. And now, you know what you have in your 40s that you didn't have in your 30s? You have a sense of urgency. And you can use that to your advantage. Take everything that's happened in your career to this date and say, you know what? I'm going to figure this out in my decade. I'm going to triple down and I'm going to go for it. Your 40s aren't a finish line. Your 40s are the launch pad for the next decade of your life. That's what they are. It's where you can truly launch forward in your career. You can do something new. You can build on what you've learned, the mistakes that you've made. That's why the 40s are incredible. And by the way, the other reason why the 40s is really fun to do is because everybody around you is so distracted, typically raising kids, or they're engaged in their career, or they're doing other things, that nobody cares what you're doing. So you can do anything that you want. And that is super cool. I mean, that's true about all the decades, but in the 40s in particular, you're going to notice people don't care as much, and you're not going to care as much either. And here's another statistic that I want to give to you. Maybe things haven't worked out because you're supposed to do your own thing. Maybe your 40s is where you take that interest that you had, or that side hustle, or that thing you've always imagined doing, and you actually launch your own thing. Do you know this is research from a study at MIT's Sloan School of Business? The average age of a successful startup founder, 45. Kind of cool, huh? You want to know why the average age is 45? Because you have a certain amount of wisdom and a certain amount of failure and a certain amount of clarity after 4 decades of your life about who you are and what your strengths are and what you're interested in. And you're also sick of the BS. And so you can laser focus in on what you actually want to do. And for me, it was my 40s where I got tired of my own excuses and I forced myself to do it. And I think that's the invitation that your 40s have for you. If you don't like where you are, then stop listening to your excuses and use this decade to change your life. If you've been sitting around waiting for somebody else to come rescue you, stop gaslighting yourself and take responsibility for creating what you want. Because it was my 40s and that rock bottom moment that forced me to discover the strength that I have and the capacity that I have to do the things that needed to be done in order to change my life for the better. And regardless of whether you're successful or you're struggling like I was, you have that exact same ability, and your 40s are your invitation to get honest with yourself and get to work. All right, let's talk about our 50s. The lie you're going to tell yourself is that when you hit 50, because it's kind of that midpoint in life, that you're supposed to have some sort of crisis. No, you're not. It's not the midlife crisis. I actually think your 50s are a moment for fabulous reinvention. I was 50 years old when I went from being a motivational speaker to starting a media production company and working with companies like JP Morgan and Starbucks and Ulta Beauty and Audible. I was 54 when I started the Mel Robbins podcast, which, as I'm talking to you right now, is the #1 ranked podcast in the entire world. #1. As a 56-year-old woman sitting above my garage in Vermont, having never done that before and leaning into all, I think that is so freaking cool. And it's an example that if you look at your 50s, not as I'm behind, I should have been here, are you crazy? This is where you get to play. This is where reinvention is a thing, because for most of us in our 50s, if you've had the kind of life where you've been raising kids, or you've been climbing the ladder at work, or you've been busy caring for everybody else, this is where you get to think about yourself. That doesn't mean you don't still have to care for kids or care for aging parents or you don't have a demanding career. But what if this were a decade where you stopped lying to yourself and saying it's too late to start over? And you started telling yourself the truth, which is your 50s are the decade of reinvention. Everybody that I know that's in their 50s is doing something cool right now. And if you are listening and you have parents in their 50s, please send this to them. Please remind your parents that they are super cool and there's so many cool things that they could be doing, because everybody that I know in their 50s right now is thinking about this. Like, they're either thinking about it from the standpoint of what do I want to do next, or they're thinking about it from the standpoint of, all right, I've taken care of the kids and everybody else. What do I want to do? What's the contribution I want to make? In fact, my husband, I'm so proud of him, Christopher Robbins. For the last 5 years, when he was in his 50s, he started a men's retreat called Soul Degree. He only does 3 of them a year. He has also gotten a certificate to be a death doula. He also is working on his first book. I'm so excited about this book. I can't tell you about it. I'm going to have to let him tell you about it when he's finished writing. But he writes every day for an hour. How cool is that? And the man is also getting a master's in spiritual psychology right now. He just applied online and he's doing it remotely. Isn't that so cool? That's available to you. I really feel like thinking about 50s as giving yourself permission to reimagine what's possible. And that goes for everything. If you're divorced, you're going to meet the love of your life. If you're married, you want to know the best marriage? It's the second marriage to the first person. That's the best marriage. When you reimagine what's possible with the person that you've been with for the last 20 to 30 years. I feel more connected to Chris now because of what we're doing to improve our relationship in our 50s and being like really intentional about how we're showing up and changing old patterns. Like, it's the coolest thing ever. So it's not too late. It's actually just the beginning of a whole new chapter of your life and a decade where you can reimagine everything. And, you know, I've got this message from Laura where she wrote and said, Mel, I'm a recent empty nester to twins. So boom, it happened all at once. I have no idea what I want to happen now. I've been a caretaker for my family and now I'm not. I have a small crafting business, but it doesn't really excite me. It just brings me some extra money, so I feel like I contribute a little financially. The last 14 years, I've volunteered at the schools, but that chapter's closed. I believe I wanted to get involved in some kind of charity, but I'm not sure what, or maybe start something of my own that would benefit my town locally, or maybe leave a legacy. I'm just not sure what direction I should go in. You know what's cool about this? Is that it's kind of like your 20s. Give yourself permission. You don't have to pick a direction. Explore them all and see what feels right. And you don't have to figure it out by the end of this year. What if you give yourself your 50s to explore all kinds of things? And that's part of the process of reinventing yourself. And so I want to say a couple things, though, because there was some great research about being in your 50s, and this will also be true as we get into 60s and beyond, from Robert Waldinger, our professor at Harvard Medical School from the Harvard Study of Adult Development. He basically said that one of the coolest things about reaching your 50s and beyond is that the kids are gone and you can finally start to think about yourself again. One of the coolest things about this phase of your life is that you've been through some hard things. And I want you to give yourself credit for that. Like, you've experienced loss, you've experienced job changes, you may have gone through a divorce, and you have a lot more wisdom and life experience, which means you also have resilience that you need to give yourself credit for. And there's this kind of confidence that comes up where you sort of are like, you know, this is who I am. Take me or leave me. Let them, right? You sort of start accepting yourself. And yes, while you still are going to worry about other people in your life in this period of your life, this is a moment where you need to really double down on yourself. In fact, there's some really interesting research from the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development in the UK. 73% of job growth over the last 30 years has come for people over 50. So don't be lying to yourself and telling yourself that there are no opportunities. It's completely wrong. And if you are going back into the workforce, there's really great research from LinkedIn. They did this big thing about the future of work, and they're calling this era a skills-based economy. And whether you've had a long career or you're changing careers or you're going back into the workforce, stop telling yourself you're too old. You have skills from your life experience, communication, project management. If there are things that you want to learn, there are so many classes online that you can take to brush up on skills related to tech, related to project management, related to AI, and all of that is available to you. The other thing that the research is very clear about is the 50s is a period in your life where friendship really matters. This is a moment where you want to pivot away from a primary focus of caregiving and of just burying yourself in your career and reprioritize friendship. It is critical for you to double down on being proactive and starting to build a community. Because one of the things that you're going to learn about as we jump into how the social clock and this invisible checklist is lying to people in their 60s and beyond is the importance of friendship, the importance of having social connections. And so your 50s, it's not too late. You can reinvent yourself. You can fluff up your social life. In fact, you can meet some of the best friends of your life from this point forward. And you will if you lean into it and you stop lying to yourself. So that brings me to the 60s, where there's a lot of lying that people do to themselves about it's time to retire. In 1935, Social Security Act set 65 as the age of retirement, and we all just kind of followed in line. Who says you have to retire at 65? Who says you have to work into your 60s if you don't want to? This is your life. Don't live it based on other people's expectations. Figure out what's going to make you happy. Figure out what's going to bring you meaning. In fact, here's a message from Alyssa who wrote in to melrobbins.com/podcast. Mel, to retire or not? I'm struggling with the challenges of retirement, money, no clear plans, and the fear of being forgotten. What if I don't want to retire, but everyone around me keeps asking me, when are you going to retire? Like for me personally, I'm never retiring. I don't want to retire. I don't want to retire because, first of all, I love what I do. I love learning. I love the connection to everybody on my team. I love having a sense of purpose. And I believe that 60s is not a time to slow down. 60s is not a time to retire. 60s is the decade where I want you to reignite your passion for life. That's what I want you to do. And when I hear in this question, should I retire? Should I not retire? You know what I hear? I hear pressure. I hear expectation. I hear a social clock that's so dumb. How about answering that question from, well, what is going to reignite passion? And passion is just a fancy word for energy. What brings energy into your life? And look, if you want to retire from your job because you hate it and you've, stayed for a pension or you've saved enough money and now you can do something else, great. But maybe do something else that energizes you or brings you passion. Or maybe you're in the camp that a lot of people are in, where you are living in a moment in time where what you save for is not going to actually cover the cost of retirement. And I want to say right up front that I personally feel like being in your 60s right now is a lot like being in your 20s. Experiencing your 60s is very different than what it was like to be 60 just 10 years ago. I mean, I laid out some of the statistics when we were talking about being in your 20s and in your 30s about the way that the housing market has changed, the cost of living, the chaos in the news, the up and down in the stock market. All this stuff is impacting the financial obligations that you have, the realities of that you're going to live longer. And, also keep in mind that when the age of retirement hit at 65 in 1935, the life expectancy wasn't that high. And now you're living longer. And so the reality might be that you planned for a certain age, but now that you're there, you're like, wait a minute, I'm really engaged. I don't want to just sit around and fill it with golf and mahjong. I mean, I want to be doing something. And that's a really cool thing. Or maybe the reality is that you saved and you thought you'd be in a certain place, but now you live in a part of the world where, my God, the insurance costs are rising, or you have a health condition and so you need the insurance. That's just the reality. And so it's not a time to pressure yourself to retire unless you want to. It's a time to really think about passion and how you reignite it in your life. What can you be doing, whether it's volunteering or a different type of job or staying in what you're currently doing, to keep energy and passion alive? And this is important because the research is pretty clear that there is a pretty deep decline in verbal memory. There's an uptick in depression and social isolation that happens when people retire because you underestimate how important it was to be engaged in a community at work, to be focused on the things that you are working on and how it stimulates your brain, the rhythm and the structure of your work life, and how it gives you a sense of purpose and how it gets you out of bed in the morning. The same is true with what I was talking about with your 20s. If all you're doing is hybrid work and you've never experienced that, not having that structure creates its own isolation and sense of being lost. The fastest growing segment of the workforce is people 65 and older. I love that people are staying engaged. I love that. And I want you to really think about it. And if you're starting to feel like, well, I'm kind of getting a forced retirement, well, I'm needing to kind of leave gracefully, just think about what's next. Just because you're leaving one job or you're closing the door on one chapter of your career, do you know how much you have to give to a nonprofit, or you have to give to a new venture, or you have to give by sitting on boards? Stay involved, because it's really going to help you stay energized and passionate in your life. When you decide to retire, choose to do it because it's what you want to do, not because society expects you to do it. You're not behind, you're not ahead. You're just living your life based on a way that makes it exciting and meaningful for you. And if you are choosing to retire in your 60s, I want to just highlight the research, and this is important for you to share with people that you love. It is critical that you get involved in something else. It is critical that you stay social. Do not underestimate how important this is. And do not underestimate how much that is provided by the fact that you're still working. And so there is no timeline. There is no checklist. There is just the research and the reality of where you're at and the reality of where you are in history. And so focus on reigniting your passion. And that brings me to what's possible in your 70s and beyond. This is not the decade to slow down. In fact, there was an expert that we had on the podcast by the name of Dr. Vonda Wright. She is a world-renowned orthopedic surgeon and researcher in longevity. And what she had to say about aging blew my mind. Everybody that you care about, your parents, your grandparents, need to hear this clip. Just check out what Dr. Vonda Wright has to say about getting older.
There is a pervasive myth in this country that aging is an inevitable decline from the vitality of youth down some slippery slope to frailty, where we spend the last 20 years of our lives dying. But the fact of the matter is, we actually can be healthy, vital, active, joyful. But people think that they have to go down this slippery slope and that there's nothing they can do about it. But the fact of the matter is, there's so much we can do to pre-plan our future.
And what I love about her research is that it doesn't matter if you took the worst care of yourself up until this point. Your muscles and your brain are designed to grow and get stronger until the day you die. There are things that you can start doing now that will increase your mobility, your movement, your strength, your vitality, your energy. It is never too late to fully experience the possibilities of your life. And I think that is such an exciting message that you don't have to slow down. I want to be dancing the day I die. I literally want to go, and boom, drop dead. That's exactly what I want to do. Now, is it going to happen? I don't know. But I hold that vision for my life, and I hold that vision for you too. It's not a time to slow down. It's a time to get strong and to stay strong and to be connected and to be social and to have more fun. And one of the things that's more important than ever is connection. If there were ever a decade to double down on your relationship with your family, your friends, your loved ones, it's now. Relationships matter. And here's what I'm going to tell you. If there are things you need to apologize for, If there's somebody that you have not forgiven, if there is someone that you've never said, I love you to, now's the time. It doesn't matter what's gone down in the past. There are always ways that you can build bridges to people and create a different future. And being proactive about creating stronger connections with your loved ones, with friends, meeting new friends, heck, even finding love again. You know, one of the things that's very inspiring to me is that my mother-in-law has been a widower for 19 years. She has found the second love of her life at the age of 85. How cool is that? I mean, she's giggling like a teenager, for crying out loud. They're so cute together. I just love thinking about the fact that some of the best days of your life are ahead of you. And when you adopt this truth that your body is designed to move, your body is designed to be strong, your mind really wants to learn and be connected, and it can. That what brings meaning into your life, particularly near the end of your life, is connection to friends and family, and you can build it. And in fact, I was talking with my parents the other day. My mom is 76 and my dad is 80. And, you know, their community where they are over the winters in Florida has really shrunk, either because people are no longer coming down or they're getting older. And a lot of their friends who are a decade older than my parents, they're dying, which is like super sad. And I was saying to my dad the other day, like, what do you think you guys want to do in the next couple years? You know, do you want to stay in your house? Do you want to go? And my dad was so cute. He was like, well, we're really thinking about it. We're thinking about where we might want to be. And we're thinking about the possibility of making lots of new friends and getting re-engaged in a new community. And I just think that's so exciting to have that attitude. And so, you know, the BS that we've been sold about the fact that you're supposed to slow down and get fragile and disconnected and get grumpy and grouchy, it's not true. It's simply not true. And the science is there to prove it, and the evidence is all around you. In fact, let me just give you some really fun statistic. Betty White. Betty White worked until she passed away at 99. Dick Van Dyke just starred in a Coldplay music video. George H.W. Bush, my dad talks about this a lot. He's like, I think I want to do that. Went skydiving on his 90th birthday. If they can do it, so can you. In fact, one of the other cool things that's available to all of us is tech. We complain a lot about social media, but do you know how many 90-year-olds have millions of followers on TikTok? One of my favorite is Grandma Droniak. She's hilarious. You might even recognize her voice. I want to play a little clip. This is Lillian Droniak. She's got 14.8 million TikTok followers. The channel is managed by her grandson, Kevin, which I also love because that's an example of how she's being proactive to stay connected with her grandson, and she's having fun all the way until she drops dead. Just listen to this. It's hilarious.
Get ready with me. My first date in 25 years. And he's going to pick me up in 20 minutes. I'm getting nervous now. I met him at bingo, and that's the way it goes. He's really handsome, and I couldn't say no. Powder, powder, powder. I might kiss him, you never know, but I'm going to still put lipstick on. Just in case.
You know what I love about that? You can tell she's having fun. And I think that brings us back to the whole point of this conversation. Who says you're supposed to be a certain way at 90? It's complete BS. You can be any way you want. And if you can be any way that you want, if you can do whatever you want in the decades of your life, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you want to have fun? Why wouldn't you want to re-engage in your passion? Why wouldn't you want to stop pressuring yourself and holding these expectations over yourself and lying to yourself? You're not lost. You're not behind. It's not too late. You have plenty of time to figure things out, and you will. And now is the time to stop holding this social clock over your head, to delete this invisible checklist, and to double down on where you are in your life, what you want, the moment of history that you're in, and imagine a bigger possibility and remind yourself every step of the way, this is your life. Stop comparing. Stop apologizing. Stop telling yourself behind because you're not. You're right on time. You are capable of figuring this out, and you will. Alrighty. In case nobody else tells you, I wanted to be sure to tell you that I love you and I believe in you. And I believe in your ability to create a better life. And I think what we've learned today is recognizing when you're holding yourself to somebody else's or society's expectations, that's not how you're going to create a better life. That's how you're going to stress yourself out, make yourself depressed, and drive yourself crazy. So stop doing it. Creating a better life requires you to take ownership of where you are and what you actually want and how you want to feel. And I'm here to remind you, and I hope you will start reminding yourself that whatever it is that you decide you want to create in this decade of your life, you're capable of doing it. Now get to work. And thank you for being here with me on YouTube. I know you want to watch another video. I would check out this one next. I don't know what is in the air, but wow, you guys are flooding melrobbins.com and the DMs with questions about whether or not you're getting used. There is a big difference between being used by somebody and being in a situation where somebody is used to the situation. I've got 5 takeaways that I'm going to share with you. And the first one is this. Hey, it's your friend Mel, and welcome to an extremely useful episode of the Mel Robbins podcast. I don't know what is in the air, but wow, you guys are flooding melrobbins.com and the DMs with questions about whether or not you're getting used. And I'm noticing a theme that as you listen to more and more episodes of the Mel Robbins podcast, something is coming alive inside you, and you're realizing that there are changes that you want to make, that there is a version of you that you want to bring forth, that there's a higher or truer or more empowered you. And as you start to make the changes, you start to notice, other people around me are not changing. And starting to feel like maybe I'm getting a little used. And so today, you are going to hear from 2 listeners who are struggling with this topic. Am I getting used? And more importantly, what do I do about it if I think I am? And I want to just say something about this in case you're new. Welcome, by the way. I'm Mel Robbins. I'm a New York Times bestselling author and one of the world's leading experts on habits and motivation and change. And I do believe that inside all of us, there is this higher calling. There is a truer version of you that is longing to come forth. And if you're starting to tap into that for yourself, you'll notice that you get impatient with people around you who are not. You start to notice people who are not growing the way that you are growing. And that's normal. And today we're going to unpack the topic of how do I know if I'm getting used and what do I do about it if I am? And we're going to start that process with a question from a listener named Crystal.
Hey Mel, it's Crystal, and I have a big question. How to know if you're being used? I have 2 adult siblings that have always lived with me. One has been unemployed for more than 3 years. Last week, my working sibling was placed on PIP. I've always been the big breadwinner, and they and my mom all lived in my home. My mom passed away 4 years ago. It's becoming increasingly difficult to motivate them and or get them to understand the weight of responsibility is on me. I'm beginning to think they don't care and are enjoying the stress-free lifestyle they've become accustomed to, or they don't understand because they've never had this type of responsibility. I'm growing tired of carrying all the obligation, accountability, and responsibility. When are they going to grow up and be equal contributors or move out? Thanks for any advice. This is really eating up bandwidth in my head. I will add we had a horrendous childhood and largely why we all stayed together. There is safety in numbers, and we had to have a united front against a very abusive father and ex-husband. He abused us all well into adulthood. Thanks for any insight. Thanks for all you do.
Crystal, thank you for that question, and thank you for the detail that you provided in the end. I think that's really relevant to how you handle this and how you think about the situation that you're in, okay? So I've got 5 takeaways that I'm going to share with you. And the first one is this. There is a big difference between being used by somebody and being in a situation where somebody is used to the situation. Does that make sense? I'm going to unpack this a bit because I think it's really, really important. When you're being used, that's a situation where somebody is intentionally using you or taking advantage of a situation to their benefit. They know they're doing it. For example, if you're in a job and you've basically phoned it in and you're only staying there because you want the money, but you're not actually doing what's expected of you, you are using your employer. When you sneak stuff from your roommate's side of the refrigerator, you're using them. When you intentionally do something like invite yourself to somebody's house, even though you don't like them, but they have a great pool and it's a nice weekend, but you are not that great of a guest, or you don't really, you gossip about them, you're using them. That situation is very different than what I think you're in, Crystal, which is you're in a situation where the people around you are used to the situation. They've grown accustomed to it. They are comfortable in it. And what's happened is you're now not comfortable with the situation, but they're just used to it. And so I think it's important for you, Crystal, to anchor there. And as you are listening to me unpack all of these takeaways, I want you to apply this to your situation. Are you in a situation where you're being used because somebody's leading you on, but deep down they just want sex? And yet they're telling you that this is more, but they just want sex. That's a situation where you're being used. Or are you in a situation like Crystal where the situation's been like this for a while and everybody's kind of used to it, but you're just sick of it? So you now want to change it. And the details, Crystal, in your particular situation matter because you guys are used to living together. You guys are used to being under the same roof. You said that you've been doing this for a long time. Your mom used to live with you, and that there's safety in numbers. And so I believe what's happened is that you are just tired of the situation the way that it is. And that means that you are going to be the one that changes it. Because if everybody else is used to it and they're comfortable in it, they have no motivation or no interest in changing it. Why would they? It's working for them. It's just not working for you. And that's okay. So the second takeaway, you ask the question, when are my siblings going to grow up? When are they going to realize I'm frustrated? When are they going to? Never. They are never going to grow up. Why? Because they're comfortable. They're used to this. They're used to you being in charge. You've always been in charge. You've always been the breadwinner. You said as much. And so they're not going to grow up. And that's okay, everybody. That's okay. That means that you are going to have to be the grown-up and you're going to have to parent. And I'm going to get to that. I'm going to tell you exactly what to do when you're in a situation where you're trying to make the people around you level up and help you change the situation. I also want to say, for your sake, Crystal, and for anybody else, that, it sounds like you guys are all so struggling with trauma and PTSD. And so I know that that's also why you haven't shaken things up. If all three of you experienced horrific abuse, which you just said that you did, then you also have the added issue of people maybe not having healed from that trauma and maybe not being as proactive or as motivated or as self-sufficient as they could be. There was another detail in what Crystal said. She said PPI. What does that mean, everybody? It means a performance improvement plan. What that basically means is you're fucking up at work and your bosses have sat you down and they have said your work is not satisfactory and we are going to put you on a PIP, a performance improvement plan, which is very embarrassing. It's very confronting. I'm not making excuses for the sibling. I'm just trying to explain the psychology here of why they're not growing up and why they've gotten very comfortable with very low self-motivating standards. And you're now in this framework at work where you're being measured. And if you don't measure up, your ass is fired. A performance improvement plan can be a really good thing because it means that they are providing a pathway for you to be able to excel, which means they believe that you can. But oftentimes when people are set up with a PIP, they feel so ashamed and embarrassed that they just quietly quit. They feel like the writing's on the wall. They feel unmotivated and self-conscious. 90% of people, when they get put on a performance improvement plan, leave the job. Whoa. It kind of makes sense because you feel like you've been called out and you're embarrassed. And so it's really important how you set up a performance improvement plan. Because if it's literally like you suck and you're going to get fired unless you do these things, who wants to stay at that job? But if you set it up using what is called the 19-word magic sentence, this is something that's been studied at like Yale and Stanford. When you say to somebody, I have high expectations of this team and I think you are capable of achieving them, which is why I'm going to put you on a performance improvement plan so that you know what's expected. And I believe you can achieve this. This is the path forward for success for you. That is a way that makes you want to play the game. And so, Crystal, ironically, we're going to put your family, your siblings, on a performance improvement plan, and we're going to set it up the right way. Because since it's your family, you can talk about your feelings and you can talk about your need to feel support and you can talk about these simple things that they can do that would make a huge difference in this living arrangement and in their lives and in your lives. So it can be like a really positive thing that you're going to do. So takeaway so far, you're either being used because it's conscious and intentional, or you're just in a situation where people are used to what's going on and they're not motivated to change it like you are. When will other people grow up and realize this? Never. You got to be the adult in this situation if you want to change it, because it's your life, it's your happiness. By the way, it's also your house, and it's your responsibility to lead the change that you want to see, always. Another takeaway that I want you to have is when you're around people that are not motivated to change their lives, you're probably dealing with what psychologists call learned helplessness. Now, learned helplessness was first coined in 1965 by a very famous psychologist after doing these really awful experiments with dogs. I'm not even going to explain the experiments. But basically, what learned helplessness is it's when you receive a series of setbacks or you are experiencing a lot of pain and you basically give up. You decide that there's nothing that you can do. It is what it is. And you just survive and try to cope through the pain and the situation. And it's the difference between being a person who is pessimistic, that you feel like nothing's ever going to change, you're never going to be good enough, why even bother? Boss never likes my work, or I never do well at work, or my sister already takes care of things, and I'm never going to amount up to anything. Versus having an optimistic point of view. And optimism, realistic optimism, is just the belief that through your own actions and through your own attitude, you can make a positive dent in any situation. That your effort is always worth it. That trying is always worth it. That growth is available to you. And so I say this because when you're surrounded by people that have this sense that nothing they do matters, it just creates complacency and fear. And there's one thing that makes a difference when you're in this situation. And Crystal, I think that's the situation that you're in. You guys have past trauma. The situation has always been that you always take care of everything. Now you've got one of your siblings who's on a performance plan, so they're feeling kind of kicked down to the ground. And I would imagine there is this sense of pessimism. There is this sense of I'm just used to life not being easy. And that's where you can come in. And this is the fourth takeaway. You ready? They need goals. They need goals set by you. Goals for how they are supposed to show up. You see, they don't know the path forward. They don't know how it's supposed to look. You do, because you want the situation to be different. And so it's on you to set what are called SMART goals. For those of you who have not heard about SMART goals, we will link to the article that was written in 1981, where 3 researchers came up with the idea of SMART goals in the context of leadership and business. But SMART goals is a very simple and effective way to think about setting goals for yourself or other people. SMART stands for specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and timely. And so here's how this is going to work with your siblings. I want you to think about how the situation could be different. Put on an optimistic hat. And now we're going to paint a picture of what it would look like in the day-to-day living situation so that you feel supported. Because it's not just about the money. Are they doing anything around the house? Are they cooking? Are they caring for the yard? When it snows, do they shovel? Are they taking the trash out on Mondays? Are they making their beds in the morning? Like, what is it that would make you feel as though the dynamic has shifted, that everybody's leveled up in their own achievable way, and those actions make you feel a shift, okay? And so let's go back to SMART, specific. What are specific goals you could set? And those goals might look like you need to make your bed every morning. Those goals might look like I'm going to make a grocery list. And every Tuesday, so-and-so is going to go to the grocery store. I'm going to create a schedule for who's cooking and who's doing dishes. And since you guys aren't contributing financially, that's what you're going to do. I know I'm being very kind of like annoyingly detailed here, and maybe in a really condescending way. I don't mean to be. I'm trying to say that because people don't know what you want, which is what you should assume, and you're the one who wants the situation to be different, you have to get crystal clear, black and white, granular, meaning specific. I got to be able to measure it. It's got to be broken down so that your siblings can achieve it. It's got to be realistic, and it's got to be timely, meaning do it on a Tuesday, do it on a Wednesday. Every weekend, I expect this. Because that is how you lay a path forward for somebody who is in a hole to be successful. So the final piece, the 5th takeaway, is this. When you see your siblings doing those actions, when you see them checking the boxes, when you see them making their bed, when you see them spending an hour every day looking for a job, or you see them checking in with you for 10 minutes every night about how work went today. When you see those actions happening, you got to cheer for them. Because what you're trying to do is you're trying to create an environment where somebody knows that you believe in them. They know what your expectations are. They know the defined, achievable steps that they can take in order to make you happy. And then when they do those things, you gotta cheer for them. You gotta say thank you. You gotta say I appreciate you. And why this is so important is because you're not dealing with a situation, Crystal, where you're getting used. You're in a situation where you're trying to level up your siblings. And you're trying to do it when there's issues like generational trauma and hopelessness and patterns in place and a dynamic between all of you, which means you got to get super intentional about what the new game looks like. You got to define it. And then like an awesome coach always does, you got to cheer for your players as they are in that game. That's how you do this. And I know you can do it because I can just tell based on your voice that you are somebody who is a very matter-of-fact, professional, successful, awesome person, which is why this is frustrating. Because we all think that everybody thinks like us. We all think that all those things that you think are obvious, why do you put your stuff on the floor? Why don't you just let the dog out? Why do you leave the dead flowers in the vase on the cake? Don't you just... We think it's obvious. It's not obvious to everybody, but you can make it obvious and you can make it a game worth playing. And don't forget, you get to talk about your feelings. Guys, I love you, but I feel frustrated. And I'm starting to feel a little used. And I'm starting to feel very sad because I see you guys just coasting in life, and I believe that there's something more for you. And so here's my request. If you're going to continue to live with me, and I want you to, I need you to show up differently. And here is what I need from you. And I know you can achieve this. It would make a huge difference for me. And if you don't think you can do that, then maybe it's come to the point where we can't live together. But I need this support from you guys. And you might be surprised at how they show up if you frame it in the support that you need from them. It would probably feel really good to know that I could actually do something that my sister would appreciate and feel supported by, instead of feeling like the one that's not successful. So that's another way to look at it. But gosh, I really appreciate your question. So thank you. All right. So that's question number one. But don't you dare go anywhere, because coming up, I'm going to be coaching a listener of this podcast live. Her name is Brooke. And Brooke's boyfriend has not worked for 2 years. And she's feeling used. And she has no idea how to bring this up with him, because she wants him to get a job. She wants things to change, but she's scared he's going to leave. We got all that coming up next. Welcome back. I'm Mel Robbins. Today we're talking about what you do when you are feeling used and how you can inspire people around you to level up the game of life without trying to fix them. And I can't wait to jump in with this next listener. Her name is Brooke. She wrote to me because her boyfriend hasn't worked in 2 years. And honestly, she's tired of it. So let's get Brooke on the line. Brooke, hi. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. So tell me, you're so cute. I love your glasses.
Oh, thank you. I like yours too.
And the photos behind you are so cool.
Oh, thank you. That's actually of my best friend. She just passed away a little over a year ago.
Oh, that sucks.
I know, it really does.
Yeah. How can I help you?
So I just would love your advice on this. I have a boyfriend whom I love a lot for many reasons, but he hasn't worked in almost 2 years. He lives with me and isn't contributing financially, and it feels he doesn't see a problem with it. When I bring up getting a job, he gets defensive and often leads to not only a conversation that ends up not being productive, but he becomes more distant. He doesn't have a close relationship with his friends and family. I am his closest person in his life. And I have learned that makes it really difficult to persuade him or encourage him. I want to be supportive and allow him to have his own process of change, but it's frustrating because I'm paying for everything. And I also feel like I can't fully trust him, and he's turning away from me. I'm not sure if he's using me or he's going to become what I feel he's capable of becoming, which is a greater version of himself, and find a job and be better. This relationship feels toxic, but also feels, unique. But this is the greatest issue that I'm having right now, and I just don't know how to go about it.
Gotcha. So that was great. And now I want you to just talk to me and tell me what's going on, like a friend. Okay. So what's going on, Brooke?
Well, actually, right now, I've been finding that, besides the work situation, we have been getting, our relationship has not felt as toxic. We haven't been fighting. We've been getting along. I just don't bring it up. I don't bring up him not working as much because it does lead to friction. I can immediately see his uncomfortability in it, and he just kind of shuts down and gets defensive. So I kind of leave it alone, but I can't keep leaving it alone. Like, I really feel it's inappropriate that this is what's going on.
Yeah. How long does he know you're talking to me?
He does. I made him leave the house, so he couldn't hear what was going on.
And how did he feel about you talking to me?
Good. He was supportive. I didn't go into detail about what it was about. He knows I listen to your podcast all the time, though, and I make him listen to it too, or I'll sneak it on when I'm driving in the car, because that's usually when I listen to you anyways. Me and my sister were just talking about this the other day. I feel like with, listening to your podcast, I feel like I am realizing things that I need to change, and I'm doing it, but no one else around me in everyday life is doing the same things. So I'm trying to be patient and using different tools. And she was laughing. She's like, I feel the same way. Like it's so hard to, you want to just like show, like put you in everybody's face and like get them to understand it and feel the same way and change. But that's not always what happens.
Well, I want to get some facts. So, how long have you been with your boyfriend?
Just about 3 years.
Okay. And for how long has he been unemployed?
It's going on 2 years now. It was January of last year that he officially stopped working completely. And then when he was working and he kind of wasn't doing that great, like he was going there late and his boss was getting frustrated with him. And then I think his boss actually ended up letting him go.
Mm-hmm.
And he just hasn't been motivated to do anything since. He was incarcerated for 8 years as well. And I don't know what that's like. And he does say a lot of times that he believes that could have something to do with where he's at in his life. And he gets very frustrated with that.
I'm sure.
I don't know how to help him in that way at all. I want to be supportive, but I also need support too.
Yes. Yes, you do. You deserve support. And I'm glad you reached out for help. And there's a couple things that I want to say right off the bat because I'm going to ask a few more details.
Okay.
It's important for you to know that in the beginning of my career, I worked for legal aid and I was a criminal defense attorney. And so I represented in the early parts of my career people like your boyfriend who were either accused of or convicted of crimes. And I believe that once somebody has served their sentence, we need to do a much better job as a society in rehabilitating, in empowering, and in welcoming people back into society. And so I'm glad that you shared with me that he did spend 8 years incarcerated because there is no question that the re-entry into life outside of the jail system is very jarring, traumatic, isolating. And one of the things that I know a lot of people that I represented really struggled with is not only the rejection and the scrutiny that you face when you get out, and in some states, the laws that make it very, very difficult for you to truly find meaningful work, is that the structure of being incarcerated is completely removed. And even though it is horrendous to experience any time behind bars, there is this kind of certainty that you come to rely on in terms of the day-to-day schedule. And so for somebody like your boyfriend to get fired and lose that day-to-day structure, it does not surprise me at all that he has spiraled mentally, that he has not got any motivation, and that this has been a very challenging situation for you to watch as well. And so I'm saying that because I want you to know that I'm bringing a level of not firsthand experience, but having either represented or counseled or kind of coached people that are in this exact situation. This is more complex than, say, Christopher Robbins, my husband, losing his job because of the added shame that you feel, the added discrimination that he's probably experiencing when he goes in to try to find a job. And was he in jail for a felony? Or, well, it must have been a felony because it was 8 years. Was it a violent crime, or was it more of that sort of white collar, as they say, crime of financial fraud, that kind of stuff?
Well, it was a pretty, I guess you could consider it violent. It was armed robbery. It was a young kid.
Yeah.
And he, it was with a cat.
He fucked up.
Yeah, and right. And it was a shame because he was so young when he went. I do understand that he is not that person anymore and has lost a lot of time. What he often tells me, and before I started, working on myself, I used to get very defensive and kind of just, stab him with my words. And because he really feels like he is owed something. He feels that he doesn't even know what he wants to do, who he is. Like he just got into skateboarding, and at first I was like, you're not a child. You know what I mean? You need to work. This is real life is people have responsibilities. And, my dad would get involved too. And really kind of, I felt like I was bullying him in a sense now that I have some different perspective. And I do want to be supportive and I don't want to be bullying him and I don't want to discourage him more than he already is. I
Right.
feel that he has so much potential. He's so smart. He's fluent in sign language because his mother is deaf. He is like can figure out how to do anything. He's very capable and he presents himself very well. He's just not applying himself. He's just not going out there, and I don't see it changing anytime soon. And it's starting to freak me out.
It should freak you out because 2 years is a very long time.
Mhm.
2 years is plenty of time to let somebody coast. And I agree with you. It is time for the dynamic to change. And what you're really asking, and this is what's universal in your question, and one of the reasons why I really wanted to talk to you, is that we all have the experience in life of seeing the potential in somebody that we care deeply about and doing whatever we can to support, to push, to cajole, to like whatever we can to try to get that person that we care about to see their potential too. And the truth is that at some point, if the person stays stuck and you start to feel, as you said you do, am I getting used? Like, what is going on here? Something's got to change. You have to change the way you're showing up. And the reason why I say this is because while he's going to have to do the work to tap into his own potential, we've got to disrupt the dynamic between the two of you in a healthy way so that your kindness and your generosity and your patience is not enabling him
Right.
to stay stuck where he is. And I believe in this deeply for a number of reasons. Number one, I do think when somebody's really struggling, they need your compassion, they need your support, they need all of that. But if you start to share how it makes you feel to watch them struggle and you start to offer up things that they could do, and he is actively not doing those things, then what's happening is you're now, after 2 years, standing by watching somebody slowly self-destruct. And so this is a really common thing that we all face. I can think of somebody that I care deeply about who's really frustrated with her husband who drinks too much and needs to lose 50 pounds. And they had a really big scare where he threw his back out and he couldn't get out of bed. And he was so big, she had to get 3 other guys over to get him to go from being horizontal to standing up. And it scared the shit out of her. And when you get to the point where you are, where you're sort of like at the end of your rope, you care about this person, you feel guilty about being tough with them, they get defensive when you are, you have to change your strategy. And I relate to this, Brooke, deeply because I remember when Chris left the restaurant business, he was a shell of himself, complete problem with alcohol, and just devastated because he had not provided. He felt he had failed in his career. And I looked at him and I was like, number one, you got to get sober. And number two, you got to talk to a therapist. Those are non-negotiable.
Yeah,
And
therapist too. I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off at all, but I really feel like he needs to see a therapist for several different reasons, clearly. And he's very closed-minded right now.
you've paid all the bills for how long?
For 2 years, I guess technically. I mean, even when he was working, girl, wasn't
Okay.
contributing too much, but
You've been paying the bill for 2 years. How does it make you feel to have all that responsibility on your shoulders?
in one way it makes me feel good because I am getting it accomplished, but I feel like he's taken advantage of.
Okay. Um, One of the things that I want you to change is you need to have a conversation with him, and you need to say, I can't do the work for you, but it is breaking my heart to watch you struggle and to, in my opinion, not see you taking the proactive steps to change this. And so I have new boundaries that I need to express for myself. And that is, if this relationship's going once a week for 3 months, because I believe that the reason why you're not flourishing is because you have PTSD from being incarcerated, or you are struggling with depression. And if I don't see you take the proactive steps of going to counseling for the next 3 months, once a week, then this is not going to work and you're going to have to move out. I will pay for it, but you have to be willing to meet me halfway, because I can't stand by and watch somebody I love self-destructing. And I've given you 2 years to try to figure it out on your own. And what your behavior has communicated to me is that you're not capable of doing this on your own. And that's okay. You need a ladder to help you climb out of this hole. So I'm going to tell you what that ladder is. I personally agree with you. I think it is therapy. But I don't want to shove that down your throat, Brooke. So what is one behavior change that you could say to him? I can't make you do it. I am not going to force you to do it. I'm not going to guilt you into doing it. I'm just going to express a very clear boundary. We are not going to be together if you don't do this thing.
I don't really know. I guess I would like to see him, seeking out at least one thing that will be the start of helping him. And I'm not sure what that first step would be, whether it is to seek some,
I think you
professional
do
help.
know. I think you do know. Tell me, what is it? See, because here's the thing. We all make the mistake of being like, I want you to start working toward it. That's not specific. You actually have to create a structured thing that he needs to check the box on, because while he won't do it for himself, the relationship is important to him. So he will do it for you because you have expressed this boundary.
I don't know if that's true or not, but
What do you mean you don't know if it's true or not?
that's where the toxic part comes in, because I honestly, I just feel like when we have conversations, because I have kind of approached this similarly to him before, and he'll say well, this is what this we had broken up uh, for a short time recently.
Did he leave and pack up and leave the house?
Well, it took him a while to pack up until I forced him out, and then I regretted it. And,
Why did you regret it?
because of my own toxic traits, I want him back. I don't want to be alone. And I, started getting scared because, he was talking to somebody else, and it just, really freaked me out. And I do feel like I love him. I don't know. And then he throws in my face because, he came back, and sometimes he'll be like, well, this is, I don't know. I need to figure myself out. I told you I need to work myself. But he's not working on himself. That's not what that means. When we broke up, he wasn't working on himself. He was trying to get into another relationship with somebody who's 10 years younger than him. And, he was not ever going, his dad lives just shortly down the road. And that's where he was supposed to be residing. And he wasn't. He was out all the time, wasn't sleeping hardly, he was really a mess. And then showing up here unannounced and breaking my heart over again, and being callous and mean. And I feel like I know this is bad. This is bad now.
Brooke. He's not breaking your heart. You're breaking your heart. Why does that make you emotional?
I know that's true. I feel like I've abandoned myself. And, I've listened to one of your podcasts about the attachment theories. I'm definitely the anxiety version of those that, he's the avoidant. And, I say sorry a million times and I just like I just feel like I, need him to love me. And I've been just not being very nice to myself, in the process of that.
When it becomes more important for somebody else to love you than it is for you to love yourself, you're in a really toxic dynamic. And I want to commend you on something. I think deep down, you know this. And what actually scares you is you're starting to tap back into your self-worth and realize that you're better than this dynamic and you deserve better than this dynamic. And it scares you because you've never been in a relationship with yourself or with somebody else where there's been a healthy dynamic. And I would imagine, I'm willing to guess, that you are attracted to men who are not available because this is what was present in your childhood. Is that true?
I'm not sure exactly. I have looked into that and I'm sure that it is.
Well, which one of your parents do you chase more in terms of wanting affection, approval?
My mother.
And did she feel like she wasn't that available?
Yeah. Yeah, she did. Like she was there but she, is kind of like me as a mom right now, which I feel guilty about. She kind of cared more about her shows and she, when, my parents got a divorce, she really wasn't like emotionally present and she was always tougher with her words. My dad actually had left the relationship, but he, you know, gives me the world now, and I just am still trying to like get that relationship back. She'll probably watch this and she's been really trying to, express to me lately like that she's so currently because I don't know, but I just with my boyfriend, I feel like I'm constantly just trying to be so great. See how great you are to me and I see you in general and I love you, and I just feel like I'm constantly just trying to do that.
You are. That's why it's not enough. You're in a relationship where you're chasing somebody who is not available, who is in so much pain and in such a hole that he can't possibly give you what you need right now. And you just keep telling yourself, so many of us fall into this trap. Okay, well, if I just try harder, I just do this, or I just do the other thing, then it's going to be okay. And then he's going to be, and then he's going to, it didn't really matter. And even though it breaks your heart, you don't really talk about it. Is this the life that you want?
No, it's not. And life is too short. It's just too short. And I want to, it's too short.
I see the photos of your best friend on the wall behind you. What was her name?
Molly.
And what did she die of?
An overdose.
What would Molly tell you right now?
She always told me to get out of this relationship and that I was, I deserve so much better. It's just so confusing and I just don't know if I'm
It's not
capable of it.
confusing. It's not confusing at all. You either deserve better or you think you don't. Brooke, which is it?
I deserve better.
And if you are acting, I want you to close your eyes, okay? Close your eyes. And together, we're going to travel forward in your mind 2 years. So 2 years is behind you, or not. You get to choose. It is the future you. And you have spent 2 years, Brooke, really healing yourself, putting yourself first, and best, that you love yourself, and that your heart is worth protecting, that you come first. Tell me what your life looks like. You're waking up. What does life look like for the future Brooke 2 years from now?
I have no idea, Mel. Oh my gosh, I don't even know. I can't even picture that.
Yes, you do. Come on, let's picture it together. Imagine that I'm there with you.
I feel like I would feel a lot lighter, first of all.
Yep.
I would wake up a lot earlier and not feel like I have something to look forward to.
Yep.
I would probably be a lot more successful in my career, and I don't know.
Yes, you do.
I would just be happy. I would be more present with my son.
Hmm.
Sometimes I don't know. I I would show up more for myself.
What does that look like? Give me an example of how you're not.
Feel lazy and lay in bed all day and binge watch television shows to escape my life. I don't know. I feel that I
You
feel
just
like
painted a very clear picture. You would be more present with your son. You would not lay in bed all day and waste the day binge watching TV. You would be more successful. You would be proud of yourself. And you would probably wake up and have a day full of things that you were doing, whether it was volunteering or going to do something with your son or spending time with those friends that you don't spend time with right now because him will exactly how you will find somebody. You will find somebody. Only you. I guarantee you this. I guarantee you this. Here's my answer to that. You're.
I agree. I agree. I agree 100%.
So, what do you see as the next right step?
I would probably want to approach it again with him just to see. I get so confused because like he does do some kind, loving things. So I'm like, these, I want to set that boundary and make it real.
Let's role play. I'm going to be him. What's his name?
Adam.
Okay.
That's a
All
guy.
right, you ready?
Yes.
All right, so how did that thing go with Mel? Did she tell you to break up with me?
Yep, she did. No, I'm just kidding.
I knew it. I knew that bitch was going to do that.
I don't know. I don't know how to do this, Mel. I'm so sorry. You're probably not going to want to air this. This is terrible.
This is not about whether it's good or bad. You and I are practicing.
Okay, I feel so incapable
feel
of
what?
everything.
Well, do you know how you change that? You try. You have to stop letting the feeling dictate what you do. You have to visualize a happier, more confident Brooke and let her guide you right now. And it's okay to write it down and read it to him.
I love you first and foremost. I just feel that I can't sit here anymore and watch you not be. And I feel you're not showing up right now as that version of yourself for yourself and or for me. And I want to be in this relationship struggling with you not being a part of this with me together. I feel we are on a team right now because of whatever it is that you are going through that's allowing for you to be this. See, I say a lot of words. I say a lot of words. Is this going okay?
I think you're doing fantastic. Stop. Just keep talking from your heart. What is it? Tell me. Well, I get that. So, but what do I need to do? What do you mean? What's happening?
I would really like for you to find a job and start.
I've been looking for a job.
Where have you been looking for a job at?
I'm applying online.
Oh, okay. Well, have you had anybody
No,
reach out to you? Okay.
no.
what can you do about that then? Like, what is it that you can do to put yourself in a position where that's, I don't know what to say. I feel like it's something like that. Oh my gosh.
I'll tell you why it kind of went off the rails.
Okay.
Because looking for a job is not something specific.
Okay.
And he's been doing it for 2 years and it has not worked.
Right. Or he does
Because
DoorDash, but he doesn't DoorDash. You can pick and choose your schedule in that job.
I think, why would you not tell him that he needs to go to therapy for 3 months once a week? Because that's what you actually want and that's what you think would make a difference.
That's what, yeah, I was going to say that first. I really was. And I'm scared to say that because I feel like it's not
Well,
my
then let's
right.
practice. Bullshit.
Like,
Bullshit.
I feel like
It is your, hold on a second, Brooke. You're paying the fucking bills. He is living with you. You have let this slide for 2 fucking years. And I'm going to tell you something else. Maybe he needs you to be stronger than he is. Maybe he needs you to say, I see something better for you. And I'm not going to fucking sit here and watch you flush your life down the toilet. And you clearly have bigger issues than I can help you with. So you either get your fucking ass in therapy and I will pay for it. And you're going to go every week for 3 fucking months because you're worth it. And you need somebody to help you sort out that bullshit in your head that you're telling yourself that's keeping you down and keeping you isolated from me and keeping you acting like this. There is a better man inside. And by God, I'm not going to let my fucking son be influenced by somebody who will not pick himself up and do the work. If you can make it through jail for 8 fucking years, you can go to a therapist's office once a goddamn week while I pay for it. And you want to know something else? I don't trust you. So I am going to drive you there. And if you're unwilling to do that, you don't deserve to be here with my son. And I am not going to stand here and watch you continue to spiral. I care so much about you that I am willing to say goodbye to you. But what I am not willing to do is sit here and watch you self-destruct. How's that feel?
really great. I want to be you. That was wonderful.
Well, you have to get angry about, if you perked up when I said your son. So
Yeah.
what was it about the example that he is giving to your son that actually lit a fire under your ass, Brooke?
He's being influenced. That's the male role. And, he doesn't have a biological father. He is being around us all the time. He lives with me and he is my world. His name's Oakley too, by the way. I wanted
Oh, how old is Oakley?
8.
This is pivotal years right now.
I know. and
Oakley
it scares
is
the shit out of
watching.
me.
Well, then fucking do something about it.
I have to. I really have to. I don't know why I've
I'll tell
allowed
you
myself
why.
to do this. Like be this person.
why. I'll tell you why, honey. And this is where self-compassion comes in. None of what you're doing is a choice. You are stuck in old patterns based on your childhood. You're scared to death of people leaving you. And your feelings and your fears are making you so hesitant. And the other reason why this is not a choice is you deeply believe you're not worthy of love. And so you don't know how to act as though you deserve it. And so if you want to, quote, be me, use me as an avatar. And when you start to get those feelings coming up in your body, like, I can't do this, just be like, what the fuck would Mel say? Because I'm not right or wrong. And this is your life, Brooke, so you got to decide what's right for you. But I will tell you, if you stay in that feeling, emotional space, if I can't do this, I don't know what to say, you're just going to continue to have the same thing. But if you want something different, you got to show up and act in a different way. And since you don't know how to do this for yourself, that's okay. That's okay. Your why becomes bigger than you. It's about your son. It's about being that fucking mama bear. And it's about saying both, I love my son so much, and I love you, by the way, that I'm breaking the fucking chain in this dynamic right now. And since you can't do it, I'm going to tell you what's required. Does your son deserve a man in his life that will go to therapy for 3 fucking months to get help?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Well, I mean,
Yes.
not
Yes.
that the person who really probably deserves someone who doesn't have to go to therapy.
No. Personally, I think we should all be in therapy. There's
too.
nothing, but if you can afford it, it's the best fucking thing on the planet. You got somebody that is completely objective, listening to you go on, and then they give you strategies. In fact, if we all talk to a therapist every week, we wouldn't have the problems we have because we'd be sorting through them and working on it and taking steps proactively to make ourselves happier or more fulfilled. Everybody deserves this. I wish it were universal that we all had access to this. So it's not that he needs it. It's also that he'll benefit from it. And your son will benefit from the example, and you will benefit for sticking up for yourself. You have to remove the love piece from this. I'm serious. You're getting so caught up in the emotion of, does somebody love me? Am I worthy? Bullshit. If this were your son, would you want him to go to therapy? Of course.
I have put him in therapy too.
So you get to say, Brooke, because you pay the bills, you get to say what happens next. I love you. I'm not going to stand for this. I love my son too much to continue for this dynamic, this broken dynamic. And you must see a therapist once a fucking week because it's the only thing I can measure. And if you're not willing to do that, this is never going to work. And you might as well move out. You've asked him for 2 fucking years to get a job. Do not ask him that. That's not working. What are your takeaways from this?
Well, first, I feel like you've painted a picture that I do feel in my soul very clearly for me to digest. And I do feel very much more confident in going in the direction of, I really like that we are going in the direction of the therapy as the ultimatum, because I believe that's the most appropriate approach. I'm going to do that. I feel confident in doing that. I feel confident in that for many reasons.
Can I say something that I think will make you feel better? Instead of the word ultimatum, you're giving him a choice. He makes the choice. You're telling him he has 2 choices. Choice 1 is accept the gift and the request that you get support once a week for the next 3 months, which I will pay for. And you could even add, and we debrief, and you share with me what you're unpacking so I can be a part of it and support you in it. And that's choice 1. And choice 2 is, this doesn't work. Because it hasn't for a long time. And so you are empowering him to choose. That's what a boundary is. It's your line. You know, I remember when Chris was really struggling and I finally said to him, the doctor has recommended that you take medication for depression. And even though, you know, Chris leads men's retreats and he's a hospice volunteer and is in all this counseling and psychology and coaching and never, ever had any issue with me taking medication. The second he was like told he probably should do it, all of a sudden he thinks it means he's weak. And I did give him a choice. I'm like, this is not going to work if you don't try that medication for a year. And he got to make the choice. Same situation. I'm not going to sit here and watch you self-destruct. And we have tried everything else. And it's clear that you need a ladder out of the hole that you're in.
Was he able to make his choice right away?
Or
Or did you have to
No,
ponder about it, you know?
it took a week. It's a week. And you can give him a deadline, but you're going to have to hold him to it. How do you feel in the framing of it as you are presenting option A or option B?
I think that I feel good about that. I feel like it'll tell me my answer.
Yeah, like if you ever want to know what somebody's actually committed to, close your ears and don't listen to a damn thing they say.
Yep.
Watch what they do.
That part scares me a little bit, but I feel like it's time to put my big girl pants on and deal with whatever he chooses because he does have the right and I'm giving him, the option to choose and what he chooses is going to tell me what I, can invest in for any much more time, because my time's valuable.
That's right, Brooke. And here's the avatar for you. You ready? You're having this conversation not as Brooke, but as Oakley's mother. And it's time you put Oakley first. He deserves more. He needs his mother. And this is a win for him either way, because he either sees his mother stand up and have the strength to support a man in getting into therapy and healing and holding him to it, or he sees a mom who cares so much about him that she does not tolerate bullshit like this. And so if you go in as Mama Bear Brooke and you're doing this for Oakley, because these are the pivotal years right now, 8 to 14, right now is what Oakley is going to learn about relationships and about self-respect and about boundaries and about what's okay and what's not okay. And it's a win-win either way, because he either sees you change a relationship and stick up for yourself and it feels the love and the safety from you, or he sees the same thing.
Right.
I love you.
I love you too, Mel.
I believe in you.
Thank you.
And I want to also come back to this point that sometimes in life, the people that we think we're helping actually need the push. Because just like you're trapped in your own past patterns of feeling and emotion, he is too. That doesn't mean you let him off. It actually means that you see higher potential, so you're going to raise the fucking bar for both of you. You're doing this for you and Oakley, and you're doing it for him. And he'll make his choice as to whether or not he can raise the bar too. And he very well might not. And that's okay.
Right. I'll be okay.
You're going to be more than okay, honey. You're going to be fucking fantastic. Because you're Oakley's mom, and you will fight for that kid. And in fighting for him and setting the example, you will also be fighting for yourself. What are you thinking?
I just feel good. I'm so grateful. I do. I feel, like I said, I feel so good. I feel like I could take, over the world right after this.
Well, look, the fear is going to be there. And you're going to have the conversation anyway. And the feelings are going to be there, Brooke. And you're going to feel overwhelmed, and you're going to talk through them. And I would highly recommend that you put down some bullets on a piece of paper. What are the important bullets to you?
Therapy.
Therapy, right? And why are you having this conversation?
That being a bullet.
Yeah, why? Yeah, why? What's your why? Why are you having this conversation? This is a really important bullet.
Are you asking me? I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Because it's the way it's impacting Oakley and myself and
Yeah.
him
Yeah.
too as a person, but Oakley foremost. And
Yeah.
because you don't have to be here if you don't want to be. I mean, if you want to find your process somewhere else, you have an option to do that, and it's time to get this process started. You know what I mean? He needs to start
Yeah.
his healing process, and I will respect that. And I understand that. And I'll support it, but I want to see it actually starting and actually being a real thing. Not, you know, sorry, I didn't do well with the bullet part thing, but
No. Brooke, stop making yourself wrong. You did amazing. Because here's the thing. The second that you're willing to let him walk out the door, you have opened up the door to a whole new you. To a whole new... you need to stop trying to keep him. You got to be willing to let someone leave. You do. Because the second that you're willing to let him walk out that door, he is now free to choose whether or not he's going to stay and show up. And so you said it beautifully. There are 3 reasons why you're having this conversation. Number 1, you're Oakley's mom. Do you want to write that down?
yes.
Okay, write it down. Number 1, I'm Oakley's mom. And this toxic dynamic between us, I'm not going to have it around him anymore. He deserves a man in his life who is working to get better. The second why, Brooke, is you can say to him, I love you. And I'm not going to stand by and watch you spiral. And I love what you said. Your healing journey starts today. And you're either going to do it with my support, which means you're going to go to therapy once a week for 3 months, and you're going to share with me what's going on so I can be supportive of it, or you're going to start your healing process elsewhere with somebody else. And the third reason why I'm having this is I got to do this for me. I deserve someone who is growing with me and who can accept my support and who is taking responsibility for their own stuff. And the only way I'm going to know that these 3 things are handled is if I see you going to therapy once a week with a professional to get the support you deserve. That's it.
That was great.
You're great. And here's the other thing I want you to understand, Brooke. Expect to feel uncomfortable. Expect to cry. Like, don't walk like you're feeling excited now. I promise you, the second he walks back in, he's like, whatever. You're going to be like, ah! Expect it, because then you won't be as freaked out when the emotions flood. Okay?
Do you think I should do this right now?
Fuck yes.
Okay. Oh, good. Oh, boy.
Because otherwise, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Right.
You're speaking from your heart right now.
Yeah.
And you can say, if he doesn't immediately be like, I'm in, that's kind of your answer. If he's like, I got to think about it, be like, great, we're going to have breakfast tomorrow morning and you're going to tell me whether you're going to start your healing somewhere else with somebody else, or if you're going to accept this gift I'm giving you and this request I'm making. That's it. That's it. Like, I've got to raise the game here. We're going to play a bigger game. Do you have any questions, any other questions or concerns or anything else that's rattling around other than shit? Should I have the conversation now?
No, I don't think so. Other than, I mean, if you want to, I'll pay you. We can, meet weekly and we can, be my. Just kidding. Oh my,
Well, I will meet weekly. I'm here every Monday and every Thursday for you. And
and it always feels so good.
well, what's happening is, see, I think everybody on the planet wants one thing. You want to live a life where you feel like your best and your truest self is what is like every one of us, including Adam and Oakley and you and me. We all just want to live our lives feeling like we can express our best, truest selves. That's it. That's it. So does Adam, by the way.
But we don't want to give up the stuff that feels good that we're doing that are, is self-destructive. That's the bitch.
Yeah, that's the bitch. But here's the thing. You're also doing this because you know it doesn't feel good for Adam to live like this.
True, right.
You're not trying to fix him. You are holding up a light and saying there is a bigger possibility here. And your actions have demonstrated that you're not going to do that on your own. So here is the path. Therapy, 3 months, once a week, or you're going to start your healing somewhere else. That's it. Okay? You're going to do great. Remember, Molly and I and everybody listening are your guardian angels holding up the light. You can do this. I promise you, you can do this. And I want to know how it goes, okay?
Thank you so much.
I love you. I'm really proud of you. And Oakley's a really lucky little guy to have such an awesome mom.
Thank you, Mel.
You're welcome, darling. Mwah. I hope that our conversation today has been a wake-up call for you, too. That you've got the tools now to spot those moments where you're being used or where you're just in a situation where the people around you are used to things the old way, and you now are tapping into something greater for yourself. And what's exciting about seeing a bigger vision for your own life is that it does elevate what you see in terms of the potential in people that you love. And that's a really good thing. But remember, when you're the one that wants to change the situation, it's your responsibility to lay out the plan that is specific that gets you there. And I think one of the biggest things that I want both you and I to remember is that people aren't in our lives so that we can grip onto them. And we're also not meant to be everybody's caretakers. And just because the situation works for somebody else doesn't mean you got to continue to tolerate it. You can demand higher standards for yourself. You can demand them on behalf of your kids or on behalf of your business. But I hope you will also demand those higher standards on behalf of yourself because you deserve that. And also, don't forget, this is not about ultimatums. This is about presenting empowered choices to people. It's about saying, this is where I'm headed. This is how I need you to show up. And you can choose to start that healing and that level up process with me today by playing this game. Or you can choose to start that healing or that level up or down process with someone else. That is giving someone a choice. Silently resenting them, silently wondering whether or not you're being used, getting in these toxic fights, that's not healthy. What's healthy is clear communication about what you need, about what you deserve, and about what choice somebody has. And then you got to be willing to let somebody walk out the door. You got to be willing to let them say, I'm not ready to heal. I'm not ready to do that. I don't want to do that. Fuck you. That's okay. Because when you let somebody walk out the door, you actually open up a whole new possibility for you. Because these conversations are not really about changing somebody else. It's about changing you. It's about you practicing the highest and the most courageous self-expression. It's about you requesting what you need in your life. And when you do that from a place of love for yourself, for those around you, and even for the person that you're laying this choice out for, trust me, everything works out exactly how it's meant to, because you are raising the game for yourself. And I love that when you do that. And a final note on being used. You're only being used if you allow it. I mean, come on now. I didn't really say this to Crystal or Brooke, but you're allowing shit if you continue to sit in the situation. You got 2 feet. You can walk out the door. You will be just fine on your own. But if you're staying in something that doesn't work and you know it, you're not being used because you're participating in it. You're used to feeling like shit. You're used to being in a situation that's toxic. You're used to somebody who's not available. You're used to bullshit excuses and actually accepting them. So don't point the finger at them. If you've been in this situation for a long ass time, you're used to it. And it's time to level up your own ass. And maybe that means you're the one that's supposed to walk out the door. Boom. That's the door shutting behind you. That sound good? All right. In case nobody else tells you, I believe in you. I do. I know you can do this. You can raise the game. And I love you. I love you for so many things. And go do it, okay? Go put your family on a performance improvement plan and put yourself first, okay? I'll talk to you in a few days. You're awesome. Oh, one more thing. It's the legal language. This podcast is presented solely for educational and entertainment purposes. It is not intended as a substitute for the advice of a physician, professional coach, psychotherapist, or other qualified professional. Hey, it's Mel. Thank you so much for being here. If you enjoyed that video, by God, please subscribe because I don't want you to miss a thing. Thank you so much for being here. We've got so much amazing stuff coming. Thank you so much for sending this stuff to your friends and your family. I love you. We create these videos for you, so make sure you subscribe.
I've had grown men in my office cry when they hear this for the first time. Weight loss should not consume your life mentally or physically. It's okay to receive help. We live in an industrialized world that really promotes obesity. Obesity weighing is complex, doesn't make you a failure. It means that you are human. For the first time, we actually have help beyond exercise more and eat less.
Wow. I would love to have you talk about the GLP-1 medications.
I've seen people's lives change. The most important finding of this drug.
Hey, it's your friend Mel, and welcome to the Mel Robbins Podcast. I am so excited that you're here. I am so excited to learn about our topic today. And, I just got to say, it is such an honor to spend time with you. It's an honor to be together. If you're a new listener, I want to take a moment and welcome you to the Mel Robbins Podcast family. And because you made the time to listen to this particular episode and learn more about this particular topic, here's what I know. I know you're the kind of person who values your health and you're looking for evidence-based information. And today, you're going to get it because we're talking about the weight loss medications that are all over the headlines. And if someone that you love sent this to you, well, first I want to acknowledge you for choosing to hit play. Because the fact that they sent this to you means that they deeply care about you and your health, or they care about their health and want you to learn more about what they're doing. And you deserve to have great health. And you also deserve access to doctors who really care about you being empowered and informed about your health, and that you really understand the tools that are available to you. Now, you may have heard of this new class of weight loss medications called GLP-1s. The most well-known one is Ozempic. And today, I brought in a world-renowned expert, Dr. Rocio Salas Whalen, to break down the truth about these medications. Who are they for? What are the risks? And what do you or someone you love need to know if you're considering using them? Dr. Solace Whalen is a triple board certified physician in endocrinology, obesity medicine, and internal medicine. She's a leading expert in metabolic health, the founder of New York Endocrinology, and a clinical instructor at NYU Langone Hospital. She specializes in treating a wide range of endocrine disorders, including diabetes, thyroid disorders, osteoporosis, and PCOS. Her approach is all about prevention and sustainable solutions to chronic health challenges. So if you've ever struggled with your weight, or you have a friend or a loved one who has or is, this episode is a must listen, and it is a fantastic free resource with a world-renowned medical expert that could change your life. Dr. Solace Whalen, welcome to the Mel Robbins Podcast.
Thank you so much for having me.
Well, I am so glad that you're here. And I know that by the time we're done with this conversation today, that the person who's listening and the people that they care about are going to feel empowered and excited. At least that's what I feel. It's why I'm so excited that you're here. But I'd love to start by having you speak to the person who has hit play and is here with us right now, and just explain to them what might change about their life or their loved one's life if they truly take everything into account that you're about to teach us today and they put it to use in their life.
That obesity, that weight gain is complex. It's not a straight line as we used to think. And that most importantly, that weight loss should not be a full-time job. Weight loss should not consume your life mentally or physically.
Wait, there's actually a world where that is true?
It exists. It is possible and reachable.
Wow. I mean, that's not what I thought you were going to say. That is an amazing just thought, to think that your life you could actually experience life and not be consumed by your weight, your body, your health, what you think people are thinking, what you think about, how you feel about your body, because there's just so much shame around how people think about the way that they look or their metabolism or their size. And so I think that's extraordinary.
Yeah. And I learned this through my patients and not in my medical training. I learned through my patients I've seen how they struggle through decades for many. I have patients, all ranges of age. I have from teenagers to 70, 80-year-old patients, how they've struggled through since childhood for many of them, and it consumes their life. And every plate in front of them could be causing guilt, anxiety, shame. And this is 24/7, 7 days a week, 365 days in a year.
Well, I'm so glad that you're here, because if you can help the person listening or who they're going to share this with to no longer be consumed by that and to have a completely different approach, something that's accessible and liberating, we're here for it. So, Dr. Solace Whalen, why don't we start with having you just tell us a little bit about your background as a physician, because you have very unique training and expertise.
I am originally from Mexico, and that's where I studied medicine. I graduated from medical school, and once I graduated from medical school, I decided to venture to the United States by myself, wanting to become a doctor in New York City. And then after 9 years of training, residency, fellowship, I completed my specialty in endocrinology, and then the following year in obesity medicine.
Now, are those two connected? What is endocrinology and how does that lead to obesity medicine?
They are very connected, and originally endocrinology takes over what's metabolism and obesity. But we've learned that obesity is complex and it requires your own specialty just to be solely dedicated for obesity. And endocrinology is the management of hormones, and yes, hormones impact weight.
I would love to have you talk to the person who's listening or watching us right now, who may be overweight or who may be struggling with the disease of obesity. What do you want them to hear from you, Dr. Solace Whalen?
I want to say that I'm sorry in behalf of the healthcare providers, we didn't know better, and we failed you. And I've learned this. I've been humbled by my patients. I've learned and hear their stories, and we got it wrong. We got it all wrong. But there is help. We're learning more. We science advances like everything, right? Medicine is an evolving science, and we are aware, and we will do everything we can to fix it.
Why do you think it's important for us to really think about this issue of obesity being a disease or somebody who's struggling with their weight? This issue kind of at the same level as we think about cancer or diabetes as a disease?
Well, obesity kills, increases your risk of mortality. There's more than 15 cancers that obesity is their biggest risk, including breast cancer. You have more risk of developing breast cancer than alcohol, hormone replacement therapy, or genetics. It's obesity. Obesity is the number one cause of pancreatic cancer, colon cancer, prostate cancer, thyroid cancer.
The number one cause?
The highest risk for developing, yes.
Wow.
So by reducing obesity, by treating obesity, we are going to have less chronic diseases. We've built specialists. We created medical specialties from the complications of obesity. So we will have less diabetes, less hypertension, less cardiovascular disease if we treat obesity now. We will have less incidence of the cancers that I mentioned.
You know, if I think about the way that the world has changed, especially when you see the statistics of the number of people that are either struggling with being overweight or who are living with a condition of obesity, one of the things that strikes me is that I think in the past, there's always been this, I don't know, like judgment as if the person that is struggling with one of those metabolism issues, that they're somehow to blame. And I know, at least when I think about members of my family that are struggling in this area of their life, that they feel a lot of shame around their inability to lose weight or to whatever. And I'm excited that you're here because I think that there's a huge shift in the way that we have been very ignorant around talking about the issue. And there's a shift medically speaking. And so I would love to have you talk about the way that as a medical doctor and as a world-renowned expert in obesity medicine, how you want us to actually even talk about or view this subject.
And this is a very interesting thing because you, as a non-medical professional, have felt like that, judging and assuming. We, as a healthcare providers, as doctors, we did the same, right? When patients were coming to us for help, and to play devil's advocate, we didn't have the training, we didn't have the knowledge, right? That obesity is not a self-inflicted disease.
Okay, hold on. I want to make sure that we do not skip over what you just said. Obesity is not a self-inflicted disease. I want to unpack that because I did not understand that until recently. So what does it even mean that obesity is a disease?
So what we've learned is that obesity is a multifactorial chronic disease, and I'll deconstruct that. Multifactorial, meaning that there's more than one cause leading to somebody to struggle with weight or have obesity. I like to break them into big 5 pieces. 1, lifestyle, exercise, sedentarism, diet, but that's one piece of the 5.
Okay.
The other one is genetics, right? You can have a genetic mutation, but also it can run in the family. So it's two different, right?
Gotcha. Okay.
Then the third one, hormonal changes. We have PCOS, perimenopause, menopause in women. Then we have aging. That's unchangeable, nothing that we can do about it yet. But as we age, our metabolism slows down, we lose muscle mass, we tend to store more body fat. And then we have environmental factors. And those are on its own. We can deconstruct that too, because in environmental factors, we can talk about the food industry, right? We can talk about obesogenic environments. So meaning places where the walking is not available or accessible or easy, where people have to drive everywhere, or even working from home now, right? So there's less opportunities to being active. That leads to more sedentarism. So we call that obesogenic factors, things that promote obesity in how we live. Also, we can talk about endocrine disrupting chemicals like BPA, what's found in plastics, pesticides, right? We live in an industrialized world that really promotes obesity. So if you think of all those 5 factors and you think of what the patient has control, pretty much only on one, right? Where we're talking about lifestyle, exercise, and eating healthy. And before, or when we do that, we tried, or we put a lot of pressure on the patient to overcome all the other factors that are not in their control. Let's talk about genetics. We know now there's research showing that the parents' preconception weight can impact the weight of the offspring of their child.
Wait, so the parents' preconception weight, so the weight that your parents were when you were conceived, genetically speaking, research has proven, has an impact on your genetics in terms of your weight.
Yes. And so,
and I even want to go a layer deeper, because I'm going to raise my hand and go right on the record and say that for most of my life, I was one of those people that had this topic completely wrong. I was the kind of person that did not understand anything that you were just explaining. And I just assumed it's lifestyle choices.
mm-hmm.
And when you really just listen and absorb what you just said, lifestyle, genetics, hormone changes, aging, environmental factors are like just, I mean, when you look at like the food industry and how it changes people's ability to process food and all the crap that's put into it.
Yeah.
Not having accessible, safe walking areas, working from home and being sedentary. And then now you're talking about, this word was too big for me to write down. It was like endro something destructible, but but it was the things that are actually impacting your body's metabolism that are in the environment. And forever, we have just looked at somebody who struggled with being overweight or who struggled with the disease of obesity. And we're like, oh, you're lazy, or, oh, you're not doing enough. And so I can see how understanding these 5 factors changes the game entirely. And the big thing that I'm hearing when you said we live in a world that is almost promoting, it's not even promoting, it's causing this disease, which means it's not your fault.
And when a patient hears this, I can almost physically see it, how they feel relieved. I've had grown men in my office cry when they hear this for the first time, because they've lived decades thinking that it was their failure.
Well, what you've already shared is so enlightening and empowering. And I kind of want to go back to each of these 5 things, because you said that there are kind of 5 factors that are part of a multi-layered cause of the disease of obesity. So let's go to the 5 things. And I wrote them down as you were talking, because I was like, oh my God. So lifestyle, genetics, hormonal changes, aging, and environmental factors. And of those 5 causes of the disease of obesity, there's only one that you have control over. And that was some of the lifestyle choices that you make. But you are still fighting against genetics, hormone changes, aging, and environmental factors. So that makes a lot of sense to me, why somebody can be working really hard at the lifestyle part and not seeing anything change. And so could you walk us through the genetics, the hormone changes, aging, and environmental factors? I know we're going to kind of go deeper in this, but just give us a sense of how each one of those 4 things really is a cause for the disease of obesity or for somebody who's.
So when we talk about genetics, we're talking about family history, right? If your parents struggle with weight, if your grandparents struggle with weight, then you are at higher risk of also struggling with weight. Again, we know the preconception weight of your parents impact even the food that they eat. If they consume highly palatable food, that can be transmitted to you.
What's palatable food mean?
Food, processed food, ultra-processed food that will lead to wanting to consume more, right? Then when we talk about also there's some mutations that may also cause obesity, right? And then when we talk about hormonal, so through a person's life, there could be hormonal changes, shifts, imbalances that is going to promote weight gain. We can talk about hypothyroidism, right, which thyroid hormone controls your metabolism. Then we can talk about PCOS, polycystic ovarian syndrome, when there's hyperinsulinemia, insulin resistant, and this promotes visceral fat. Visceral fat promotes insulin-resistant insulinemia, and it goes into a vicious cycle. We also talk about perimenopause and menopause with the changes, the fluctuations, or the drop of estrogen. This promotes visceral fat. The subcutaneous fat that you had in your fertile years, in your hips and your breasts, goes intra-abdominally. This visceral fat promotes insulin resistance, and then you go into that vicious cycle again. Also, because of the drop of estrogen, we see a decrease in lean muscle mass. Muscle mass is your burning calorie machine. If you lose it, then your metabolism slows down. Then we go into aging. Aging also, as we age, we tend to lose muscle mass. It's harder to build muscle, and also it promotes weight gain. And then we go into environmental factors as we talk the food industry, industrialization, plastic, pesticides, all of those things disrupt your endocrine system. We call them endocrine disrupting chemicals because they disrupt the function, the normal function of your hormones. They mimic your hormones, so they occupy the receptors where your hormones should go and do a function. And this can promote obesity, infertility. So they're real things that are impacting people's life on the day-to-day basis.
What I love about what you're sharing is that if there are 5 factors that are present and that cause the disease of obesity, I would imagine that you as a medical doctor now are able to help a patient in a very different way. And so given that obesity is now classified as a chronic disease, how does that change the way that you treat patients and the various kind of tools that you have at your disposal to empower somebody?
Well, knowing this and understanding this, you move away of putting the pressure on the patient, right? You move away of being a one participant in this equation. It goes more into a team, right? And what you can do for the patient and educating the patient. It becomes a team. Let's talk about, as an example, diabetes, type 2 diabetes. We know it's a chronic multifactorial disease, but we have no trouble prescribing and treating medications for it, right? It's widely accepted from the patient side, from the physician side. Let's talk about hypertension, same thing, right? We know that lifestyle can help it or make it worse, but that is not causing the disease. Therefore, we feel comfortable treating it and the patient's accepting treatment. And when we provide treatment for type 2 diabetes, hypertension, high cholesterol, we always talk about eating healthier and exercising, but it doesn't replace the treatment. So if we see obesity as a disease, we can act the same way. Understand and support the patient in their lifestyle, but also provide a medical treatment.
Because there are 4 factors outside of your control that you've just unpacked: genetics, hormone changes, aging, and all the environmental factors, largely because of big farming and industrialized food and all the crap that they put in it, that's screwing up and confusing your body's ability to process food.
And I'm breaking them in big 5 umbrella, but also there's other things like medications that patients may take for certain particular disease that can promote waking, right? There's a lot of antidepressants that can promote waking, blood pressure medications that can promote waking, right? And many times there's no other option for the patient. And this can also lead to obesity.
So I would love to have you talk about the GLP-1 medications, because I didn't realize they'd been around for decades. I had no idea. I've seen them in the headlines.
Yeah.
They're all over the place. I have, like many people, I have people in my life that are taking them, and they're life-changing. But I didn't realize that they've been around for a long time. So could you talk to us about what they are, how long they've been around, like when you first started using them in your clinical practice?
Definitely. The first FDA-approved GLP-1 was in 2005.
2005?
Yes.
What?
20 years now.
20 years?
Yes. The FDA name, it was by Eli Lilly. It was called Bayera. And this was a twice-a-day subcutaneous injection. So it was a daily, twice-a-day injection that patients had to do.
Okay.
And the first indication was for type 2 diabetes because GLP-1 is a hormone.
What does GLP-1 stand for?
Glucagon-like peptide. And this is a peptide or a hormone.
Is that what the word peptide means, hormone?
No, peptide is what we call a short chain of amino acids.
Okay.
A long chain of amino acid is a protein. So before protein, it's a peptide.
Okay.
Peptides can help to produce or inhibit the secretion of hormones. The most important finding of this drug, and I actually met the person, the doctor, the researcher who isolated this, the GLP-1 outside the human body. It was in a lizard called the Gila monster. And the lizard, the venom of this lizard caused pancreatitis on its victims. So Dr. Eng, John Eng, being an endocrinologist and researcher at the VA hospital in the Bronx, wondered what in the venom affected the pancreas.
Okay.
And he isolated GLP-1.
So this little Gila lizard bites its like prey or whatever, and the venom of it activates the pancreas and like sends the thing into like a state of diabetic shock.
It causes pancreatitis, so the prey dies from pancreatitis.
What? So what exactly does the GLP-1 do to the pancreas?
So it stimulates to produce insulin. The problem in type 2 diabetes is insulin resistant and hyperinsulinemia. So with time, with frequent stimulation of the pancreas, every time you eat anything that has glucose, your pancreas produces insulin. But with time, it overworks. Your body stops responding the same way to the insulin that you make, so you become resistant to your own insulin. The pancreas, in response, tries to overcompensate and make more insulin, but your body is resistant to it. So you have hyperinsulinemia and insulin resistance. So these are the two main pathologic factors that lead to somebody to develop type 2 diabetes.
And how does this connect to somebody who is struggling with being overweight or somebody who's struggling with the disease of obesity?
And this is the beauty of medicine, right? One thing is made or developed for a particular disease or reason. We find out later that it has other benefits, like GLP-1.
I didn't realize that a spike in insulin means you're also going to crave more food, which then means that if you're the kind of person that has either environmental factors where you're eating a ton of processed food that never fills you up and is just full of stuff that spikes your insulin, that is going to become part of the cycle that you're on without even realizing that you're now trapped in this cycle and it's not your fault.
Exactly.
Wow. So what have you seen in the last 15 years since you've been using GLP-1s as a tool in your medical practice? What have you seen in terms of the benefit to patients, how this is used as a tool, the difference that it makes?
I've seen people's lives change. I've seen more acceptance to the medication. The drugs are becoming safer, less side effects. I like to compare them with the iPhone. We have different versions of the iPhone, right? We have the iPhone 1, the iPhone 10, and now we have the iPhone 16. Same is happening with this class of drugs. The versions are newer, safer, less side effects, and more effective. So I feel like people are getting the message, one, or accepting the message that obesity is a disease. They feel like giving up. For many patients, I'm the last stop of their journey. And when I talk about a journey, I'm talking decades of journey. I'm talking about doing diets that I've never even heard about. I always learn about a new diet from my patients. Being with nutritionists, being in fat camps, that they call them. I've seen patients struggle through their life and how this medication are changing their lives and giving them their life back, basically.
If these drugs have been around for 20 years, at least in terms of a specific treatment for type 2 diabetes, why is it that we're all just hearing about it now?
First of all, the initial versions of this drug, they caused more side effects and they were more cumbersome for somebody. People had to inject themselves twice a day, every day. So even for many patients with type 2 diabetes, it was hard to accept because patients with diabetes, they think and feel that once they're on insulin, they're failed, right? Or it's just more severe. So having a medication that is injectable, it was hard to dissociate them with insulin.
Got it.
Or with failure.
So they'd basically be like, I might as well just be injecting insulin at this point. Okay.
So patients didn't like to inject themselves, and it was a twice-a-day injection, and there were a lot of nausea. So it was harder to tolerate back then. So
and just so I remember, because it's already flown out of my brain, that how it works is that it stimulates your pancreas?
For type 2 diabetes, yes. It stimulates your pancreas to make more insulin when your sugar goes above normal.
Okay.
But if somebody who doesn't have diabetes and their glucose is normal, it doesn't touch the pancreas.
Interesting. Okay.
That's why we can use it in people that don't have diabetes.
Got it. So 15 years ago, when you were prescribing this to your patients in your clinical practice, it's twice a day. The side effects were a lot worse, and it was really limited to treating type 2 diabetes.
Type 2 diabetes.
So what has happened in the last 15 years?
Again, as with any drug, we see we have off-label uses, and what was happening is when we started somebody with type 2 diabetes on these drugs, when they were coming back to their follow-ups, not only was their glucose improved because they're great anti-diabetic drugs, but they were losing weight. And to have that as a diabetes treatment, a drug that lowers your sugar and also helps with weight loss, it was unseen because most medications for diabetes promote weight gain.
Okay, so this is going to make me sound like the world's biggest idiot, but if you inject insulin for type 2 diabetes or it actually makes you gain weight?
Yes.
That does not seem fair.
It does not. It is not, but that's all we had.
Okay.
Back then.
So that was an off-label finding. And so all of a sudden, you're in your medical practice, you are prescribing this, some patients are using it despite the nausea, and you're like, holy cow, we're seeing weight loss, which is fantastic for people. Okay.
It is fantastic, especially for type 2 diabetes, that weight gain or obesity goes hand in hand with diabetes. And before, with the medications that we had to choose. Either we help with the glucose or we help with the weight.
Right.
And many times we wanted to bring the glucose, and that's what we had available.
So how long have you been prescribing these to people as a tool for treating the disease of obesity or for somebody who's struggling with being overweight?
Since 2010.
So you're like a pioneer in this.
Yes.
Wow. And when did all these studies start to happen?
They started back in 2000. So, I mean, even for 2005, for the FDA approval, they're starting in the 90s, right, with the first one. But in regards for weight loss, it's starting around 2005, 2006.
Gotcha.
And then the first one approved for weight loss was in 2012, named Saxenda. also a daily injection. So we moved from the twice a day injection to the once a day injection, but it's still severe side effects. We were nausea or vomiting, and it was hard to get to higher doses where we see most of the weight loss because of the side effects. Then eventually in 2017, we have the poster child of these drugs, which is Ozempic. That was when it was approved for type 2 diabetes. In 2021, Ozempic became also approved, FDA approved for weight loss independent of diabetes, and then rename it as Wegovy.
Wait, Wegovy and Ozempic are the same
It's
thing?
the same drug. Yeah. When a GLP-1 gets approved initially for type 2 diabetes and then eventually gets approved separate exclusively for weight loss, they rebrand it. They just change the name, but it's the same drug, same pharmaceutical,
Why
same
do they
dosing.
rebrand it? So that they can market it to a different segment of people who are like, I don't want to take the diabetes drug.
Well, if you don't have diabetes, you don't want to take a medication that is for diabetes and also for insurance purposes, right?
Got it.
Insurance will approve one drug for type 2 diabetes and will approve one drug for obesity, but unlikely that it's going to approve one for both things.
Wow. So how exactly does the GLP-1 work to help somebody lose weight or to change their metabolism if they don't have diabetes?
GLP-1, I like to explain to my patients, target the two reasons that humans eat. We eat for fuel, survival, and we eat also for reward, for a reward.
Okay.
And the fuel part or the survival part, what this medication does, it suppresses your appetite hormones and it increases your satiety hormones. So if for somebody who's on this drug and you're going to start eating, you get fully satisfied with a third or half of what you normally would need to feel full. And then in between meals, it suppresses your hunger hormones. So for most patients, it looks like 2 small meals a day, feeling physically content. That's for the survival part. Now, for the reward part, we have receptors for this hormone in our brain in the hedonistic eating and drinking area of our brain where we anticipate or associate our reward either with food or beverages like alcohol. And it blocks that reward response. So let's say if somebody's anticipating having a meal that they know is going to relieve or a certain reward, once you're on these medications, you see that meal and you don't get the same feedback. So the behavior change. You enjoy your food when you're hungry and eating. Once you're full and satisfied, it's out of your mind.
Wow. And it doesn't touch the pancreas?
It doesn't touch your pancreas if your glucose is normal.
Wow. So, one of the things that I see that I know a lot of people see, and this is sort of like also could be more shaming, but you see, celebrities who want to lose an extra 15 pounds, or you see the Ozempic face, all over social media. And I'm just curious what your opinion is about who these medications are for and when you're a candidate and when you may not be.
First, I think we need to backtrack a little bit before we dive into that answer.
Sure.
We as a society tend to associate being thin as being healthy. So whenever we see somebody that you can think they're slim, they're thin, they don't need this medication, we're assuming that they're healthy.
Yep.
That they're metabolically healthy.
Yep.
But we don't know by just looking at somebody, right? When I do body compositions on my patients, and this should be done on every patient, and basically I would say even patients that don't need weight loss medications, just to know what's your body composition, because whenever we're talking about weight loss, we're really talking about fat loss, right? We're not talking about a bulk number. We're talking specifically, we want to reduce what can cause disease or increase your risk of disease, which is fat, not muscle. So by doing a body composition, we can see what's the percentage of somebody, right? What's their visceral fat and what's the muscle mass. So many patients that we may see slim or thin, they could be what we call a skinny fat or sarcopenic obesity, that they may have a very low muscle mass and high body fat. There's still a risk of disease. There's still a pro-inflammatory chronic state, right? There can still develop type 2 diabetes or even be at risk of developing cancer. So just by looking at somebody, we cannot say what the body composition is and what they need or don't need to lose.
Got it.
Right? So we first need to stop associating thinness with health. Many times when I see patients that think they need to lose 10 pounds or 5 pounds, when we do a body composition, surprise, surprise, they actually have to lose 20 or 25 because they're under muscle, right? So to really say who needs this medication or not, we cannot assume by looking at somebody that they do or they do not. We need to do body composition on anybody who thinks who needs to be on this medication to really know if they will benefit or not.
How do you do body composition?
So we have machines, right? So the gold standard for a body composition is an MRI, but we're not going to do MRI on every patient on every visit. The second is DEXA. And then the third, which is the more accessible, is body impedance, also known as InBody. There's different versions of it. So those are the ones that are more easy accessible and they offer no radiation to the patient. And we do body compositions on initial visit and every visit when somebody starts on a weight loss journey.
So, do you see a lot of people coming in that want to try these drugs to lose an extra 10 pounds?
No. Most patients that come is because they need them and because they've done their work and it's just not working. It's just not happening.
If someone comes to you, Dr. Salas Whalen, and they're looking to be put on or prescribed one of these medications, what are some of the questions that you ask them to assess whether or not the medication is a good fit?
So first, starting with a very thorough weight history. So I need to know at what age were they conscious about their weight, at what age were they trying or being consciously about they eat or they were told they need to lose weight. For many patients, they tell me 9, 10. Also, I need to know their medical history. Are there comorbidities that can contribute to obesity or medications that they're taking that can contribute to obesity? Then I go into a deep family history. I need to know up to 2 generations before. What was your parents, your grandparents' weight, your uncle's weight? If they have children, how is your children's weight? I need to see if there's a familial factor contributing to obesity. And then I look at their gynecological history, right? Are they in perimenopause, menopause? Do they have PCOS? And then we move to the physical exam. And in that also we do the body composition. And there we can really target what is it that need to be improved or doesn't.
So is there a percentage of body fat that you look for to see if somebody's a good fit for this kind of medication?
So what we consider obesity and percentage body fat is 32 and above. Normal in women is 18 to 28%, in men is 10 to 20%. So anything above those numbers, we either fall in the overweight range or in the obesity range.
Dr. Salas Whalen, is there a benefit to using a GLP-1 during menopause?
Definitely. What we see in perimenopause and menopause with the drop of estrogen is that your body composition changes. You tend to store more body fat, central, visceral body fat, and then you drop more your muscle mass. There's less lean muscle mass. Also, in this stage of life, when somebody, let's say, that didn't struggle with weight in their 20s or in their 30s, anything that they were doing to maintain a weight once they enter midlife, perimenopause, and menopause is not going to help because of that hormonal fluctuation or drop of estrogen. So in this time of a woman's life, and we hear it all the time, everything that I'm doing is not working. Everything I used to do it before and the weight used to come off, but now I even have to work harder and it's still not happening. Yes, because of aging and the changes in estrogen or the drop of estrogen. So here, GLP-1s have a huge place for patients that need or that gain weight during perimenopause, and that is just going to become even harder to lose it and easier to gain weight.
Can you give us an example of someone who should not be taking this medication?
The only absolute contraindication that we have for this medication is a personal or first-degree family history of medullary thyroid carcinoma, which is a very rare and aggressive type of cancer. Now, if somebody has other versions of thyroid cancer, papillary, follicular, that's not a contraindication. Exclusively medullary thyroid carcinoma. Above that, patients that are pregnant and breastfeeding is not recommended.
You know, when one of my family members was considering going on this medication, the concern was, well, am I going to have to take this for life? Like, is this something that you take for the rest of your life, or is it something you take for a period of time, and then once you sort of rewire cravings and how full you are, that it's just like that sticks, or how does this work?
So we have to remember what is obesity, right? What causes a patient to require this medication. It's a chronic, multifactorial disease, right? So if we assume that we can use this medication to take them to a goal, and then we stop it, we didn't cure the other things, the familial history, the genetics, the hormonal changes, the aging, the environmental factors. Those factors are still there. Chronic diseases we don't cure, we control. So that's why these medications were designed to be used long term. Now, that can change. If somebody has history of obesity since childhood in their midlife or later decades of their life, then most likely they will require this medication long term.
Okay.
But if it's somebody, as an example, who gained weight after pregnancy and hit midlife, and they gained 30 pounds, but they never struggled with their weight, then maybe those patients will not need to use them long term.
Huh. That's interesting.
But you have this patient that had children in late in life, and then they hit midlife. Then yes, they didn't struggle with weight in the past, but now their surrounding is not going to be helpful for them to maintain the weight loss. So they may benefit from long-term use.
Do you have any personal experience yourself or with, a family member using this medication?
Yes, I have a very personal family member myself. I used this medication after I had my kids. I didn't struggle with weight growing up. I always used to lift weights since my early 20s. I fell in love with weightlifting, but I had my children late in life. I had my first one at 38 and my second at 39. After that, I hit my 40s. I started with perimenopause. So what I was doing before, it didn't help me. I ended up with 30 pounds that I couldn't lose. I used the medication. I used for 6 months. I got back to my weight, and I have not needed it since then. I retake back exercising and all of that, and I've been able to maintain my weight with that. It was just a combination of late pregnancy hitting midlife at the same time.
Mm-hmm. What was it like after practicing obesity medicine to come to a point in your life where you're like, okay, I'm going to try the GLP-1 myself because I got pregnant late in life. Now I'm perimenopause. All the things that I used to do are no longer working. Like, did you resist it for a while? What was it like for you to do that personally?
I wouldn't say I resisted it. I was waiting, basically, to see if it would change. But I think after, the first 2 years of kids you really have to give yourself some credit and allow yourself some room to not worry about your weight or punish yourself for not getting back on track so soon. I always tell women, give yourself 1 or 2 years before you start doing that, because just having a child at that age is hard enough. After that, I saw that I was not losing weight. I couldn't lose the weight anymore by doing what I was doing, and I was in my early 40s. My mom had an early menopause, so I knew I was going to go through this transition earlier than not. So I knew that I had to do something different besides what I was doing. And this is what I preach. This is what I do. This is what I see. So I use the medication.
How did using the medication yourself change how you practice obesity medicine?
Well, I was able to relate more with the patients. And when I tell them, this is how you're going to feel, this is what you should expect, I was telling it from my own personal experience. I think when us doctors go through certain situations, it does make us a better doctor or more empathetic doctors, right? Because it's very hard to identify with something that you don't know necessarily. It made me more understandable. I was better to relate possible side effects and what to do about it. And definitely to be more empathetic.
Beautiful. How old were you when that happened? How long ago was that?
I was 42, so 7 years ago, I'm 49.
Did you wrestle at all with any, like, of that feeling like I should be able to do this myself? Like, did you, even as a world-renowned doctor practicing obesity medicine, did you shame yourself at that moment before you went on the medication?
No, I mean, because I know what causes waking. I knew in what place I was in my life. And I knew that I didn't want to exhaust every other possible situation that at the end was not going to help me. I'm a very proactive person, personally and professionally. So I really wanted to be very proactive at that time.
I love that answer, and here's why. Because you don't have to shame yourself. And we can learn from you. That everything that you're sharing with us today is empowering you to go, this isn't my fault. And if I'm resonating with some of this stuff, I deserve to go get help, and I deserve the help that's out there for me. Just like if you had diabetes or cancer, of course you would go get the treatment. Yeah. So, Dr. Salas Whalen, here's where I want to go next. What are the risks of taking these medications?
So, as with any diet or anything that causes a restricted caloric intake or decreases how many calories you're going to eat, there's always the risk of muscle loss, right? Because it's hard to just exclusively lose body fat without lowering muscle mass.
Yeah.
So one of the risks of using this medication is muscle loss. And there's no direct effect of the drug towards the muscle mass. It's an indirect effect of you eating less that you may lose muscle.
Got it. So the drug's not causing you to lose muscle. The fact that you're eating less means you have less protein going into your body.
Exactly.
Which might have you lose muscle.
Yes.
Got it.
But it's not a death sentence. So by informing the patient and teaching them about what is it that they need to consume while they are on this treatment can prevent muscle loss and even gain muscle for those that need to gain muscle.
If someone is taking one of the GLP-1s, how do you do that with your lifestyle and diet?
And before we go into that, I just want to explain why we're talking about muscle.
Yes.
Why is so important muscle? It's not because we want to see people bulked up and Arnold Schwarzenegger like, right? Muscle is your biggest metabolic organ.
What does that mean?
Is your calorie burning machine.
Muscles?
Muscle.
Muscles burning calories.
Muscles burn calories, and muscle regulate your glucose. Because every time a muscle contracts, is physically being used, it sucks sugar from the bloodstream to provide its energy.
Wait a minute. Is that why taking a walk after you eat is like a really good thing to do?
For your glucose? Yes.
Wow. Okay. So you have to pay attention to muscles in general. We all do. But if you are going to take a GLP-1, really understanding the role that your muscles play in glucose and in your overall health is a critical piece of this.
Yeah. Whenever we hear, if you lose weight, your metabolism slows down. One of the reasons is because you lost muscle along the way, and that's slowing your metabolism. You're burning less calories. And I see that all the time with body compositions. When patients lose muscle, they don't lose significant amount of fat. It's harder for them to lose fat. When patients maintain muscle or gain muscle while on these medications, the body fat drops rapidly and significantly. So really your muscle is going to determine how you lose the body fat. And that's why we need to have that conversation of muscle on day one. On your first appointment, your doctor needs to discuss with you what exercise you should be doing, which is strength training, hitting the weights, and increasing your protein in your diet. Because you can lift as heavy as anybody and you will still lose muscle if the protein is not there.
Okay, so Doc, you just said you got to be lifting weights and you've got to be eating more protein.
Exactly.
Is there a standard formula that you give to your patients?
1 gram of protein per pound for ideal body weight.
Okay.
That's what they should aim. So I would say the sweet spot that I've seen for most patients is between 90 to 100 grams of protein a day, which without a weight loss medication, without a medication that is suppressing your appetite, is hard enough to eat that amount of
90
protein.
to 120 pounds is awfully skinny. Like I thought you were going to be like 150 to 200 grams of protein.
It's very hard to it becomes mission impossible when you're giving somebody a medication to suppress their appetite.
Oh, that's true.
But then you want them to eat 100
That's true.
and more grams of protein, right? So we have to find a medium point to patients to not lose muscle, and that's around 100 grams of protein a day in their diet.
Got it. And then how often do you tell patients at a minimum they should be lifting weights?
I would say with twice a week, they should feel happy with it.
Twice a week. We can do this.
One day upper body, one day lower body.
I love a formula that I actually feel like I could actually achieve.
But I would say for many patients at the beginning, my main is baby steps, right? Baby steps. If I want them to do one thing, is to increase their protein in their diet, because at least with increasing the protein in their diet, they won't lose muscle.
Mm-hmm.
Then we can, once the patient starts losing weight, feels a little bit more stimulated or more encouraged or physically able, then we can start incorporating exercise.
You know, I see this term all over social media, Ozempic face. What is that, and why do people think that a GLP-1 changes somebody's face?
Well, it's not the GLP-1, it's the drop of rapid weight loss or significant weight loss. And why is this? Because of not eating enough protein. So if you're losing muscle because don't have enough protein in your diet while on this medication, you're not only going to lose muscle, you're going to lose hair, you're going to lose elasticity in your skin, because we need protein to make collagen, elastin, right? Also, you need muscle to fill the gaps of the fat loss, right? The goal here is not skinny, it's strong, it's fit, right? So you need to fill those pockets with muscle. Now, if you're not losing muscle by increasing your protein intake, then you're going to make enough collagen. You're losing weight slowly, so you're allowing your skin to adapt to the changes. But if you lose weight rapidly, it means that you're also losing muscle. It means that don't have enough protein in your diet, so you're not making collagen and elastin.
What about some of the things that I've had at least friends report? I had one friend just talk about the constant indigestion. And I also had a friend say that he was warned about suicidal ideation. What can you tell us about those two side effects?
So I'm gonna. There's a phrase that I use a lot, and I'm gonna repeat it until I don't have to. But the efficacy and the safety of this medication is going to depend on the expertise on who is prescribing it to you.
What does that mean? That means don't go to a med spa?
Yes. It means that it's a medication. It's a medical treatment. And you need medical supervision to decrease side effects and to achieve weight loss, to have the most results from this medication, right? I personally have never had to stop the medication for any of those symptoms that you mentioned. It's very important to take the time to explain to the patient. You need to have this conversation, to talk about weight with a patient, you need time. It's very hard to have such a vulnerable conversation with somebody in 15 minutes, let alone then explain to them about medications and how they work. You need to build trust, right? And you can only achieve that if you take your time to talk to a patient. And that's one of the reasons that I decided to do private practices, because I knew I could offer more patients if I had the time.
Yeah.
To decrease the possibility of side effects, you really need to make your research, do your research, do your due diligence before you go to somebody to get this medication.
And they should be a medical doctor.
Ideally, there should be a medical doctor, but it could be a nurse practitioner, it could
Yep.
be a PA that
Yep.
they're specialized in obesity.
And is there a kind of ramping up on this that also is something that should be done so that you're being medically supervised to see how your body and your brain tolerates this?
Yes, so every patient should come into a visit every 8 to 10 weeks when they are taking these medications, right? Because to see if it's working, what's not working, how is your muscle mass, are you losing mass? Do we need to slow down the medication? Do we need to decrease for the greater good of muscle? So every patient is individual, and we try to adjust their lifestyle, but we need to see those frequent visits to see where the patient is, right? Are they tolerating it? Can we go up? Do we need to go up, or do we need to come down on the dose?
Well, as we were researching this conversation and digging into all kinds of information that we wanted to ask you, of course, the phone is listening. And next thing you know, I am getting served up on my phone nonstop ads for GLP-1 mail order. And it gave me a pause because of the friends and family that have gone to a medical doctor and who are seeing results or just starting this, even the ones that have had some symptoms. The doctors are all over it and they're monitoring it. Like, I didn't even know that you take a shot once a week. Like, I had no idea whether this was a pill or how it actually works. But it did give me a lot of concern to see that there's a lot of companies, whether they're licensed or not, out there marketing that you can mail order a GLP-1. What should you look for in terms of investigating a practitioner or provider if this is a tool that you want to look into for yourself or a family member?
So the first thing to look is that we, as medical doctors, we don't sell FDA-approved medications in our offices. We send a prescription to your local pharmacy. It could be a commercial pharmacy, but we don't sell it in our office. If you encounter somebody who does, they're selling you the compounded version, right? Also, many of those med spas or mail order or telemedicine platforms, what they're offering you is the compounded version of the drug.
What's the difference between that and the FDA-approved prescribed one?
The FDA-approved medications are evidence-based. They're from